Good afternoon and welcome to the Battle of Malta final table hosted by Casino Malta here in Malta. We have our 8 finalists, 5 different nationalities, all playing for that trophy and €120,000 first prize. Ladies and gentlemen, our final table is here in the arena. We are ready, it's spectacular. And here I am with Andy Tillman. 1,542 players came down to these 8.
All right, guys, we're going to pick up where we left off last night. We're going to play 100,000 small blind, 150,000 big blind, 150,000 big blind ante. Your button is starting in position 6. Good luck, gentlemen. Either shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Glenn Brown and Andy Tillman. And this is Jason Glatzer, and welcome to the final table of the 2025 Battle of Malta main event. It is day number 5 for these players, so it's been quite the grind, and they have already locked up €12,760. But that is chump change compared to the €120,000 top prize and the honor of being the latest Battle of Malta champion and having your photo added to the Battle of Malta Wall of Fame. As is sometimes the case, we have about half Italians on the table, exactly half Italians on the table, but it is a gentleman from Poland who has a substantial chip lead in Adrian Zmichad with 21.3 million in chips, and he's followed by a player that came all the way from the United States in Rob Perelman with a hair over 10 million, and Rasmus Lundstrom, a WSOP circuit winner. He's in 3rd place with 9.6 million. On the bottom end of that scale, we have Attila Zux from Hungary with 1.5 million, and then we have Fabio Camasuli, easily the best dressed person in seat number 8, followed by Oscar Arezzo, Giovanni Caggia, and Luca Tornorelli. So it should be an exciting day. We have the rest of this level to play. It's about halfway through. It's going to be 75,000, 150,000 to start things off, and then it's going to be 90-minute levels until we reach 6 players, and at that point it'll be 45-minute levels, and when we're down to just 3 players, it'll be 30-minute levels. You could see before the action, the players were busy chatting away with each other. We could see Rob having a nice conversation with the always friendly Rasmus. We're going to probably get his friend Oskari in the booth later today before he heads home. We're going to have many guests throughout the day, including Glenn Brown, who you saw on the screen. We'll have a few members of our media team joining us, and a few players who weren't fortunate enough to make it this far in the main event also join us as well. But on to the action. Let's see if we have any final table nerves. Everybody looks like they're comfortable. It could be a little bit overwhelming if you're not used to being on a TV table with all this money at stake, knowing that there are a lot of people watching. And right away, Adrian, the chip leader, waking up with a fairly nice ace. We expect him to be fairly active as well. Adrian from Poland in that blue hoodie. Oscar waiting a little bit long with the Jack-4, but there is a 20-second time clock pre-flop and a 30-second time clock post-flop. So we won't be seeing these relentless stallings by any of the players. They do have some time bank chips, as you can see those cards in front of them, which would give them another 30 seconds if they have a tough decision to make. And then Fabiano thinking, should I defend my 5-4? We can see he has live cards. And Fabiano playing it safe. There is a bit of ICM at the moment as well, and that's kind of a light call. You do expect Adrian to be opening wide, but it's going to be awfully hard to be facing off against the chip leader out of position unless the flop just nails you in the head in that spot. You can see those very comfy chairs they have over there. And I believe that's the lovely Eleonora dealing for us at the moment. And we will have Omar also in that shift later on today. But if you're just tuning in, please be sure to like and follow our YouTube channel, the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. There's a lot of videos on there throughout the day. If you're watching from Facebook, I'll also be checking out the comments throughout the day. For those that are commenting in Italian, there is also an Italian stream going on YouTube. You may want to check that. I'm more than happy to host you here, but you may not fully understand what I am saying. And you can join the amazing Jack Bonara and Cesare in the Italian stream over on the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. Adrian right back at it, this time also with the decent holding, King 10. The players are probably thinking at this moment, is the chip leader just going to open every hand? And we can see these probably would have been opens even if he had half the amount of chips or less. And Flaviano now with the Jack 7. Took a little time before in the big blind. Maybe he's just trying to let's do 10 seconds each time. So when I do need to think, it's okay. We knew that was going to go in the muck though. And no reason for Giovanni to defend this light with a 9. So 2 hands, 2 takedowns pre-flop for Adrian. Not the worst start for him. And here you could take a look at the chip counts a little bit closer. We can see Attila is the one in jeopardy with a little bit under 10 big blinds, and Luca as well with a sub 15 big blind stack, but all the other players have healthy stacks to build from. And due to the very deep 90-minute structure early on at the final table, there's plenty of time for the short stacks to just wait for their spot. There's no rush even with the sub 10 big blind stack. You can go in orbit. It's okay. Oscar Areza now with one of those middling stacks. Opens for a min raise. And Rasmus with a pocket pair here. Kind of an awkward stack for this. On the other hand, he may feel he has implied odds. It is from the cutoff. He probably would have called from the big blind. And then we have Flaviano here with the king-queen suited, a very pretty hand. Let's see what the best dressed player at the final table does here. All 3 possibilities on the table for the Italian. Does opt to just call. And it looks like it's going to go heads up between Oscar and Flaviano here, with Luca getting out of the way with the short stack with the 9 deuce. You can be defending short stacks wide from the big blind, but that would have been a little bit too wide. And not the worst flop here for Oscar with the top pair. He should be a little bit concerned that Flaviano flat called. Is he really going to be doing that with better aces? Probably not, but maybe a suited ace-7, ace-9 type of thing. Also some sets, but in general, Oscar should be feeling quite good that he is ahead at the moment. And fires out for 375,000. Let's see what Flaviano does. Does have a couple of backdoors, but not much else. If he buys the story of the ace, he should be getting out of the way. He may want to just call here in case it checks on the turn. He could try to take it, but the obvious play is let's just end it here. No point in blowing up our stack quite yet. And Oscar quietly taking down the first post-flop hand at the final table. Now, yesterday they had an unofficial final table, so Gabriele Caro was the first player to officially collect a 5-figure prize from the prize pool of 10,200 euros. However, Clement Carrion and Benoit Kuhn also earned 5-figure prizes because they were both chip leader bonuses on day 1 when they received a 5,000 euro chip leader bonus, and they cashed enough in the prize pool to get over that mark. Benoit Kuhn with 12,210 for 13th place, and Clement Carrion following with 11,430 euros. Just before Gabriele hit the rail, though, Ivalio Eftimov, he almost had back-to-back final tables, but bowed out in 10th place. He had a deep run back in October when there were nearly 6,000 runners in that bad boy, only to come back and nearly do it again. And Adrian also has a little bit of a streak going himself, as this is his 3rd cash in a row at the Battle of Malta main event. This is obviously his deepest run, and he's looking to put his stamp on this event and get his name in the wall. but has a long way to go. Oscar with ace-jack again. It's deja vu from under the gun. This time it is suited a little prettier. Uka folding his king-9, and let's see what the chip leader does. He does have an ace. If it was suited, we may see a 3-bet, probably not from an under-the-gun open. And gets out of the way. He would have been dominated if an ace came without a 5. And respecting the under-the-gun opening range from his opponent seated right next to him in Oscar. Hey Tati, hope all's well. Good to see you in the chat. Good to see Wise Guy Soren. I'm paying attention to the Facebook chat a little bit because the YouTube chat is disabled, as Tati did point out. However, YouTube is the place to like and subscribe. We do have a lot of stuff going on there. And if you're watching and you want to listen in Italian, I recommend going on over to YouTube and checking out Jack Monaro and crew holding down the fort in Italian. Let's see what Attila does. He has a sub-10 big blind stack. It is under the gun. I just shove here, but that's why I'm not on the final table. You could just open as well. We're going to see one of those time bank cards flipped in here. It looks like he's deep in thought, and he only has 20 seconds to act pre-flop. He just gets out of the way. Interesting. Looking for that ladder, looking for a better spot. Looks like Fabiano, who hasn't had a chance to open quite yet, is thinking about it with the king-8 and does indeed open the hijack with king-8 offsuit, which prevented Giovanni from opening with the queen-jack suited. But meanwhile, Luca, one of the two players hovering around 10 big blinds, he has a little bit more, while Attila has a little bit less. Let's see if ICM is super important, if he needs that ladder. He's found a very good spot. I mean, if Fabiano calls, it's not that great. He's going to be flipping, but in general, should Fabiano be calling with king-8? So this should work for Luca. And now perhaps Attila is happy he didn't get involved with the ace-10, but perhaps if he shoved the ace-10, we'd be looking at a flip situation with Luca. But I think in this case, we're going to be looking at Fabiano just tanking slightly for posterity and then dumping his hand. If he does find a call, he's not in the worst spot, though. All right, so Luca taking it down with the 7s. And it looks like we have a dealer change. Welcome, Omar, one of the best dealers from all around Europe. It's an honor to be chosen as a dealer at the final table for the Battle of Malta. And we have the amazing floor with Nino running the show today. And of course, Andy Tillman always with his eagle eyes open. But most of the staff have the day off today. It is just the final day of the main event. All the other events have come to conclusion. You can check out the results at thebattleofmalta.com. Just click on the live blog. There's a results tab in there, but you should scroll through the blog. There's a lot of little stories, some about the side events as well. And in case you're missing any of the action, you can just catch up as Alec Gillies, who's done a fantastic job all week alongside with Jonathan Rabb and also with Christopher Carlin on the reporting side. We'll be keeping up with the hands while Jonathan keeps up with some of the color of the final table and other things that have happened throughout the week. but want to thank all three of them for a fantastic job and great teamwork. So Rasmus, I think this is the first time my friend from Finland has opened. Rasmus, one of the two people that I've had long conversations with over the years. And Attila now in a weird spot. He just folded his ace-10 from under the gun. Perhaps that was good, perhaps not. And now he's facing an early position raise. He does not look comfortable at all. He would have liked that 4 to have been something else. And he's playing tight, looking for the ladder up, looking for a better spot. As we said, you know, due to the structure, it's 90-minute blind levels. Oh, wow. It's like deja vu. There's me talking to Glenn in the background. Keep in mind, we are on a 30-minute delay on the stream. If you're nearby Casino Malta, I recommend you checking it out because there's places for everyone to sit to watch the final table in live time. There's also 2 screens in each corner, which is showing the live action, but instead of seeing the cards, you're seeing just all the other graphics that we see, so you don't see the whole cards. So you can watch it in live time, break down, the doors are open, the bar is open as well. A few dozen people around rooting on their friends or just curious about the action. You can see Mr. Hurley Olap and his brother there in the background, for example, despite there being no Estonians. He wants to see what happens. So Adrian, who had hands to begin, and maybe people were thinking he's going to be bullying the final table, was really kind of just playing his hands in the beginning. I'm sure we're going to see him with wider ranges as the blind level and the day goes on. Who are you cheering for, Tati? You're asking who the chat's cheering for. And we have it all in on a call. Interesting. The 2 short stacks getting it in. It's Attila jamming from the small blind with ace-8. Rob Perlman, who is not a short stack, calling with the 10s. He is ahead. We could be looking at a player on the rail in the opening blind level. Let's see if Attila Schuks can get there or not. Not the flop he wanted to see. It does have a backdoor flush draw with the 9-queen deuce, 2 diamonds, 1 heart. But it's the ace of spades on the turn, the miracle turn card for Attila. And let's see if it's a 10 on the river. No, it's a king of hearts on the river. So we have our first double up. And Attila gaining some breathing room. Meanwhile, Rob Perlman in decent enough shape with 8.8 million. It wasn't a big shove. An easy call there for Rob. An easy shove as well from Attila and an unopened pot from the small blind with any ace. Sometimes the cards speak for themselves, and let's see if this ace on the turn will be the start of something for Attila Schuks from Hungary. And here's a look at the chip count. So Attila still on the bottom of the pack, tied more or less with Luca. Adrian still with a ridiculous amount of chips, but everything can and usually does change at a final table. Flaviano Kamasuli, a veteran here at the Battle of Malta, thinking it over with the King 4 suited, but once again, I think in some cases when you start introducing time clocks and time banks, you know, nobody's going to say anything if you're taking a little bit longer pre-flop because there's a clock on you anyway. And Attila, who just doubled up with that ace-8 on the button and unopened pot with a bad king. Wearing that iconic Michael Jordan hoodie. So a little limpy here for Rob. Rasmus should be happy to see a free flop, but I won't be surprised if he also just tries to take the blinds down with a raise to set the tone for the future, but does just call it back. And not the worst flop here for either player. We have Rob with the top two, Rasmus with a flush draw, some also backdoors to a straight going on. So both players with a big piece, but Rob should feel very confident, and he should be able to understand that this is also a draw-heavy board. A very experienced poker player that has traveled around the world. So far it's a little bit of small ball, a min bet and a call. The ace of spades on the turn doesn't really change too much. That should give Rob a little bit more worried. Oh shit, there's another flush draw, but other than that, it's a blank for both players. And shouldn't slow Rob down. It looks like he fires for 400,000 this time, and indeed it is. And Rasmus, is he thinking about doing anything but calling here? I don't think he's ever folding. But I think a small part of him now is thinking, should I be raising? But playing it safe. He's getting a really cheap price as well. And the two of hearts on the river does connect with Rasmus, but not in the right way. Does not complete that flush. Bottom pair is definitely no good. And Rob with the two pair, let's see if he tries to squeak in another street of action. I don't think he'll get paid if he does. Unless Rasmus thinks, well, my opponent was doing this with Jack 10. Trying to set the price cheaply. And Rob betting a little bit less than half the pot for 700,000. Should be an easy fold here for Rasmus. I mean, obviously he can raise. I just don't see any other hand but the Jack 10 doing what Rob just did right now. So it's either that's really the only bluff hand. You're blocking, you know, some of the diamonds for the flush draw that he could have been doing it with on two streets and then firing a third. Of course, he could be having a range full of air, but I wouldn't put Rob on that. And Rasmus taking his time a little bit, thinking things through, and then making the correct fold there. Welcome Omar and Argo. Argo, we missed you out here this year. Argo has been to a handful of Battle of Maltas over the years. Perhaps we see you over in the autumn, Argo. Giovanni hasn't been getting any cards yet, but look at this. Luca's getting some cards right here, right now with the pocket rockets. Min raise incoming. Here we go. And let's see if any fireworks will go off. Adrian, who has been quiet as the chip leader, I expect him to actually fold, respecting Luca's under the gun +1 range, and he did indeed fold. And all the way around to Flaviano, who may opt to defend with the ace-6 suited. Perhaps even consider the 3-bet if it was a later position open. But for now, Flaviano thinking through his options. And decides to just call. And if that one ace left in the deck comes out, it's going to be a hard time for Flaviano. But this is an easy board for Flaviano to get away from, and it is a board that Luca should be continuing with. So Let's see if Flaviano has any fancy play syndrome in him, but I think it's going to go check, bet, fold. And here comes the bet. It doesn't look like a big one. Just 175. It should still get the job done. No backdoors. There's a backdoor to Broadway. That's kind of irrelevant. It's not that Luca has been playing crazy. He is opening off a short stack. And Fabiano easily getting out of the way. I could see the Estonians misbehaving in the chat. Love you all. I know it's in good banter. And as much as I love the Estonian poker community, I'm highly disappointed that there's not a single Estonian that ran deep this time around. No Hurley Olap on the final table. Nobody that even made day 4 in the final 24 from Estonia. So in the autumn, you need to redeem yourself. Come out in big numbers. There's many good poker players from Estonia. Luca with the min raise with the queen 10. So now after taking that down with the aces before having a bit more chips, you can open a little bit wider now. And look at that stare down Attila is giving Luca. Rob and Rasmus get out of the way, and this time Fabiano with another ace, but he's in the small blind. Not a very good one. The last one was better. And Giovanni, this is defendable, but opts to fold. Perhaps a good thing for him, considering he's fairly dominated. And Luca taking down back-to-back pots to climb up in the chip counts. He came in 7th place out of 8 players. For those of you just tuning in, this is the final table of the 2025 Battle of Malta main event. The event started with 1,542 entries, and now you're witnessing the final 8 players play it out for the title and the €120,000 top prize. Please like and subscribe on the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. The comments are disabled there, so if you do want to get my attention, I am looking at the chat on Facebook every once in a while. And if you are from Italy and prefer to listen to the commentating in Italian, head on over to YouTube. Jack Bonaro and I believe Cesare are busy in action with more of an Italian focus on the table in the Italian language. You could see one of the most experienced tournament directors and floors, and Nino, making sure everything is set up just right. It's an absolute pleasure to work with Nino. And Attila with the snowman. The thinking, should I open, should I shove? I don't think he's thinking, should I fold? At least I hope not. Channel your inner Michael Jordan. What would Michael Jordan do here? Michael Jordan would not be folding. But Michael Jordan may not have a good understanding of ICM as Attila does. He opts to fold. That's a really tight fold there, though. And Nucci in the chat. Nucci did a fantastic job all week. I think he's on his way back to Italy, if not there now. But both him and Marco, a lot of those videos you see on YouTube, they produce them. Fantastic duo to work with. And I'm not sure if the blinds, no, the blinds didn't go up. It's an open from the small blind by Giovanni with the King 10. And this is a ridiculous spot for him with Luca waking up with the Cowboys. So some nice card distribution going on for Luca. He had aces and Cowboys in the opening level. Jacking it up to 925. And Giovanni looks a little suspicious now. He's looking everywhere, Giovanni. Maybe trying to look at the hands, actually, in this case, it seems. Trying to see if the hands are shaking or not, maybe. And very disciplined fold there by Giovanni. Luca picking up more chips. He started today with 2.15 million. And now he has nearly double that without getting an all-in and call. In addition to liking and subscribing the YouTube channel, The Battle of Malta, you should definitely be checking out the Facebook and Instagram as well. You may be very well watching the stream on Facebook, but Lorena, Andre, and the crew have all done a fantastic job all week. Some very unique videos, some very fun videos, some nice interviews, pictures, anything you can think of. I think if Attila is folding the eights, he's folding that ace-5 from earlier position. I think he's just waiting for someone to dump off their stack while he still has room to fold. And I like how we have a nice view of that time clock now. So well done there, Nino. Some players fold so fast, there's no need to even start it. You can see that in addition to controlling the game, the TV table dealers, and Omar right now, they have to balance dealing professionally, communicating bets over to the tech crews so that you could see the lovely graphics we have and manage the time bank as well. So it'll limpy Luca with the 8-5 and Adrian opting not to raise it up with the ace-jack from the big blind in position. Ace-jack is still ahead. Luca with 2 live cards, a gut shot to the straight, a backdoor flush draw. So it does have a little bit of equity here. If Adrian decides to bet. But Adrian playing it safe, and look at this. Luca already with the check mark with the 8-5. It's unfortunate for him that Adrian didn't raise and he called, or that there wasn't more action, because I don't think much is going to happen here. And I don't expect Adrian to bet on this board, considering he checked the flop. It goes check, check again, and now Luca should try to get as much value as possible here. The ace doesn't really matter so much because Adrian kind of checked back from the big blind, so you're not putting your opponent on too many aces, but at the same time, after going check, 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 you have to understand that your opponent is probably going to check back most rivers, and if you want to try to get a little something, something, you got to fire out a bet yourself. So I don't know what Luca bet there, but it looked like it was more than just the 2 chips that were called from. There was a bet of 750,000, and Adrian, connecting with this ace, felt compelled to call. So well done there by Luca, showing that patience. If he bets on the turn, he's likely to get a fold. He was hoping likely that his opponent would bet on the turn, but did get a nice value bet in on the river. And you could see Luca keep moving up the chip counts. He had 2.15 million to start the day. Adrian at around what he started the day as a chip leader. And yeah, chips are moving around a little bit, but more or less the other stacks are very close to what they started the day with. Rasmus Lundstrom here with the 9s. Our sole Finnish representative at the final table. He's been here, done that before, but not at the Battle of Malta, but he's been on TV tables before. He's won a ring in front of an audience before as well. And folding all the way around to Luca. Dumps his 4 deuce suited. Adrian likely to get out of the way with his king 3. Ooh, look at this. This could be spicy. Oscar with the 7s. I expect him to call, but you never know. A raise would have been creating some spiciness. But a good flop for both players, so maybe spicy after all. Both players with an overpair to that 6-5-5. There are some 5s in both players' ranges, but more in Oscar's calling range from the big blind. But Rasmus should feel he is ahead at the moment, but opts to check it back. Interesting. And now look at this. The 4 of spades gives Oscar a lot more potential. An 8 gives him a straight, a 3 gives him a straight, a 7 a full house. He may feel he's ahead anyway. And I believe that's what he thinks with this bet. After Rasmus checked back the flop despite flopping an overpair. Now is Rasmus going to raise? Is he going to call? I would tend to think whatever Rasmus does is going to be very close to what the optimal move is. And does just call, keeping the pot a little bit small in case there's some disaster. That isn't the best card that Rasmus wanted to see, but it's safe nonetheless. This might go check, check, but Oscar has something else in mind. Betting 450. So this is a value bet for Oscar, not knowing he's behind. Hoping maybe you get an ace-king or something with the 6 in it to call. But Rasmus makes the quick call, takes down the pot, and is back above 10 million where he started the day with. And as Nicholas says, maybe poker is coming home to Finland. Let's see. And it's Mr. Nick Diaz. Much love to Nick. I hope to see you soon. I'm sure we'll cross paths at some point in the very near future. I think my first time at the Battle of Malta, Nick Diaz was also here that year. My first time was actually when Casino Malta began hosting the Battle of Malta, and I think I've only missed one since then. And let's just say I don't plan to miss any more. Unfortunately, Nick, most of us lost our voices 2 days ago, so this is now 2 days later with my voice mostly back. But we have Rasmus here once again. Is he going to try 2 for 2? He's going to open his suited ace. And I want to give a props out to the MST team because in the past we would not see this 9.95 million. We'd be guessing kind of what chips you have. It would just be rounded to 10 million. So the preciseness in the chip counts now, that is an added feature during this Battle of Malta. So mad props to the MST production team. That's always a smooth sailing with them, and they're always trying to add new things. Tila taking his time here. I don't mind the call, I don't mind the fold. But being that Attila is playing pretty tight, I'm pretty sure that's what was going to happen all along. Yeah, Nick, it's fun out here, as you know. So, you know, it'd be nice. It's going to be October 28th to November 5th, the next bomb. So you could already reserve your hotel and your flights before stuff goes up. I'm not expecting you to do it while the stream is happening, but I recommend to anyone watching, if you want to be part of the action when you really have the big bomb. You know, this is a warm-up to October. In October, it's going to be 2 million guaranteed. The main event is going to have 1.5 million guaranteed by itself. Last year had nearly 6,000 runners. There's several people pointing that they expect that there may even be a new record this time. But even if not, it's going to be a massive prize pool, a lot of fun. And also a great place to catch up with some old friends if you've traveled around for poker before, or, you know, start to meet some new ones. Luca folding his unsuited ace-5, but I don't expect Adrian to fold his king-10 suited from the cutoff. He does not have the image at the moment as a table bully either. Does indeed min-raise it up. Attila will go through his normal 5 seconds. This time it was a snap fold. And Rob will likely be defending his queen 10 suited, and if it's a 10 high flop, it could be a little bit of trouble for Rob, but in general, I'd be surprised if he did anything else but call here. Not the worst flop for king 10. Even a backdoor flush draw just in case. But flopping trips with a 10 kicker, Rob with the gut shot straight draw. I won't be surprised if Adrian plays this a little bit sneaky, but he may just be saying if I didn't hit the flop, I'm betting. If I hit the flop, I'm betting. So he's betting it small. And it might be small enough to keep Rob around for one more street. He also has a backdoor flush draw on top of that. Gut shot straight draw may feel his queen and 10 are live, but the 5 of spades brings that backdoor flush draw into a front door. And I expect Adrian to bet again, try to get some value once Rob checks. And it depends on how big it is. He can either take it down now, but I think Rob is going to stick around to most bets, assuming it's not like an overbet or something like that. Adrian casually tossing out, it looks like, a bet of 600,000. We'll get that confirmed. It is 600,000. Rob doing some math, I believe, in his head now. Perhaps realizing it's only his flush draw that's live, and perhaps he's even up against a full house some of the time. It does make the call, hoping for that spade, and it is the queen of diamonds instead, and that's a trouble card for Rob because I don't think Adrian is expecting too many jack 10s. He should be trying to get value one more time, and it's going to be awfully hard for Rob to get away. Because the chip leader could be three barreling, you know, with something that they missed. Let's see how much he's going to bet out. He's reaching for his chips now. Doesn't look like it's going to be too big, actually. Just trying to squeak in a little bit more value. There's a bigger chip in there, so it actually is a big bet. It's 1.5 million. So there are 1 million chips in play now, too. Or 500,000. And Rob making the call. He's not going to be happy with what he sees, but still has plenty of chips to make some moves. And meanwhile, Adrian extending his chip lead up to 23.4 million. Started the day with 21.3 million. Jamie, Glenn's going to be doing the interviews and whatnot. He'll be joining me up here at some point. Right now I'm left up by myself, and we're going to have guests throughout the day as they pop in and out. But yeah, of course we're going to get Glenn Brown up here. He's been an absolute legend all week long. Been very fun working alongside him. But you'll see Glenn also during the breaks, during the elimination interviews. He's going to be taking care of all that while also hopefully popping up here for 15, 20 minutes as well. Flaviano, min raising his ace-6 suited from under the gun. Hoping not to get 3-bet by anybody, but nobody waking up with anything. And Attila. Interesting. Attila, who's played tight all the time, is for some reason pausing with these snap-fold decisions. And Rasmus, it's pretty enough to defend, but is he going to defend it from an under-the-gun open against a player that has not been out of control? So one player hoping for spades, the other hoping for clubs. But it's a spade out of the window, but it's a rainbow ace deuce 7 board. So Flaviano with the top pair. It most often will go check, bet, fold. Rasmus with not really that much here. Backdoor flush draw. Lots of aces in what Flaviano should be opening with. No reason to really be playing around at this stage. On the other hand, I've seen several players over the years successfully turn the tables quite a lot and just throwing things like ICM and, let's say, the best optimal mathematical decision for, let's say, what they feel, what they read from the table, and it's worked out quite well for them too. Yeah, Jamie, Glenn's amazing. I worked with him over at the Kings of Talent. I volunteered to why don't we get some coverage of your event? So, you know, took out my pad and pen, which I'm not doing as often these days. Gave some love over to that. And then we were just hanging out in Riga for a week before both heading over here. And it's been a fantastic week, not just with Glenn, but with the entire media crew. Everybody with great attitudes, great teamwork. And speak of the devil, we may have Glenn coming up. I just saw him wave over to me. I tried to wave him in. Let's see if he comes on up. Like, all you have to do is request Mr. Glenn Brown, and I snap my fingers, and he'll be in the booth. But blinds are now 100,000, 200,000. As a reminder, we're playing under a 90-minute clock, but once we're six-handed, that'll go down to 45 minutes, and once it's three-handed, it'll go down to 30 minutes. But we have Mr. Glenn Brown about to join, I believe. Oh, no, we have Mr. Glenn Brown here escorting someone else that has some Malta experience, and Frankie. So, Frankie, welcome. He's putting on his headset. I should wait to welcome him, and you push that down and all the way down, and let's get a little closer to you. But welcome, Frankie.
Hi, Jason.
It's good to have you here. Frankie, if you're unfamiliar with him, is from the United Kingdom. He has become a Red Tooth legend here in Maltooth. He won the Malta 52 just back in October. He's aiming to win it again, I believe, in this coming October. But how was your Battle of Malta experience, Frankie?
It was good. We played several events. I managed to cash in the Mystery Bounty. My wife played the Dark Knight with myself last night, and she's the defending champion from November, and she managed to finish 12th.
Oh, nice. So not a back-to-back, but still cash and cash. It's some streak still going. Yeah, Glenn, who brought you up, he was deep on the Hyper Turbo last night. I almost ran back, and then I see he posted that he's in fourth. I guess I will just get ready for the party, and I dropped by for one quickie to say hi to everybody. But yeah, Glenn took fourth, and it was quite interesting because it was two females in the final three. I should have come back once I saw that, but it was Victoria McClung that won that, but MZ was on that podium as well. Apologies to the person that finished runner-up because I don't remember who that was, but we can look that up a little bit later.
Yeah, I saw Glenn's finish on social media. It's good that you guys get to play and do well in some of the tournaments as well.
Yeah, as long as we're getting our work done, if there's time we play. It's not that we pre-plan, but, I entered that as well, but it was like I was running to the tournament desk as there was under a minute left to still register in it, but was not on the final table with Glenn. And it was Blazej in second place for 1,180. Thank you, Glenn, for that from Poland. Although he didn't win, Adrian from Poland is the chip leader at the moment. Started the day with a chip lead and has still been playing some solid poker, has a little more chips than he had before, but not acting as the pure table bully. So we have a little limpy, small blind, big blind. And let's see if either player takes a stab at it. Giovanni's still ahead, and if he doesn't think he's ahead, he has a backdoor flush draw, gut shot to the wheel.
I guess it's still quite early to try and bully the table with 8 runners left.
It is a little bit early, but you could be opening, more than, let's say, 20% of your hands if you want to as well. You can be like a small table bully.
Yeah, I guess as long as he's accumulating chips, then his strategy is working.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want to blow up his stack. That's always the most demoralizing thing. You come in as a big chip leader, and with like 7 left, all of a sudden you're just struggling to stay alive. I think we've all been there. Maybe not on televised tables. Have you played on a TV table yourself, Frankie?
I think once on a local Nottingham Dust Till Dawn tournament, that was a few years back. I think that was just streamed to the Dust Till Dawn internet channel, not purely TV.
Do you feel any differently when you have the lights and cameras on you, or are you just able to focus on the game? I mean, I've been on TV tables too, but only for like cash games. I'm not able to play a lot of multi-day events.
I personally felt very self-aware that you were being recorded, your actions, sort of everything you did. If the way you ruffle your chips, the noise you're making whilst your other players are playing. I think you're a bit more self-aware and self-conscious. And the most important thing about being on camera is you don't want to look silly. The rest of the time, if you're just with poker players, it's okay to look a bit silly now and again. But when it's being broadcast, I think you want to be on your best poker behavior.
No, yeah, that's something I should take advice from, but you know, I can have fun off of the poker tables too, which often gets recorded whether I like it or not. And I'm not worried about how I'm behaving. I'm worried about more like those massive mistakes you make, you know, sometimes, especially in cash games, you get a read and it's just completely wrong. Those spots I don't look back for. I would say in 15 minutes. So Adrian raising under the gun with the queen jack. Giovanni wisely folding the queen 10 because he'd be a little bit dominated. And once again, whenever the chip leader decides to open, it seems like he's getting some respect. You don't want to play back at him either unless you have something. So it's easy for him to be opening at this stage. The beauty of like the live stream game is even though these players aren't allowed to obviously be watching the stream, they're not even allowed phones near the table. Nobody's going to stop them during the breaks from talking to their friend. Is there anything I should adjust from what you've seen? I don't consider that to be unethical because every player kind of has that ability to do so. Yeah, if you're pulling out solvers and charts during the break, yeah, don't do that stuff. But if you're just having a conversation with like one of your friends, just asking some questions, what did he have here, that type of stuff, that's all fair game.
When the information is available to all the players equally, then that definitely is fair. And I think it should be used that way. And if you're a really good player, you'll actually use some of that to your advantage. For example, if you've played open-enders previously, then your poker table mates might actually think every time you've got a draw it's an open-ender, but it's a good time to mix some of those up. Sometimes you're at the top of your range when you bet exactly the same.
And meanwhile, Rasmus making the fold with the fours. That was one decision that made sense to think a few seconds about. We're going to have Oscary up here soon for those that are here cheering Rasmus. Do you have somebody that you're railing personally, or for you, there's no Brits on the table, but you made some friends throughout the week?
Yeah, I've made a few friends with a lot of Brits, a lot of Irish guys over the tables because they're very talkative and friendly. But I don't personally know any of the final 8.
Yeah, the players on the island were like the Estonians, didn't do that well this time. You come to a smaller island and, you know, everything is different.
Yeah, I think it was more about the entertainment than winning for them.
Let's see, this is the first hand that we have in a while, maybe the first hand overall, where the best hand is actually not going to take it down. Like, it's interesting that neither player has spades, but if Adrian finds a call here, nope, best hand still wins. It would have been an interesting spot to float the button on because that doesn't really hit the button's range. I mean, obviously you can have a flush already or, you know, a really nice draw, so maybe not the best spot. But Adrian playing it to, you know, take some small chips here and there. He doesn't need to be playing big pots at the moment.
I guess the worry is in playing back a hand like that the original raiser could have any one of 2 of the top blockers for the nut flush. So you're relying on him not having the ace or the king.
Yeah.
In order for any move to work.
But a check raise there looks super strong.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're called, then you can say, okay, I'll slow down now. He has the chips to do that with. And then it'll get people thinking a little bit too, because once again, you know, there's a break coming up in about an hour, and at that stage, you know, I'm sure that people are going to talk to those that have been watching the stream. So Rasmus with the king 10 suited, folded the 4s previously, which would have likely have gone through. But maybe the king 10 does the job as well. Nobody waking up with anything except for Adrian. It's not suited. Decides, you know, Rasmus, if he has an ace, it's not going to be ace 9. And Oscar likely will fold here. He does fold. And are you here all day today, or you're going back today as well?
My flight's at 10:30, so we're just in an apartment around the corner, waiting for 8 o'clock, and then we'll get a cab.
Cool.
I think the prize pool remaining has a large implication on the hands the players play. They don't want to get in situations where they're playing themselves out of thousands and thousands of euros on a percentage that isn't favourable to that step up or step down. So I guess whilst they're making hands and investing money in pots, they have to be extra certain that that money is going to come back in returns, because that could affect their placings, and their placings has a significant euro dollar attached to it.
Yeah. ICM is a real thing. And then you always have players sometimes where the money doesn't matter and it's more about, you know, the pride of winning, and they'll play a completely open game, and it actually gives them some sort of an advantage at that stage. Even though they're lighting a little bit of money on fire, they do have a higher chance to win if they're going for the win.
And you see that with the professional pros that are sponsored, because the bottom line is not as important to a recreational / semi-professional. So you do see they're more willing to take chances with certain draws, certain opens, and they're more likely to bluff when they don't have it. Whereas the semi-amateur, amateur, semi-pro would more favour higher equity hands before they get their chips in.
And Jamie Evans is asking about the speakeasy. It would be fun to actually commentate from the speakeasy. I'm not sure how well that would go over with the staff. But yeah, we've spent a few nights there. And Flaviano with the pocket nines. The Italian sharp dressed man, min raising it to 400,000. A bunch of quick folds. Oscar's going to do the same. And it's on Attila with an ace. And it's getting a little bit into danger zone, but yeah, you don't want to be shoving there against Flaviano, who's been fairly quiet, opening from early position. We did see him, I think, once with a king 8 open, but in general, he's not been out of control.
And I think for the amount Flaviano's opened there, he's not folding to a 1.5 million stack all in.
No, not with nines. I mean, ICM doesn't dictate that you should be like always super, super, super tight in every single spot, actually. If you're folding nines there, it's kind of a mistake. And now with the sixes, it's trickier. I have a feeling this is going back in, okay? In a way, this is going to look much stronger than sixes. And once again, nobody with anything, so no sweats at all. Attila hoping that that 3 was a jack, but it wasn't. And Rasmus with the 8-5 suited may defend, even though it's an under the gun open. It is a hand that's easy to get away from, can flop well. We see that his equity isn't that great against sixes, but I think it's still good enough to call and see what happens. And Rasmus agrees, so we'll be seeing a flop here. Backdoor flush draw for Rasmus, but that's not going to be enough. And Fabiano, with that one overcard, likely will be betting here. That overcard represents a lot of his range. Ace, king, king, queen, king, jack suited, pocket kings. So it's kind of like one of these bets where you're protecting your hand, but you're also not that upset if you're just called by a 3 or a deuce. But Rasmus, with not enough even to that small bet, gets out of the way, and Fabiano winning another pot.
So the down bet that Flaviano did there looks super strong, because he's gone from a 400,000 pre-flop raise to a 250 bet on the flop. So it's almost like saying, please call me, please call me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if Rasmus had 4-5 of hearts, that would price him exactly into the pot with a open-ended straight flush draw.
I think if he had an open-ended straight flush draw, though, we would probably be calling a bigger bet too. So maybe like a 4-5 offsuit, or
Yeah. I mean that was being a bit generous. That would be almost too many outs.
I think he's just going to try to get it in, but maybe not at a final table, to be fair. And Luca now, ace queen. Luca had a short stack to start the day. It was quietly chipping up. Imagine thinking it over. Is this where we see his first 3-bet? Well, we see him doing his first call from early position. Nope, it is a 3-bet. This is quite interesting. Let's see if there's any spiciness before it gets back around to Luca. And then Luca in a weird spot, actually. I mean, ace queen's a pretty hand to 4-bet shove, but you have 2 shorter stacks, maybe 3. And Rasmus may take that from him. No, Rasmus not even thinking about his ace queen, but we can see that's 2 of those cards Luca has already out the door. And Fabiano thinking about, not sure what actually. He's facing a 3-bet with 5-6. Luca double checking what he has. This 3-bet looks so strong. It doesn't look like King Jack offsuit. It's the first 3-bet he's done at the final table.
I think what Adrian is using with his holding is that he's actually blocking kings and jacks. So he kind of knows, unless he's extremely unlucky, Luca doesn't have kings and jacks. And also ace king to a certain extent.
And Luca, the first player to use a time bank card at the final table. And I won't be surprised if he needs to use another one. And gets out of the way, so Adrian stealing one away there with this king jack and near 25 million. And Luca, this is the first time he's going a little bit backwards, but still near 4 million, near 20 big blinds. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen with Attila as well at this point. By far the shortest stack. Do you have any other poker trips planned, Frankie, after this?
I'll be in Vegas sort of middle of July, so the back end of the World Series of Poker. More as of a spectator in the World Series of Poker. I won't be playing any 10k buy-ins. But we're in America, my wife and I, for her cousin's wedding. So at the back end of that, we've fitted in 6 days in Vegas. So we'll play some tournaments at Venetian, some tournaments at South Point. They're sort of more our price range.
Yeah, there's so much going on during the summer there. And Luca now back in action with another pretty hand with the 9s after being forced to fold that ace queen earlier. Then I assume you're going to come back to the Battle of Malta October 20th to November 5th, or you don't have your plane tickets booked yet, Frankie?
Yeah, they're not booked yet, but I'll be online trying to qualify as well. If not, I'll just get the plane tickets anyway.
And we have Rasmus smooth calling from the button, putting Flaviano in a weird spot. Does just call. He could have 3-bet, he could have folded, and Giovanni is likely to call as well. Although it would have been an amazing spot to just squeeze it all in, but maybe he would have been called by Luca. But no need for that. Giovanni being rewarded with just calling with the top 2 pair, ace 10-5, and Flaviano with a pretty hand too with the top pair. If the jack comes, he'll have a better 2 pair, has the flush draw. Luca's kind of cringing in his sleep a little bit, and it'll be an easy getaway from Rasmus. So Flaviano checking from the small blind. I expect Giovanni to do the same from the big blind. No point in donk betting when you feel that Luca is going to be continuing a lot on this kind of board. But it does check around, and look at this, Frankie. Look at this turn card.
Action card.
Open and gut shot to the straight flush draw, while also having the top pair. And he's behind. Which is strange. I'm looking at the equities now, and they don't reflect that he's behind. But maybe I'm missing something here. Something's not making sense. Those equities don't make sense. Rasmus has almost no equity. Maybe it's a pre-flop equity, and then it would make sense, actually. Although Luca would be a little bit higher. Yeah, I don't know where those 9s or the 7-8 would fit into what was on that board. But anyway, we have a bet by Giovanni. It says call. So I'm very confused about what's happening graphic-wise, but we do know that we're going to see a river and that Flaviano gets that check mark. And it's going to be hard for Giovanni to get away. It's almost a spot where you really should be betting big. You know, it's a board that connects so well with a lot of different things, and you have the absolute nuts.
I think what the queen did there was it gave the opportunity for Flaviano to counterfeit Giovanni's ace-10. So if another queen came, that also would give Flaviano the win.
Yeah, the queen and the king,
Exactly.
any heart, any jack. It's a bet of 1.5 million into 1.8. I do love the sizing, as I said earlier. And it's not just because we know Giovanni has ace-10. Giovanni could very well have a king-jack, although is it playing the same way? Probably.
King-jack of diamonds would make sense here.
And does indeed call. I mean, it's a tough spot for Giovanni. It was for a big portion of his stack, and it's probably like you're second-guessing yourself back and forth. You do have a time clock. You have the time bank chips that you can think about it. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just a great spot for Flaviano to pick to also bully his opponent, too, knowing that if Giovanni has something strong, he has to think about calling off nearly half his stack. Where Flaviano maybe just looked at the pot size and said, I can get away with betting nearly the pot. Either way. But here's an update on the chip counts. Now that Giovanni lost that stack, Attila we may be seeing him fall down to even 2 big blinds. We don't know, but it looks like he's determined to ladder up on the final table. Luca, who was around 4.5 million, is down about $1 million from that, and Oscar, Rob, Flaviano, all sitting high. And of course, we have Rasmus there over 10 million, and our chip leader to start the day, Adrian from Poland, still maintaining a significant lead over the rest of the field, more than double his closest opponent in Rasmus. Let's see if Attila can get awarded with his patience. He's kind of running out of time.
What I've noticed watching a lot of these American streaming poker tournaments is that, especially the high stakes, they do tend to go very low in the blinds before they commit their entire stacks. Partly it's because of the big blind ante effect, in that you don't even have to have a full blind to win the big blind ante. So he could seemingly blind himself down to half a blind.
I'm used to playing at local final tables where I'm relentlessly 3-bet or flat, called, from in position and put into these weird spots that you just don't see on this final table. They're really playing, as you said, more kind of like towards what you would see, in this high stakes arena when the big action is taking place in places like Las Vegas. A 9 out of the window, followed by another 9. Happy days for Luca. Any chips he lost, at least he's getting a few of them back. We'll be back above 4 million. There's no miracle to be had here for Flaviano. It's just less than 1%. It would take him running, I don't know what it would take. It would take running aces for a chop. There is no possibility for running 9, so that's his only hope. 3-4, I guess.
3-4.
Yeah, for the wheel. And it's Flaviano betting in position. It is a good board for him to be betting on. He just doesn't know he's facing this absolute monster by Luca. And although Luca may be tempted to raise here, he has to think about what am I going to be called by. So we'll see. I think he could have maybe gotten his opponent to bet another street. And I wouldn't mistake Flaviano's thinking for anything other than, he just wants to make sure he's doing it right. But I don't see him floating a check raise in this spot against Luca. And Flaviano getting out of the way, and Luca back up to 4.3 million. But I want to thank you for joining us, Frankie. We have our next guest here, and I want to wish you a safe trip back to United Kingdom. Best of luck in Nottingham and of course, in Las Vegas. And we'll see you back in October.
Thanks, Jason. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. So that was Frankie Chan. He is been a regular here at the Battle of Malta, but we have somebody else about to come in who's been prepared with 2 cups of something. We shall see what they are as soon as he puts the microphone on.
Hello,
Welcome,
hello.
Oscary.
Thank you for inviting me. It's really nice. It's my first time commentating on, yeah.
And you've been all week long, hanging out with Rasmus. I know he's one of your friends. How did he feel coming into today's action? Do you know?
I know Rasmus had a really good sleep last night. I know, and I think he's pretty confident. He's sitting with a good stack, and he knows he's good. And I think he's going to run really deep in this.
Run really deep, but maybe not win.
I hope he wins.
Okay.
I hope he wins. I definitely hope he wins.
It's a very interesting final table. We have 4 Italians. We have, we have Rasmus from Finland, the chip leader, Adrian from Poland, the short stack, Attila from Hungary. And it's a really nice dynamic. And, of course, we can't forget about Rob Perelman with that very colorful shirt in seat number 6, traveling all the way out from the United States. It's nice to see that you made the travel and now you have a chance to become a Battle of Malta legend. But the players have already locked up more than 12,000 apiece. But that's nothing compared to 120,000.
That's true. That's true.
One's a cheap car, and one's either like a Lambo or a cheap house.
Yeah, definitely.
But back to the action, we have Oscar opening up from under the gun with the Queen Jack, and Adrian opting to defend with the Queen 4. Open ender for Oscar, who's going to be able to represent that king a little bit better than the big blind anyway, and just takes it down here. But even if he was called, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. Backdoor flush draw, open ender.
Yeah.
Maybe your queen and jack are live too, to just a call.
But yeah, I got known to Rob. We met here, and he's a pretty good guy. He invited me to come play in Texas, and I'm pretty sure I will be going there in October.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he lives.
But
in
early October, not during the Battle of Malta, which is at the end of October, of course.
Oh, the Battle of it is Oh, it is at the end of October. That's true. I need to reschedule my trip to Texas because
Yeah, you need to reprioritize.
I cannot miss the 10-year anniversary. It's going to be really sick. Lots of players estimate that. I think it's going to be really nice.
And I think we'll have a lot more players from Finland in that one as well. I have a feeling.
Yeah, I
they
also
tend to
think-
come out in bigger numbers in the October one. Same with the Estonians. There were about 30 or 40 here, but I expect there to be more than 100 Estonians next time.
Yeah, there hasn't been many Finnish players here. In the day 3, I think there was only me and Rasmus. I'm pretty sure I don't at least know. I'm pretty sure it was only me and Rasmus in the day 3, and yeah, I was 44th in the main, and Rasmus ran really deep, and he's still going. It's really nice. It's really good.
Did you guys swap a
did.
little bit of action?
Yeah, I got a,
Okay,
it's
you
a
got
small
a
piece. A
little
small
bit of a
piece. That's why
piece.
I'm thinking that maybe I don't leave today, and I maybe have to catch the flight tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see.
It could be a fun party if Rasmus wins.
Yeah, it would be a really nice party.
But speaking of Rob, he's been a little bit of card dead. Those 4s are maybe looking like aces to him. He will be opening from early position. Rasmus quickly folding a weak ace. Nobody else showing up with anything. And may get the walk. I mean, that's the best case scenario in many ways for Rob. It's not like 4s flops very well.
Yeah, I think that Oscar will be taking this with 6-3 suited in big blind to see the flop at least and to play a bit of post flop.
And look at this, pulls ahead. So he's not going to be going anywhere to a single bet by Rob. Rob is probably going to continue to rep that queen. I won't be surprised if he checks back as well.
I think that generally Rob should bet this, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'm not really sure about the ICM spots in here. They're both pretty good stacks, and I spoke with Rasmus before I entered the booth that there are some smaller stacks as well in the table. So I think that they're gonna take it pretty easy here.
Yeah, I expect Rob to check back now. He didn't bet that big on the flop, and if his opponent didn't have a piece of the board, it was big enough to get them to fold. And it does go check, check. And an ace on the river. Perhaps Rob will try to rep the ace instead.
I think he actually should rep the ace. It's very much in his range, and I think that Oscar will be having a hard time calling with the 6 there. But we'll see.
The problem is that's not a draw heavy flop at all. And you got a call there. There is some value from the call if it was from a 2. We see it was from a 6. And it goes check, check.
Yeah, Rob checks
It would have been hard to bet there, actually. You would have had to bet big, and it's hard to bet big in that spot for reasons you just mentioned. You don't want to blow up your stack when there's a couple shorties in play.
Yeah, definitely.
What's your next poker trip?
I think I will be going to Thessaloniki in Greece in June.
For the Novi bet. I'll be there
for the
for that.
Novi bet. Yeah, you will be there.
At least Chris Carlin, who's been reporting this week, he flew over to Dublin today, but he will be reporting that. I will maybe come.
Come and play a bit and
Maybe I don't have.
enjoy the weather.
I don't have a flag from Greece yet. I'm not exactly hunting, but now Roland pointed out to me that I have a different flag every month this year, so maybe I just continue the trend for fun.
Yeah. I looked at the schedule. It looked pretty nice, and flights from Finland are affordable as well, so it would be nice to go.
I'm thinking of bringing the whole family out there. You know, just doing like a half holiday, half playing for that week.
Yeah, that's
But it's also during WSOP time, so I can't exactly take full holidays. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I have to think of that all out, but Poker Pro will be there anyway.
yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's great. Novibet's one of the partners here at the Battle of Malta, and the amount of Greek players that come, due to this partnership is fantastic. We had some nice stories last year with Zizis winning, and he won the Battle of Malta in the spring this time.
Yeah, and he was second Was it after or
The next one,
Yeah,
when
the
it
next
was
one.
like
Yeah.
thousands and thousands and thousands of players, he's on the final table again with the chip lead with like 3 players left. You know,
Yeah.
he did take second. That would have been such a nice story, but
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
But meanwhile, we have Rasmus, our hero, opening up with King 9, maybe knowing that you're commentating. I think this is the latest we've seen him open from early position, but he can get away with a little bit. As we said, everybody's playing very tight at the moment. We've seen 1 3-bet, and that was by Adrian not so long ago. And yeah, this should work. I mean, it's a deuce, 6, jack flop. Nobody with spades in the hand. Rasmus just saying, I'm repping my range. Attila, who has been actually folding in these spots mostly pre-flop, has been absolutely the tightest player at the table. But as a
Yeah.
short stack, sometimes that's how you want to go.
Yeah, and now definitely looking at the SPR, it's really hard for Attila to, even though he is very much ahead, to make the call because only got 950k behind it. There's 1.3 million in the pot, but if he is against the jack axe, it's a really tough spot.
He does actually have fold equity due to the sizing of Rasmus's bet, but I wouldn't expect Attila to think he has fold equity there.
Yeah, are you flying back in or are you going to Irish Poker Open after this? Or?
No, it's just too much. I mean, a couple of my guys are going. I may try to pop out to say hi to a few people. It is, you know, another great festival that's right after this one. But it's, yeah, it's you know, the Battle of Malta. You know, I put everything I have into it. You know, you need some rest afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a good show so far, and it's been a really nice trip for me as well, and I've enjoyed it. Gotta go back to Finland, back to school.
So you're a student.
Yeah, I study economics in Helsinki. It's my first year actually. It's going really well, and school is pretty easy, but
So a little bit of supply and demand.
yeah, a little bit of supply and demand, and
Little Keynesian.
EBITDA and other things as well. But
Before I got into this, I was a financial controller for many years.
No.
And I just got tired of doing all that and said, well, what else can I do?
now Adrian with 9s in the cutoff.
Yeah, we know he's going nowhere. It's just maybe he's thinking, do I call or 3-bet? The call is safer due to the under the gun open, due to the fact that Rasmus is deep enough to call 3-bets, unlike some of the other players. And due to the fact you also don't want to get 4-bet off the pot. But Adrian, thinking about it, this is his second 3-bet on the table. And it's only because we know what Rasmus has that it's actually likely to work. But if you compare it to what his under the gun opening range is, it's not going to work as often as you think.
Yeah, and at this moment, Rasmus is at the bottom of his very range, so it's.
And really no reason for Rasmus to stick around. It's the second 3-bet on the entire final table, both by Adrian, to be fair. One was super light with King Jack off, you know, facing, he got an ace queen to fold by Luca. And now Rasmus, if it was a different situation, you could even say, I'm just going to 4-bet you, but, you know, it's not that spot. Certainly not at the final table.
Yeah, definitely not. The pressure is really tough right now, and especially with the short stacks in play. It would be a dumb decision to start making some punts now. So.
But I have a friend that was in the chat earlier that I wouldn't be surprised if he did it, and it would work for him like 90% of the time in Tati. But you don't have too many people that are, you know, thinking, you know, this is how everybody's thinking, rather than thinking what I need to do best for myself. You know, it's it really depends, I guess. You know, some people are playing to win. Some people are playing pure on ICM. Some are playing so exploitative, you know, that they're not really thinking that much about ICM or that much about the win, but just how I can exploit everybody. So on this table, it's a very ICM conscious table. Puka getting rid of his trays. But I don't think Adrian is going to fold his pretty suited connectors from the hijack as the chip leader.
Yeah, Adrian is over. He's 120 big blinds deep.
Yeah, he
With
started
24
the day
million,
with
that's,
around 21, and now he has 24. So slowly building.
Yeah, I've had some history with Adrian playing in this exact event, and he's a very tough player, very good player.
He seems rather focused. And Attila, is this the time? He's been so patient. I almost hope he's rewarded with like a ladder up.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope that this, or I think that, yeah, this would.
He's tossing in all his time banks. You only need to use one at a time. If you need more, you can use them later. But, you know, like I think this is the shove spot. You know, I won't be surprised if he folds for other reasons, you know, but, you know, you have the chip leader actually opening.
Yeah, he's going to
from
open.
near late position.
Yeah, he's going to open very wide here.
And yeah, you know you're going to be called. You have no fold equity, but you know you got to hope for the best at some point. Nobody else is near you as short, and you've waited a long time for the cooler, but he does fold. As I said, I hope he finds a spot. It's been interesting to watch how disciplined he is.
Yeah, that is a disciplined fold. Maybe even a bit too much, but yeah.
Maybe, but we saw him open full pocket eights earlier, and
Oh yeah, yeah. I actually, I think that I saw the hand. I think Alex showed me the hand on the stream because I have to be honest. I just woke up like 1 hour ago.
yeah, that's
played
fairly
cash,
standard.
Yeah, played cash really late in the morning last night.
Did you at least win like everybody's money?
I made a good profit on the cash session. Yeah, so it's. Didn't win everybody's money, but I got some profit in my pocket. So felt good to go to hotel breakfast and after that go
That's
to skate.
good. And I saw the doors of the casino were open today, so you didn't bankrupt them in like any of the casino games either. So, and Ane's here saying, "I don't see James Paris. What happened, mate? I thought you had a seat on all final tables." I mean, that's so true. James Paris has been running like God in Malta. He's an incredible player, but, you know, to be on final table after final table after final table, winning, you also need some cards to go on your side, too. An incredible player. And, yeah, you can't be on every final table, unfortunately. And opened by Adrian, so now he's decided, let's open up the floodgates. I got away with my 10-9 suited, had a player thinking, I'm going to open a little bit wider. It wasn't an open we would have seen earlier on this final table. Maybe it's a one-off, maybe mixing it up. And Rasmus now thinking things through. We did see him fold ace-queen at one point earlier, but that was a much different situation where there was a bet and a 3-bet in front of him. Does just opt to flat, and Flaviano, maybe if you think longer, your a3 will turn into aces, but that's not how it works, and he folds.
Yeah, lots of people like to use the shark luck until it's the last seconds of it. Personally, I think that if you know you have a garbage and you're not gonna play it, why waste the 30 seconds? But I don't know. It's just some people prefer it different.
So Rasmus flopping middle pair, but still not the best of flops for him because he could actually get pushed off this. Not on a single flop bet. It depends on how aggressive Adrian decides to be here. He probably doesn't want really to go after Rasmus as well. In general terms, you don't want to give Rasmus a lot of chips. You want to see Rasmus with a lot of chips.
I would like to see this too.
But Adrian
somehow go all in at this point to see Erasmus having 82% equity, but definitely not going there. But it would be nice to see Erasmus chipping up.
And then it would be the 9 of clubs on the turn and like a 10 of spades on the river, something ridiculous, instead of just the queen coming.
Yeah, but
let's see. Hopefully it's not the 9 of spades on the turn. But it is a 10. That's even worse.
Opens up a lot. And
this will go check a lot, I think. Adrian doesn't look ready to check.
And if Adrian finds a bet here, it would be a bit tough decision for Rasmus to make the call, because if the river breaks, which it does.
I think this is going to go either check or check bet call.
Yeah, I also think, because Rasmus still blocking the nuts, blocking ace queen, and Adrian's range opening, it's still pretty wide, even though it's early position. But
let's see, is Adrian going to try for it after it was checked on the river? You can feel comfortable that Rasmus doesn't have the nuts. Ace queen could have been in a small blind calling range.
yeah, some ace queen suited, I think it will be there, but this time goes check check, and Rasmus taking the 2 million chip pot.
So Rasmus now at an all-time high at the final table, over 11 million, and Adrian, he lost a few chips, but still sitting pretty at 24.5.
Oh yeah, there's me there in the background, looking around, wondering that what is going on. I actually saw that hand live 30 minutes ago, and it was nice to see the pot going to Rasmus's way.
And although some people want to travel to the future, you were able to travel to the past.
Yeah.
So I see some people typing in Italian on the Facebook. You're more than welcome to keep joining us. I do recommend, though, that if you do want to check out from an Italian perspective in Italian, head on over to the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. There is a dedicated English stream and a dedicated Italian stream there. And for those of you that are enjoying watching in English, I still recommend you like and follow over at YouTube. There's a lot of other content outside the stream. You get to feel and live the Battle of Malta through the eyes of the players, through the eyes of Lorena and Glenn Brown and Andre, a little bit of me as well. I recommend the party video as one for sure, but all the videos are amazing. And nobody's going to believe you have kings, Adrian, but Oscar can't do anything anyway with the fives. Makes the smart fold. Attila's getting out of the way once again. And Rasmus, no reason to peel from the button. No reason to 3-bet the chip leader. And Flaviano has lots of reasons. This could be actually a big problem for him. It should be a 3-bet.
It should, and I think it will. I think it would be pretty crazy to just flat tens in the small blind, but we'll see him actually doing that and flatting the tens from the small blind. Cause
I actually don't mind it that much. You know, you need to. He's in this range where you don't really want to play a big pot. It's you want some of the other players to go out. You want to slowly accumulate chips. You don't mind playing a big pot once you have it. But if you 3-bet and you're 4-bet, you're going to be losing a lot of equity if you fold, basically, against those ace-kings, ace-queens, and now you can reevaluate at this stage. But this is a dangerous flop anyway for Flaviano. Great flop for Adrian, no ace on it. Shouldn't be afraid of any deuces from the small blind, and ace-deuce suited is not calling. Pocket fives may actually flat there. We did see a player actually fold pocket fives. That could have been a cooler. And Adrian now should be continuing. He would be continuing if he missed. We expect him to have a close to 100% C-bet ratio while he has the chip lead. There are some spots where he would probably choose to check back. This is not the hand and not the board to do it with. So 300,000 and Flaviano. Once again, I think it's just a call. You don't want to bloat this pot out of position more than it needs to be.
yeah, definitely when it's gone like this way, I think it's good to call with tens there.
And although that jack on the turn is above Flaviano's tens, he really can't get away again based on, Adrian at the moment. If it's another player that's only playing their cards, it's a different story. Then you can get away just to a single bet in these weird turn spots. but Flaviano will be checking once again, and there's really no reason for Adrian to check this back. He should be doing the opposite, trying to get as many chips in this pot as possible. He shouldn't be afraid of pocket aces, shouldn't be afraid of a deuce. Pocket jacks, maybe, but that's probably 3-betting, even though we see the 10s flatted. And pocket fives, once again, is really the only dangerous hand, and it's not enough to just check it back, really, for one particular combination of cards. 1.4 million, so I like the sizing, but in this particular case, you know, he's sizing maybe a little bit too big for Flaviano to call, but I like the fact that he's at least showing, you know, the table. If you come to the turn with me, I'm going to put some pressure on you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even that much thought, and he's thought
Yeah.
about other things that were pretty obvious before that. And this is an action killer.
This
Both
is
the third
definitely-
club and the ace, it's gonna go check, check.
Yeah, most surely gonna go check, check. But also Adrian can still think that which hands will call the flop that he is now losing to.
Ace 5,
Yeah, ace 5 I think is.
ace jack also.
And if Adrian would be betting here, I think that he would not be getting value, or which hands that would be losing to him would call it anymore. I think that
There's almost nothing.
there is nothing.
I mean, even that wheel completed, you know, if he's never going in with the 4-3 suited from the small blind, but you know, it's certainly
never.
possible that
Yeah,
another player
never.
could. So let's go check, check, and Adrian now at 27 million chips. There's 61.7 million chips in play, and nearly half of them now with 8 left or with 1 player.
That is a pretty big chip lead. If it stays like that, and when it's the last 4 or 5 left, it's going to be a lot of all-ins from Adrian against the shorter stacks. But in this spot, when it's still the full 8 left, there rarely is none.
Back to the action. Oscar, who's been a little bit quiet lately, may want to play this one. It is a min-raise, pretty king-queen suited. I wouldn't say it would be criminal to fold it, but it would be pretty close. Obviously, if you have a very loose passive table, you can think about that differently, but on this tightish pre-flop table, it's, I believe, an open 100% of the time, and Flaviano now has a decision to make. I think he should be doing anything but fold here. It's an early position open from Oscar, who hasn't been really playing a lot of hands.
Yeah, I think ace 9 off is easy fold there.
But meanwhile, Giovanni, who's lost a lot of his chips to start the day, he's kind of in danger zone with Attila at the moment.
Yeah, now I think that Luca will definitely be protecting this 7-6 suited from the big blind.
And indeed, he does. Both players with diamonds, so we could see some fireworks. Maybe not on this spot, but Luca pulls ahead, connecting with his 6. And Oscar checking it back. Okay. Oh, no.
Oh,
Well, Oscar with nothing, but Luca now has to try to figure out a way to sneak in some value here. It's going to be awfully hard for him, especially after the flop was check backed. You know, if you bet the turn, you know you're getting a lot of folds. If you check it, you have to hope that Oscar bets it, and you just check the flop. I think it's just one of those cases you have trips and you win like a min pot, basically.
yeah. But always all the pots are nice to win at this stage. But I think now it's
But look at
Oscar
this.
making the call with just king high.
Yeah, this I did not see coming.
Definitely don't know it, but don't want to see a king or queen on the river here. And it is a 4, so I think it will just go bet fold most often here.
You would think that, but after he calls the turn, maybe he thinks his king high is good. Like, the only thing he could be betting is a 6, you know, otherwise, you know, there are some, you know, basically it would have been a good spot to bet after it was checked back on the flop, so you never know.
Yeah, it would be crazy to see Luca value betting this 6 and Oscar making the call with king high on the river, but
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but
I really doubt it as well.
I've had those reads before where I'm like, I think you have like Jack 10, you know, and a Queen 9 3 flop where, you know, you have you have
all
King
the
10
work,
and
yeah.
going, you know, you have one blocker or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was called down 2 nights ago by somebody with a jack, but they were pretty far off to my full house.
And Oscar using a one-time bank here and really having a
You
really
gotta
thinking
save those
about it.
up because I don't think you get those back. I don't think you get more at the breaks and stuff. I'll find that out when we're on break. But I think what you have in front of you is what you have, and you want to save those in case you make it to the final 3 or 4.
Yeah, but ends up folding the king queen there. Doesn't wanna try to look a hero. When you were giving a commentary on the 2023 Kulbet Open in Bratislava, I made a one call with queen high to one board, and then you told the stream that I think that their graphics are wrong, but they weren't wrong, and I made a funny call there, but it was.
And that was with the
Yeah, but
legendary Stig Moon.
Yeah, but
Shout out to him.
but it wasn't. It wasn't definitely not this deep in the stage.
I had to skip that one last year, but I'll probably pop up this year to check it out. I like the guys there too. I mean, I mostly like the Cool Bear. Fuck everybody else. It's just the Cool Bear that I like. You know, I don't like people. I'm completely antisocial. I don't talk to anyone.
Yeah, never see you talking to anyone.
For those that don't know me, I'm being completely sarcastic.
I can confirm that here.
So folding all the way around to the small blind, and Luca waking up with an ace. Happy days, but has the chip leader, the worst spot in the entire tournament. It's not a hand that flops super well, but that has a lot of strength to it at the same time. So I won't be surprised if he just limps.
Yeah, and he does limp, and Adrian looking at 7-3 offsuit. I think this will go to a.
Yeah, we haven't seen him pump up, you know, with these marginal holdings, you know, even though he's in position. But while we say that, look what's happening.
Yeah, just I was about to say, but this time we're wrong in both. But he raises to 700, and now Luca facing a decision here. It's always tough to think about these spots when the chip leader is right next to you, and he can be doing this with value, or he can just be pushing you around. And
well, what do you do in this spot? You know, it's so hard. Like you don't want to 3-bet in this spot, even if you think you're probably ahead. To call, and then you're playing out of position.
I think
it seems like the most logical move, but you know, I can advocate for a fold if this is the first time he's doing it too.
I think still when I would be 22 big blinds deep there, I would with ace-8 off. I think that sometimes I would find some raises there, and sometimes with some limps,
but not a jam.
I wouldn't jam 22 big blinds at this spot. I think it would be.
So you'd raise it to
I
like
think it would
8 big blinds or something?
It would be a bit ICM suicide. I think with 8 big blinds there, I would think about it differently. But
well, what would your 3-bet sizing be?
Yeah, and I think it depends on the stack sizes around the table. And
because I think you're 3-betting, you're bloating the pot too, right? So, you know, you have the chip leader that's likely going to call you in position anyway. And then you get a flop like this, what do? I guess if you're Luca, you check raise out of nowhere. But, you know, in normal conditions, I'm not quite sure.
This is
This is the first fancy play we've seen, actually, to this degree, and I'm loving it. I mean, Luca's ahead, and he's doing this. And Adrian now shaking his head. Maybe my 7-3. Maybe this was the bad spot to do it in. And Luca taking full advantage and up to 6.5 million.
That was
Luca's had a nice run so far. He started the day the second lowest in chips with 2.15 million, now up to 6.5. Meanwhile, Giovanni, who started with 4.7, we saw he was at around 7-8 big blinds, and I don't know what Attila has left, but it has to be like 3 big blinds or something similar to that. We'll see in a second if he decides to take a few seconds to look at his cards like we've seen him do on several occasions. It's hard to be as patient as he is. I would have definitely not been as patient. And I'm not talking about the 8s where I just would have played it differently. I just mean in other spots as well.
Yeah, and now Attila under the gun.
Ooh,
4
happy
big blinds deep with
days.
ace queen suited. This is definitely going in.
Happy days. And the hoodie over the neck, over the mouth. Trying to stay as a statue, but he's looking a little uncomfortable there. But nobody waking up with anything.
I think this will come down to the blinds if they find a hand to call, and
Luca folding his ducks.
I think
Adrian out of the way, and Oscar.
with king 7 off in the
I
big
mean, he
blind.
may feel he's priced in. You know, like it's still like if you're looking at it from a chip EV point of view, it's a call.
Yeah, definitely from chip EV point, but I think that he is going to make the call, and we're gonna see.
Okay, so we have Attila with the ace queen at risk. He could be the first player out, or we could have the start of a Cinderella story. He did double up once with ace 8 against 10s. It was the only all-in that we've had so far. Now he has to fade a king 7 offsuit. He'd be thrilled to see an ace right out of the window. And it's not the flop that Attila wants to see, but he's still ahead. Needs to now fade an 8 as well. And the 4 diamonds on the turn ruins the backdoor flush draw. Just needs the board to pair or to brick otherwise. And it does pair the board. So Attila with the second double up at the final table. Still doesn't have a lot of chips, but that 2 million is much better than having that 4 big blinds he started the hand with.
Yeah, definitely 10 big blinds there. When you shove under the gun and you face 7 opponents, basically, even though it's a 4 big blind shove and you're sitting with a very premium ace queen suited there, it's always your heart is beating out of your chest when you're in this stage of the tournament and in the all-in situation.
But now he's straight into the big blind, so he'll be down to 9 big
He'll
blinds, sort of
yeah.
8, you know. So he needs to try to get something on this orbit or the next one, or it's just going to be a cycle. I get down to 4 big blinds and double up to 10. That's not how you're going to win the tournament. It's how you can stick around for a little while.
Yeah. But not the shortest stack anymore, as you see in the screen. Giovanni with 6.9 big blinds left.
And we had some Giovanni fans in the stream earlier.
And now Rasmus waking up with kings.
Hello, Cowboys. I think he's going to fold him.
I would run straight and ask him, what are you doing?
Then I think we can say, are the graphics okay?
Yeah, then I would definitely ask that the first time. And Luca waking up with queens on the cutoff. This is going to be...
And he just works so hard to get those chips. This is... I mean, I know what you're rooting for, but this is such a heartbreaking spot for him. I mean, he has to 3-bet. He's going to get 4-bet, and then he has a decision to make.
Yeah.
But at least a good chunk of his stack is going to come in before we see a flop, if not the entire thing.
Yeah.
And he's going to be so far behind. It's going to be happy days for Rasmus, assuming it holds. I just don't see how this hand plays out, that we're not getting the chips in. And here we go. There's the 3-bet to nearly 1.1 million.
And Attila waking up with ace-10 suited. I think at this point...
No, we've seen him fold.
Yeah,
like,
I think...
it's so much that this is just going to be... I'm going to think for a second, and good luck, guys. Have fun.
Yeah. That is true. And when not seeing so many 3-bets in the final table, you said this is the third 3-bet or fourth 3-bet in the...
It's like the third or fourth.
Yeah, the
now.
third or the fourth. Yeah, so I think ace-10 suited when Rasmus opens early position and look at 3-bets him with... I think it's easy fold ace-10 there.
Rasmus, though, thinking about not whether he's going to 4-bet, but how much he's going to 4-bet. He's looking at his opponent's stack, I believe, right now without really seeing what exactly he's looking at, trying to get a visual count,
Yeah.
understanding things like SPR and the whatnot. We had a little bit of background noise behind us, so I will turn our room into a sauna for a few minutes.
Yeah,
and
it's
close the door.
completely fine. I'm from Finland, so I'm getting used to it. So.
But we don't have the like frozen pond to run into right
Yeah,
after we're
we
in the
don't.
sauna.
We don't. It's a beautiful, beautiful day outside here in Malta.
So Rasmus, let's see what it is. We're blocked by Omar, the fantastic TV table dealer, who I have commentated on many times when he's dealing, one of the best in Europe. And we have a 4-bet to, and then we have a 5-bet. It's all in. So let's get this done. Let's see if Luca can get some live. We have Rasmus actually so nervous in the booth at the moment. He wants one thing. I mean, when I was asked earlier who am I rooting for, I said I have to be impartial, but I wouldn't mind seeing Rasmus win. He's a super nice guy. But let's see. Can Luca get there with his queens, or is this going to be showers? It's a 9 ace jack flop, 2 diamonds. It's only Rasmus with the diamonds, so it's irrelevant. There are some backdoors that would help the queens. That is one of them, but it doesn't really help him too much considering now he needs a 10 with Rasmus having that cowboy set, and it's the 4 of spades on the river. We have a fist pump here by Oskari. Probably some handshakes going on by Luca. Nice heartfelt hug to Rasmus, showing tremendous sportsmanship. But it's Luca Tornorelli out in 8th place for 12,760 euros. And meanwhile, everybody else, including Attila, who's just had nothing the whole time, have made nearly another 4,000 euros because the top 7 have been guaranteed 16,670 euros. So everybody at the table was rooting for Rasmus, except for Luca, of course. But now we've lost our balance as well. We had a half Italian final table.
Yeah, and I think that at that point when Atis folded the ace 10 and getting the pay jump, it's must be feeling good for him, and also to Giovanni as well, being it's a short stack and getting the pay jump as well.
I love that the graphics now show like exact chip count. In the past, it would just be 18 million. On most streams, like once it gets under 1 million, it's really hard to tell what they have as well.
And now I think that when Rasmus chipped up to almost 90 big blinds, 80 big, no, how much is it? 20 million? 80 to 90 big blinds, I think that.
Wait a second. We have some fireworks going. It is nearly 90 big blinds, opening with the ace-6. Giovanni's turn for the Cowboys. So once Rasmus with the Cowboys, he's going to have to call this once against the Cowboys. I mean, maybe he doesn't have to. It's almost another million to call into a pot of 2.2, but I think he's getting the right odds and can afford the chips. So let's see.
And he makes the call. And we saw Rob folding 1 ace, so
Giovanni is standing up. He's hoping no bad beat, no bad beat. We have Oskari hoping for that bad beat, so more chips come Rasmus's way. Same with the rest of the table. But let's see if Cowboys win in back-to-back all-ins or not. And it's a 9, queen, 8 flop, so safe for Giovanni. Rasmus needing an ace, and that's some backdoors to the straight. Or a 6 now. He got the 6, so a 6 or an ace for the win. Otherwise, we have a double up for Giovanni. And the king of spades giving top set to Giovanni, doubling up in style. Rasmus taking a minor hit, but after he just eliminated Luca, he's still sitting very pretty with 16.75 million, Oskari.
yeah, definitely wasn't the worst scenario or worst thing to lose the.
So outside you and Rasmus, who would you say the top, let's say, poker players in Finland are under the age of 30?
Under the age of 30.
Yeah, so we can't include Patrick and Joni and those guys.
On the very top, I would definitely say Casimir Seire.
Okay.
But he hasn't. He's mostly playing, I think, online. But Casimir Seira, I would say, to be on the top 5 list. It's hard for me to actually say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But in the top 5, I would say there would be Casimir Seira, Luka Sorainen.
Yeah, Luka. I didn't realize, how old is Luka though? He's close to 30.
Luka is 1 year older than me, so he was born in 2001. I think
Okay.
he was born in 2001,
younger
if I
than I
remember
thought, actually.
correctly. Yeah, and then under 30 years old, I want to say Roope Tarmi is also really good. I'm not sure if he's already over 30
think
or
he's
if
over 30.
he's over
Yeah,
30.
he's
Yeah,
on my
I'm not
list.
so sure, but yeah. But if I would still say, I'd say yeah, Casimir Seira, Luka Sorainen. And now after this, I would love to put Rasmus on the list as well.
No, Rasmus has had some results too in the live realm.
Yeah, definitely. And he's been, if you look at his hand-on in the past, 1.5 years ago, he won his first hand-on like live cash, and now he's been running really good. And also, I would like to say, I would like to shout out Vili Värtinen here and also
Yes.
Axel Sarniala. I will say those two guys. Definitely, I will be getting some hate in the chat probably if some guys know them, but it's hard for me now to say the top 5. But
Rupe, I have so many fun stories with over the years. We have a weird friendship. It's a good friendship, but when he has chips, I say, yeah, you've been playing good today. And then when he takes like a bad beat or something, and he comes and we talk about, so you played bad. It's like him understanding the sarcasm.
yeah. And now on the flop of 8 Jack Deuce Rainbow, Rasmus with 7-3 suited against Flaviano's Ace King off.
Well, now a flush draw here for no, that's an ace of spades and not an ace of clubs, but a Broadway draw. I'm not sure why Flaviano decided not to bet that flop. Now it makes it a little bit easier for Rasmus to bet, but he did check because he'd be,
Yeah, I think Rasmus doesn't wanna.
because the queen would have been a good card for the big blind, not the usual scenario with the completion here. And is Rasmus now going to say, well, I have the 10. It's put Flaviano actually in a weird spot knowing what he has. It is the only way Rasmus can win the hand, though. So let's see. He does opt to just say, you got it.
Just check, and Ace King will be taking the 1.1 million small pot home, and
That's still not a bad scenario. I think if Rasmus bet, he would have had to have let it go.
yeah, I think so. It would be even though you're blocking some straights, but I think that if Rasmus would bet that, it would most often go to fold.
So I'm guessing we should be approaching a break relatively soon. I've kind of lost track of time. But
Yeah,
maybe we have a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think because there was supposed to be the 15-minute break there, but
After this level, though, there'll be one after every 90-minute level, I believe, or the levels will go down to 45 minutes after one more player hits the rail. So it's going to be a different dynamic in terms of when the breaks will be. And then I'm not sure if there's a dinner break scheduled, so I'll try to find out all that information on our first break.
yeah.
Dinner breaks and stuff like that are usually going to be up to the players on a final day. How long do you want it? When do you want it? That type of stuff. But
Yeah, I think the table can agree on it. And I will be actually. I think that I need in 1.5 hours. I need to leave to the airport. I have a flight to catch at 8 p.m. and it's coming 5 p.m. here in Malta.
So I appreciate you actually joining us this late.
Definitely.
We don't want to give you a sweat to the flight, but
Yeah,
the airport's not very far, at least.
Yeah, it's nice to be up here, and I'm very it's very nice for you to invite me here. It's been a good time so far. And now when I'm about to leave here, I think soon I want to see Rasmus still sitting at the table because the stream is coming the 30-minute delay, so I don't want to see him standing up behind the rail or what happened. Don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm up at one floor above, as you know, but if I really want to take a peek, I can kind of
Yeah, you
look
can
out the
actually
window.
see.
But
Luckily, I can't. So
I've intentionally made my screens in a way that I can't see unless I'm really, really trying to.
yeah, I think it's nice to sweat here while giving the commentary. So
Rasmus might be opening up the button now that he has chips. He's going to be doing this a little bit more often, and it is a min raise with the Queen 6 offsuit. Fabiano, once again, just because he's pausing doesn't mean he's playing. If he does have a read on Rasmus, though, it's not the worst spot to 3-bet, but only if you have like a specific read or something.
yeah, not the worst, but seeing the
But Giovanni just snapping it in. Look at this, and it's gonna work. I mean, with his stack, I actually like this. It's the right play.
it is.
And Rasmus is gonna have to let go. He's just asking for posterity, showing that he's thinking about it a little bit. Perhaps making sure that it wasn't actually a jam that he has to call. Like if it was a 2 million jam, then he actually does have something to think about.
Yeah, but that was 3 million, so over 15 big blinds there. So I think it's.
And we have another Finn watching us, a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, and Teresa Nuzianen. So a shout out to Teresa. Teresa decided, let's get Oscar up here before he goes to the plane. We got Rasmus on the final table in second place at the moment. Shout out to Milas and to Jonathan also watching. Unfortunately, there are no Estonians or Maltese on this final table, but I hope you stick around, check out some of the action. It's been a really fun event this time around. It usually is. I should say it always is, but this one, new theme, new feature table home. And I'm really looking forward to the preparations that this was all about so that October can be even bigger than what we've seen last October when, let's say, the house was sold out. You know, it was really nice to see.
It was a big event, and I'm really excited for the October's event as well. I'm definitely coming back then, and I think that I will be coming back in September. When it's there's this the festival series that's also being hosted here.
Ah, okay. I don't think it's here though, but in Malta.
But yeah, I think it's in
The
Malta.
EPT, the EPT is
Yeah,
coming
the
here,
EPT is
so
there,
I'm coming to that to play actually.
You're
But
coming to play, yeah,
not the
EPT.
main event, but the mixed games.
Yeah, that's nice.
Mostly cash probably, but there's some nice mixed game tournaments. So we have Rasmus 3-betting now. This is interesting. Rasmus now pulling out all the tricks from his sleeve with the chips in his hand. And I actually love this because, not because of what we see Rob has, but because we could see how many chips that Rob has. And Rob doesn't want to be the next player to the rail. And King Queen is going to be a little light.
Yeah.
You know, it's really like an Ace Queen is where you decide if I'm going to just go for it or not.
Yeah.
So Rasmus with a nice read there. He can't see the cards, even though we can. At least I hope not.
Would be quite shocking if after this there would be a scenario where, I mean, that Rasmus would see the cards.
And Teresa's in the south of France right now, where the weather must be fantastic. I got a call from my wife yesterday. I mean, the weather was nicer in Vilnius when I left than it was in Malta when I arrived. And I'm like, how are things going? Oh, yeah, we had a little snow. I'm like, we didn't have snow all winter. What do you mean we had snow? It's the end of April or middle of April, whatever it might be.
I think in Finland now it's.
Well, hold on here. We have a jam here by Attila. We could have him facing his third showdown. Oh my, this could spell problems. Rasmus, the man here, with the pocket tens. It's just a matter of whether he's going to 3-bet to isolate. I think he's just going to call to be, in case somebody else wakes up with something that raises over him.
Yeah.
It does just call, so we could be looking at showers for Attila. He's going to need a lot of help. So we have 4s versus 10s. And so far, the 10s are ahead on the queen 7, queen flop, 2 diamonds. Oh my God, a 4 on the turn. What is going on here? Wow, 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 wow. Attila, the man, just no matter what, he's folding, 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 folding. Ace 8 against 10s. He was ahead on that second one, I don't remember. But now 4s against 10s. The true Cinderella story. At the expense of Rasmus, but he's taking it well. Wasn't a lot of chips for him.
Yeah, he takes it well, and he understands it that it's of course Attila pushes there 5 big blinds, or 6 big blinds what he had, and luckily this wasn't a big pot, and I think Rasmus also knows it.
He would have been near the chip lead though if he won that pot.
would have been near the chip lead. Yeah,
As you can see the stacks here now, Adrian's dominating stack he started the day with before Rasmus basically doubled in a way, but it was more just eliminating Luca. Shot up the ranks, but it's always been Adrian in the lead, but that lead was almost just a few million. And once again, it was just really Attila that wanted that 4 to come. Everybody else would have been fist pumping internally.
Everyone else was hoping that to not see the 4 or the turn or on the river.
An open by Flaviano and Adrian thinking it through. I won't be surprised to see a 3-bet just because we saw him do it in a similar spot before. He hasn't been 3-betting wild. And it is a 3-bet to 1.1. And it looks like this is going to get all the way through. Flaviano, open with ace 3 suited. It's fine from the hijack, but you can't be calling a 3-bet. You can't be 4-betting unless you have unlimited amount of money and you don't mind burning some.
Yeah.
You can see Andy Tillman and Nino there in the background. Shout out to both of them. It's been the smoothest ever Battle of Malta from an organizational point of view. And the 2 gentlemen you saw there are one of the biggest reasons. But of course, it comes down to trusting, your floor. The floor is all amazing here. And the dealers, they've been working a lot of hours. They're trying their best. They're, it's bound that somebody's going to make a mistake some of the time because of the amount of time they're putting in. But when you have good floor, you have good understanding players.
Yeah.
Even those situations were less than what I would have seen at other places, let alone less what I've seen compared to other Battle of Malta. So a massive shout out to, to all the dealers, to all the floor, to Andy, to Nino, Jose, Katarina, Jen. I'm probably going to leave out a million names, so apologize, and I'm just going to stop now. But you're all amazing people. I enjoyed having a dance with you all at the staff party last night before going to bed early and being a good boy, as much as I wanted to stay. You can't always do what you want, though, At least that's what the Rolling Stone says.
Yeah.
So we have Rasmus back in action, a little bit loose from him from under the gun. He's opening the range. King 3 suited is, I don't think, an open there, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I think that Rasmus just wants to push the pedal and start to be a bit more aggressive now that he has some room to be aggressive with the 75-80 big blind stack there.
Yeah, I guess that explains it all, because the stack size is a little different, and he sees that Adrian is, once in a while will be a little bit aggressive, but he's more or less approaching this the same as an outer table at this stage, playing mostly like a chip EV.
Yeah.
Not punishing ICM that much. We've seen a couple of spots where he certainly has, but it's not been the main focus of his plan of the day, at least in this stage. He just doesn't want to blow up his stack, it seems. And slowly increasing it, which is also good. The strategy is working out quite well for him.
Yeah. And now we'll see if Attila wakes up as the shortest, or is he the shortest stack now, or did Giovanni pass him when he...
I'm not sure. We can take a look.
I think they are pretty pretty even stacks now. I think it's
Yeah, and Rob lost a good portion of his stack as well. Rob started today in third place with nearly 8 million. He's been pretty card dead, but still smiling.
yeah.
And Rasmus, is he going to isolate a little bit here
Yeah,
from the
I
big
was
blind?
about to say that I wouldn't be surprised if Rasmus would find some raises here with Queen 4 off. And he actually pushes.
Wow, what just happened here? It was a jam by Rasmus out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was
And
also
Rob
about to say
calling.
what is going on because I saw him taking the 100.
Wow. So Rob in an amazing spot. Rasmus needs a queen or something else. Oh my. So
Oh,
Rasmus,
Rasmus
with the
with the
flush
Queen
draw
of Hearts.
and a king of clubs. So a queen or a heart. Otherwise, Rob doubles up. Rob can breathe a sigh of relief, but now Rasmus has doubled up 2 players. Once
Yeah.
with 10s against 4s, and that way the most powerful hand in Queen 4 against 4s. But apparently, he should not be playing hands when opponents have 4s.
Yeah, I think that hand was out of my experience and definitely out of my league. I don't know. It's just I don't know
I
if they
think he
have
could
some.
have raised.
I don't know if they have some history or what and.
It doesn't seem that way, at least from what I've seen on this table. This is the first time the two have kind of interacted actually in a hand as far as I remember. I mean, obviously it's a long 5-day event, so you have
Yeah.
day 3, day 4, where, yeah, a lot of these players have already played together, you know, throughout, especially near the closing moments of yesterday. They also played on the unofficial final table yesterday before Gabriele Caro went out in 9th place for €10,200. That was when the day ended, so we can have the production for the 8 max
Yeah.
final table today. Now it's Giovanni's turn with Queen 4, but his is suited. As we've learned, Queen 4 is the new aces, you know, but maybe if it's suited, it's more like Jack 5.
Yeah.
So Adrian now with Jack 10 offsuit. These are the kind of opens I would expect from the chip leader.
Yeah, and I think that the players are now getting onto the 15-minute break.
Yeah, so and we're not going to have that much time when the break comes, so I do want to thank you and also Frankie as well, Frankie Chan, who joined us a bit earlier, right before you came in.
Yeah.
And we're going to have other guests throughout the day, but I know you're going to have a flight to catch.
Yeah, I have a flight to catch. I need to go pack my stuff in the hotel. It's in 3 hours the plane is leaving, so I think I will be leaving to the airport almost.
But maybe you'll have
immediately
Wi-Fi on the
after.
airplane.
Yeah, I hope that I could watch it, but unfortunately, I think Ryanair does not
Yeah,
does
good
not
luck with
support
that.
Wi-Fi yet. So I think that when I land, I'll go straight to see what
You can
what the
catch up as
results
well
are.
because YouTube allows you to rewind.
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
should
I
like
can.
and subscribe.
Yeah, I can watch that.
But thank you very
Watch
much,
the live
everybody.
later.
The blinds will be going up to a 250K big blind, and we'll be back very soon. I was with Oscar and Frankie earlier. We'll get people like Glenn Brown and whatnot up here during the next portion. But thank you again, and see
And
you guys
yeah,
soon.
thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure, and I'll definitely would do this another time as well. Thank you, Jason.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and the action has just gotten underway after the break with blinds and going up to 150,000, 300,000. So all those stacks at the 200K level that were sitting pretty now basically have a lot less effective big blinds. And Rob right away getting into the mix with ace 4 from the cutoff, opening for 500,000. So either the big blinds are wrong or that bet sizing was wrong, but we'll find out soon enough. But I believe the blinds were correct there, but let's see. No, it is 250. So we need to get that graphic corrected. It's 100, 250. And once again, we're on a 90-minute clock until one player is eliminated, and then at 6 players, it'll either be 45 minutes or 60 minutes. That will be confirmed with me shortly. But I'll message that the graphics need to be corrected. So the chip counts will be slightly off until this will be fixed, because they're calculating right now off the 150, 300 big blinds. But we can see it is something else. Rob would not be allowed to raise to 500,000. So Rasmus with the ace-10 is behind Rob's open with the 8-9 suited after Rob flopping middle pair. Rob is reaching out for some chips to continue. It is for 300,000. And Rasmus, who's been on a roller coaster ride, he had a lot of chips, and then he doubled up 2 opponents, one where he got it in good with 10s against 4s. And Rasmus opting to float and now has a flush draw with his ace-10. Meanwhile, Rob doesn't just have middle pair anymore. He has a gut shot to the straight. And let's see if Rob can find another bet here. No, he does check. Now is Rasmus going to bet out his flush draw or do something else? And it does look like Rasmus has bet something. And it's a big bet of 2.15 million, so this should get the job done. I mean, Rob with just middle pair, is he really going to want to risk that much of his stack? We could see that he's ahead. But Rasmus trying to turn his 35% equity into 100%, and he gets the job done. So Rasmus making some moves up to nearly 13 million in chips. And we have some tea by Andre. Thank you. Some real tea with lemon. We have 7 players remaining. We've had the same chip leader throughout the day, and Adrian Zimichad from Poland. Rasmus Lindstrom has been in second place the entire time. Rasmus Lindstrom. The only player we have lost thus far was Luca Tonarelli with queens against kings held by Rasmus, and he exited in 8th place for 12,760. And meanwhile, Rob has suited connectors and spades again. This time they're a little bit higher. And Dudisman raised it, and it looks like we have the blinds corrected in the graphic as well. So thank you for the quick reaction to the MST team. And so far, Rob is not getting any pushback. Adrian, as the chip leader, may decide to peel from the small blind. I wouldn't even be surprised if he 3-bet or folded from the small blind, but let's see what he has in mind. There are some short stacks in play. And does just peel, and let's see if Oscar comes along for the ride. Adds another blind. So there's already 1.75 million in the pot. And nobody really hitting too big of a piece of that flop. Actually, Adrian with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw, but really it's garbage for everyone, but it hits Rob's range. So let's see if Rob can find a continuation bet. Not this time around. He's worried about that call that happened from the small blind, perhaps. And the 4 clubs on the turn makes Adrian's hand even prettier. And we can see that a 7 and 6 are live, but even if he doesn't factor that in, the 5 would complete a straight, and then any club would complete a flush. So checks back around to Rob. Is it going to be a delayed c-bet, or is it going to check all the way through? Right now, he does have the best hand. Opts to let it be, and it's the 7 of hearts on the turn, one of the cards that Adrian needed. So Adrian with the check mark. It doesn't mean he's going to be betting here. In fact, he should be checking, and indeed he does, and Oscar checking back, and now it's really hard for Rob to rep that he's done anything after he also checked on the turn. So it checks all the way through, and it's Adrian with the call from the small blind with the 7-6 suited getting there on the river. And the rich get richer once again, 27.65 million in chips for Adrian. Now, for those of you that have missed the action, of course, you can rewind over on YouTube, but I would recommend also checking out the battleofmalta.com blog, where Alec Gillies and Jonathan Rabb are busy reporting. Christopher Carlin was also joining them as part of that group as well. We'll be getting both of them into the booth at some point today, along with Mr. Glenn Brown, who's been interviewing the players hitting the rail. So far, it's just been the one and Luca Tornorelli. Rob with suited connectors again, but this time 4-3 and from under the gun, quickly in the muck, but it'll be a different story for Flaviano. With the pocket 10s from the hijack and open 100% of the time. And it's a min raise for Flaviano. A little bit too late for Adrian. And Oscar with the 7-6, also in the muck. And Attila, we've seen him playing very tight. I won't be surprised if he opts not to defend. I'll be more surprised if he decides to defend, even though that's what a lot of players would do in this spot. But he's playing it tight to the vest, saving those chips. He still has 10 big blinds. He still has some open fold. He still has some fold equity from an open shove. Perhaps in some cases a 3-bet shove, depending on the situation. And bomb pot, folks. We have a dealer change. Yep, wrong tournament, I guess, for that. Been seeing a lot of bomb pots in the cash game area, though. And here's a look at the chip stack. So it's Oscar and Attila and Giovanni all kind of bunched together under 3 million. Flaviano, Rob with some breathing room. Rasmus keeping his second place status throughout the final table so far, and Adrian likewise keeping his table captain status so far through this event up until this point at the final table. Rasmus opening up his king-queen off. From under the gun. Flaviano back to thinking about when he wants to fold, not thinking about what to do. There is a time clock of 20 seconds pre-flop, so it's more than acceptable for him to take 5-7 seconds if he wants to use that for later stages when he does need to think. Of course, from a viewer's perspective, it's nicer when you see some fast action, but there's a lot of money on the line. And if it's being patient helps you, then more power to you. But we may have a new guest coming in. I'm not quite sure yet. In a couple minutes, we'll be patient for the surprise. But while he's out of the room, I'm going to give a spoiler really quick. While he can't hear me, it's Mr. Glenn Brown. So get ready for the volume to come up, the excitement to be pumped in. Glenn has gotten his full voice back, I believe. We're pretty close to it. We're at about 90%, but that's 90% better than 0. We'll take it. So Flaviano with the king-3. These short stacks need to start waking up with some cards, but meanwhile it's Adrian, the chip leader, with the ace-10 suited from the hijack that will be first to open. And Oscar will fold his rags. Attila with the Brunson, that we know where that's going. Rest in peace, Doyle. And Rob with a weaker ace quickly folds. I love the way Rob plays. He already knows what he's going to do. And I believe we have our special guest that nobody knows who he is, of course, is about to join us. But we're going to give the surprise. Welcome, Mr. Glenn Brown, our host of the Battle of Malta. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Jason. How are we?
It's been a fantastic final table thus far. I have a fantastic seating area myself. I have my own private floor, it seems.
I can tell. This is great. It's like a VIP room. How have I not seen this lovely VIP room? I could do with sitting up here.
That's why I don't. They don't want you up here alone. They don't know what you might be up to in the VIP room.
It's been great. I've been watching the stream. Well done. It's been good. I know you've had a couple of guests already. Frankie Chan's been up.
Yeah, Frankie and Oscar.
Oscar's been up as well.
Yeah, Oscar Pira.
But how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. You know, it's interesting to watch Adrian's approach as chip leader. You know, he's picking his spots, but he's not trying to run over the table quite yet. He's slowly growing. So he has a good strategy that's working for him. Our roller coaster man, Rasmus, though, he's been in second the entire time despite this massive roller coaster ride. But he had a nice upward trend and almost got near Adrian before losing with 10s to 4s and then something else to 4s as well shortly after to double up 2 opponents.
I did see that. It's a fun final table, I must admit. It's I've been watching it downstairs live. It's been very, very good.
But meanwhile, we have some action. We have Oscar jamming with the ace-jack. I mean, it's pretty standard. Hijack, 10 big blinds. Is anybody going to wake up to anything, or is he going to be up to it? Oh, no. Rasmus with the ace-king. Too bad Oscar is not here. He'd be loving every second of this one. But ace-king, you know what's going to happen.
Oh, this is going in, I think.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether it's a call or a shove or a raise because his opponent to his right and Flaviano in the big blind doesn't have a big stack himself. So it all kind of represents the same.
This is going to cause carnage, I think.
We could be down to 6 so unless there's some magic on the board. I don't see Rasmus folding in a million years.
No, he's not. He's not comfortable doing his king there.
This is more Hollywooding for the opponent he has behind. So while the chip count was happening, I think he was thinking more about what Flaviano would do. But Rasmus either called or he shoved over the top. It's irrelevant at this stage because we have Rasmus against Oscar. Rasmus far ahead. Oscar needing some love, maybe some hearts and spades. Those are live. He needs 4 of those. Maybe some Broadway can happen, but otherwise it's the jack that he wants to see.
He needs a jack and only a jack, really. I can't see.
And it's a 3-8 queen board, so dry off the start. 5 of diamonds on the turn, so now it's exactly what Glenn said. A jack and only a jack. Is there any river magic? No, it's the king of diamonds.
King for Erasmus, look at that.
So Oscar Arezzo out in 7th place for 16,670 euros. So congratulations for that. I mean, that's a nice run.
What a great run. I mean, it was a huge field.
Yeah, massive.
I mean, to make any final table, I've just interviewed Luca earlier on who went out, and yeah, it's a huge field. I know he's very disappointed, and everyone we talked to today is going to be disappointed when they go out of this unless they win it. But it's still what an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, it's rather sick to do that, you know, and basically now the final 6 people are sitting pretty. I mean, they started the day locking up 12,760 euros. Now they locked up 22,500 euros, and it only goes up and up and up from there.
It's a big lockup. I mean, it's a nice prize pool, isn't it?
Yeah,
and they've done really well.
And the other short stacks have to be thrilled at this stage that they're down to 6, that they got that ladder.
It's a big ladder. I mean, it's like most tournaments guys try and ladder up. You watch even the amateur guys play. They're trying to ladder up. You watch them in short stacks, and a bit like me last night in Hyper.
Yeah, congratulations again. 4th place finish, nearly
Thank
a podium, nearly matching Mr. Rab's achievement in winning that event a few nights before.
That was my dream. That was my dream. To try and beat Jonathan Rab last night. It was I was desperate to do it for him. It was really, really good.
But are we losing you already, Glenn?
I'm not sure, actually. I think I might have to go and do just a quick... I will come back.
But let's stick for this hand.
Let's stick for this hand. Ace, Queen, Ace, 6 for Adrian.
Because we could see some carnage here between the 2 chip leaders. I mean, I think Rasmus will 3-bet and Adrian will fold, but Rasmus may decide for some pot control and just call. And that's exactly what he did. So if an ace comes now, it could be a big, big, big pot. I mean, I don't expect them to just go all in because of ace at this stage, but still, I don't expect much folding to reasonably sized bets if there's an ace coming.
No.
But there's no ace, no
Check
drama.
right.
Rasmus still ahead, has that backdoor flush draw to boot the 2 overcards, but neither player hitting this. And especially after Adrian bets, Rasmus now can take control of the dialogue of this hand.
It's a good player, Rasmus.
He's a WSOP Circuit Tallinn champion. I met him over in Tallinn, either last year or the year before. It's hard to remember. Oscar, I've seen around quite a lot. The guy that was in the booth. They're both super friendly guys. They travel a lot together, it seems.
Adrian plays a lot of places as well. I was talking to...
Is it Adrian or Adrian? I've been calling him Adrian because I thought that was a Polish.
I think it's Adrian
because that's a Polish translation. Yeah. But meanwhile, the turn card provides other opportunities for Adrian. I mean, not so many more. Some of those 7s are in fact dead. But he has something different in mind, and I really don't see why Rasmus wouldn't believe this. It's... But Rasmus is he's played millions of hands as well, so if he thinks it's right, and that King of Hearts on the turn is often going to go check, check, so shows what I know.
Oh, we'll see what happens here. Is he going to try and nick Adrian? Is he thinking what size to put in to try and maybe get Rasmus off? Thinking about maybe what he's called him with originally?
I just don't think he wants to be playing pots against Rasmus. He's been avoiding him basically the entire day. Rasmus the same. The 2 chip leaders are showing each other a lot of respect.
Yep.
And I don't expect Rasmus to do anything but check. He has amazing showdown value. The nuts that aren't connected to the board.
Yeah, did you say it was going to check, check? Yeah, there was no point.
No, not for either player. And Rasmus should be happy to take it.
Adrian could have been...
He could have taken it, but it's very hard to bet in that spot.
Very hard. Jason, I know it was only short and sweet. I will be back. Give me 5-10 minutes. I've got to take a very quick meeting and I'll be straight back. It's always busy at the Battle of Malta being the host.
Yeah, it's always busy. You got to be everywhere at one time, so I appreciate the few minutes we had.
I will pop back up as soon as I get 2 seconds and I will come up and say hi. But we'll catch you in a second. Thank you very much, guys, and keep watching. We will be back shortly, and we'll have a chat about some things next year and bits and pieces, and we'll have a good chat in a minute.
For sure, and you can check out more of what Glenn Brown has been up to over at the Battle of Malta YouTube channel, where you should like and subscribe. I'm in some of those videos as well, but Glenn has done a fantastic job along with Andre and Lorena. The three of them have come together and have included me in some of that content. Of course, I've had some ideas that we ran with as well, but it was mostly Glenn who has brought life to the Battle of Malta from the media side. So thank you, Glenn.
I've enjoyed it. I really have enjoyed it. But I will come. We'll talk about that. I will come back. Don't forget, follow where you're doing the giveaway later on our social media.
Yeah.
So follow our Instagram page. You still have time to get onto that one and share and like. I will come back and announce that later.
What happens if I
later.
win that?
If you win that, you get to play the Battle of Malta next
Or
year.
can I raffle it? I could do something
maybe
fun.
we could do something for charity. I will be back though. Just give me 5 minutes or so.
Okay,
I promise I will pop back into the booth and see what a great job you're doing.
Okay, thank you. That
Thank
was
you.
Glenn Brown, the host of the Battle of Malta. And Glenn is, I think, going to keep his promise because he left a lot of things up here. But in the meantime, let's get back into the action with these 6 players. Flaviano with the ace-5 suited. And it's been confirmed that we will be down to 45-minute levels after this level, so it's going to get to a higher pace, but we still have this full blind level where players can try to build up their stacks a bit more. I mean, 45 minutes is still plenty of time, especially 6-handed when you're playing hands fast. And meanwhile, Adrian with a decision to make with the 9s. It's not a decision on whether to fold. I think he's thinking, should I be 3-betting? If so, how much? Or should I just be flatting? But he's just going to jam the lot in. I love this, Adrian. Putting max pressure. I mean, Flaviano's going to have an easy fold with this ace-5 suited. But it would be like a much more difficult spot for him in other instances where he might be flipping against Adrian. And happy days, back up to nearly 28 million for Adrian. Flaviano down to 5.3 million, around 21 big blinds. And Attila wearing that Michael Jordan shirt in the middle. He was the shortest of short stacks. He's found 3 different double ups while he's watched 2 players hit the rail. That's our Cinderella story, if it can happen. Rasmus taking a step out. This is probably around the time that Oskary came out of the booth. Because once again, we're in a 30-minute delay. Yeah, he's talking to Oskary so you could see what he looks like. He was just in the booth with us. And Andrian with another hand. Now it was jacks. Before it was 9s. And Attila with the queen 10 is likely going to fold, knowing how he's played in the past. But he has put his cards in the box. Does indeed fold, and let's see what Rob has. He has ace-4. That's something he can defend if he wants to, especially against a button open. He can 3-bet here too. It would be a disaster for him if he did. Of course he can fold, but that's not the move I would actually be thinking about myself. Does indeed call. And no doing for the ace-4. Adrian has to worry about 1 overcard and 1 overcard only. But I expect him to bet, and then I expect that to take down the hand. But maybe he'll mix it up with a check. So to go check, check, and the 3 of clubs on the turn. Maybe Rob's thinking, can I take it? But does check again. And is Adrian going to try to get now some value seeing the check after it was checked all the way through? He could feel fairly comfortable that it's unlikely his opponent has a queen at this stage. Of course he can. So it does go check, check again, and now the 9 of diamonds pairing the board on the river. And Rob thinking he has showdown value, checking it back, checking it to Adrian. Now is Adrian going to find any thin value to bet here? Like what would he be targeting with this value? He can't fold off anything better. I guess he can target a 6. It looks like he's going to try it for some very thin value. It's a biggish bet though, isn't it? Let's see. 775, so more than half the pot. And now Rob hasn't given up yet. Might think his ace high is good. It wouldn't be one of the hands that Adrian would be, let's say, targeting, thinking that Rob had an ace, but it is possible. And Rob thinking, what would have checked the flop and checked the turn only to bet the river, but still wisely gives up on the hand from a results-oriented point of view. And Adrian now at an all-time high for the tournament at 28.65 million in chips. There's a little less than 62 million chips in play, but half of them, nearly half, are with Adrian. Adrian with the ace-jack. Easy cutoff open for a min raise. Attila will have an easy fold with the 9-4 suited. And Rob quickly folding whatever he had, 9-4 off. And Rasmus, let's see, is he going to defend with the queen 3? Is he going to fold? And deciding not to play queen 3 against the chip leader from out of position. And Adrian adding a few more chips to his ever-growing chip pile. For those of you that are actually physically in Malta, you can come on down to Casino Malta. There's a lot of chairs set up for you to watch the table in live format. And not only that, there are 2 monitors in each corner of the room, which are displaying the action in live time, of course, without the whole cards. But if you're curious about seeing it live and not wanting to wait the 30-minute delay, come on out to Casino Malta. No admission. Chairs are free. Don't need to spend a penny if you don't want to. Adrian getting a little bit feisty with the opens now. We saw him folding these kind of hands earlier, but perhaps with the blinds up and the pressure he feels he could put on at this stage is a little bit different. But meanwhile, Attila with the pocket 7s jamming it for 1.8 million. And unless somebody wakes up with a hand, he's going to add quite a lot to his stack, almost nearly a double if everybody folds. Adrian may feel he's priced in actually, though. Nope. Does quickly fold, so Attila up to nearly 3 million. And this doesn't look like Glenn Brown, but we have another special guest about to join. And before we give away the spoiler that it's Jonathan Rabb, it's maybe not him. But I believe we have our Hyper Turbo champion, our bowling champion, our media coordinator for the live reporting, and Mr. Jonathan Rabb. He's trying to figure out how to put on the headset, but he'll get there. We have to put this down, and then if you have it up, it's mute like this. So now, welcome, Jonathan Rabb. You've joined at a fantastic time.
Hello there. Hello.
How has your day been? What's the crack downstairs?
Well, you know, I mean, it's fairly standard actually. It is almost a bit of a deja vu to October, where we had no exits for quite a while, and then we had the first one.
We had 2 already, so we're down
And
to
then the
6.
second one.
Yeah. And Attila is just surviving. You know, he's not playing very many hands, but he had 3 all-ins. He doubled each time. And now he was under 10 big blinds. He had 2.1, no, he had 1.8 million and had that pocket 7s as he was walking in, got that 3-bet jam through. And meanwhile, Rasmus has been probably the most active at the table.
He has both the victims so far to his name.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I was having a
Hold
chat
on
with
a second here. We have Fabiano jamming, open jam for nearly 20 big blinds from the small blind, only to run into Giovanni's pocket rocket. So dream spot for Giovanni here. Dream spot. Look at that equity, 93%.
These are the kind of hands I always lose online.
Well, let's hope that's not the case for Fabiano. The best dressed man is Fabiano, and he's looking to crack Giovanni's aces. But that's not the flop that's going to help you get started at all. And that 7 of clubs means that Giovanni has doubled up through Fabiano. So Giovanni getting that breathing room that he needs. He's the one player we didn't really have that much information about. He wasn't on Hand and Mob.
That's true. We still don't know that much, except he has got a few people supporting him in the crowd. And now it looks like Fabiano has gone from being best dressed player to the kind of emperor with almost no clothes.
Oh, look at that. We bring in some fresh blood and we get all the lines. You nailed that one. But it's been interesting. It's like been one of the tighter, I would say, tables that I've witnessed here at the Battle of Malta to start things off. I know players are feeling each other out to some degree, but they played each other for quite a while, at least in many instances on day 3 and certainly on day 4 when it was just 3 tables in action and players moving around left and right.
Yeah, then I must have some fairly good reads on each other. A lot of these people have been on tables for at least 2 or 3 days together. I was chatting with Rasmus last night after the tournament, and he was saying that, you know, the vast majority of his sort of results on the Hendon mob in his fairly short career tend to be in the top 2 or 3. So, you know, he's quite confident that he's going to go deep again. And, you know, we've seen him playing this way throughout the entire tournament and also in the Mystery Siege as well.
That's right. He was the big bounty winner over there. I know. I remember pulling that 7.5K for him and Oscar. They decided to split their bounty on that one.
He also took a 2K and split the 5K.
Oh, it was the 5K he split. He won the 7.5K, but then he split the 5K with Oscar, who was just in the booth.
Yeah, and then I think he took a 200 and a 500 as well for 12,700, making him the big bounty winner from that tournament. In fact, he actually has a WSOPC ring, which he won in Tallinn.
Yes, I was there for that.
And he nearly went back-to-back because he came second in the very next event.
I'm trying to think. We have Rupe Tarme as a back-to-back winner in that 3K. Is there anybody else? Another Finn. Actually, his name came up by Oscar. I asked him to name the top 5 people under 30. I'm just not sure Rupe's under 30. He's kind of hovering around that number.
But in fact, Fabiano, our emperor with slightly less clothes than he had before that hand, has also almost got a ring. He came second in one. And in San Marino, I think it was, maybe last year or the year before. And that was his biggest ever cash yet to date.
But meanwhile, we have Adrian as the chippy. And does get that top pair. Giovanni doesn't look ready to give up, despite no equity really in this hand. A 6-7 gives him the master straight, I suppose.
Adrian has such a good look for a poker player. I mean, you know, he's...
Yeah, I don't want to play with him. Look at him. It's
Absolutely.
like
I mean,
Stone Cold Steve Austin basically playing.
It's kind of like Patrick Antonius on steroids if you bumped into him in an alleyway, you know. I mean, maybe Patrick is already on steroids, but
Is
I kind of
steroids
meant
a
it. I meant it
performance-enhancing
more.
drug for poker?
I meant it in a more metaphorical way.
Yes. I remember at one point people were getting on, we need to drug test poker players. And I'm like, well, you know, that's kind of this isn't NBA, NFL, you know, leave that up to the legal people.
Have you developed any nicknames for any of these guys yet?
I mean, I know I usually do for everybody, but you know, today I'm just trying to use my voice as best as possible. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to talk for a week after this.
I mean, I think Rasmus the roller coaster Lundstrom really is a nice one. It kind of defines, well, certainly the way he's played today and yesterday.
I mean, we have Mr. Sharp dressed here, Flaviano. He's like by far the best dressed person. He was yesterday too. He may have been dressed better yesterday than today, which is hard to believe. You know, he's a man of style.
Yeah, he always has some sort of a blazer on. And I'm sure that, you know, Adrian, he needs a nickname. And the Terminator's already gone, but, you know, you can see the kind of angle that we're looking at. Any suggestions? Drop them in the chat on our Facebook page, because there is no chat allowed on the YouTube stream today.
But you should like and subscribe to YouTube for everything else that's been going on there through the
Indeed.
week, and there'll be stuff in between festivals going up there as well.
And then go straight to our Facebook page and suggest a nickname for Adrian Zichmort. Or
You could do it under the stream.
Zimichod. I heard you pronounce his second name.
It's Adrian. I'm 99% sure, just because he's from Poland. It's not. Adrian is more like, I would say, a Spanish pronunciation.
I'm kind of talking about his surname.
Yeah, we Jamishad, maybe. I would have to actually.
Zimichod.
It's tricky because they don't have the symbols over the letters here. Otherwise, I can actually pronounce Polish a little bit, living in Lithuania.
The Z-Man.
Yeah, Dzień dobry, those watching Mr. Adrian continued to be the chip leader throughout the early moments at the final table. And I can say praszambana, which means thank you for listening. Well, it just means thank you, but we can pretend I know for listening as well. And then the last Polish word I know is arbuz, which is watermelon.
Random.
I was in Warsaw one day, and they were bringing fresh watermelons out when I'm walking around, and I just asked what the Polish word was for it, and I just started yelling, arbuz, arbuz.
And you're never going to forget it from then.
No. A little bit of a yawn there from Rob. It's quite the grind. I mean, Rob is quite the warrior over in that colorful shirt in C4, the man that traveled out from Texas, actually. We've seen him in Europe a few times before. Rob recalled a few conversations that we had earlier in the, earlier. I meet so many people that I remembered meeting him, but I had, as soon as he says, we talked about this, I'm like, oh yeah, it's... Sometimes you need the memory kind of like pushed a little bit.
Can you tell from his play on this final that he's now more of a cash game player these days?
No. I mean, it's hard though. It's like I'd have to judge how he played with the deep stack. You approach cash games completely different than a tournament. You don't need to win all the chips in a cash game. It'd be nice if you do. I joke with Oscar that you win all the chips in the casino.
Kind of yesterday, I think his approach was very much like a steady cash game. He started off small stacks, and he gradually got bigger throughout the day. He didn't have the roller coaster. He just gradually grew stacked.
I can tell you that Rob is a nice guy in terms of how he plays. This is the first that I'm really seeing him from this angle. You know, I'm pretty sure, you know, as a live reporter, I've come across him, but you're coming across a lot of people. You don't remember everything about everybody. But meanwhile, Flaviano opting to jam instead of raise his 11 big blind stack. I think a lot of players would do the same. And let's see if the best dressed man can get a call. I'm not sure if he even wants a call, if he wants a fold. I don't mind a min raise here. I don't mind a shove. Depends on your playing style. And it looks like it wouldn't have really mattered. It would have resulted in the same. But if Flaviano goes, we can't have a best dressed person anymore. I guess it goes to Rob. You know, I like Rob's shirt. But we don't have anybody with the, you know, I'm going to go out and you can go anywhere with that suit. You can go out to like a nice, you can go to a wedding crash right after the final table. Just crash some wedding in Malta.
Well, regarding Rob's shirt there, I mean, so I'm guessing that if Rob is the second best dressed here, that means that if you were to replace Rob with Dara Kearney would then be the second best dressed on this table.
Maybe. I like Dara's flowery shirts. This is, though, a little bit more unique, I would say, than... I mean, Dara's unique because Dara does it all the time, but, you know, it's this is unique because it's a little bit different than Dara's, and I haven't seen people wear these kind of colors on a
Are you
final
even
table
suggesting that Dara could be the best dressed person if he was on this table?
No, it'd still be Rob, but Dara would be close. And then if Rob is also off, then it goes to our chip leader, Adrian, with the plain blue hoodie and the stylish sunglasses that you can see the reflections of players' eyes through if you're looking really closely at.
He played in shorts the entire day yesterday. Shorts that were pretty similar to Rob's shirt.
Meanwhile, Giovanni back with the ace-jack from under the gun. Flaviano thinking, not really thinking, we know how he is. He's using some of his time clock for later.
I'm guessing...
Because he hasn't been defending in those spots. He's folding every time.
Adrian might need deeper pockets to take his prize money home today, though. So,
and Corey Leona is saying that Rob can go to a wedding. He's saying he would, not that he can, but that he would go to a wedding in that shirt. I'm pretty sure that Dara would do the same. He'd probably toss a jacket over his shirt, you know, to be fair. But, you know, the shirt would still be in play, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we can find a wedding for him to go to after this.
It wouldn't be the first time I've crashed a wedding in Malta. But we don't need to go there.
I just hope you weren't the limo driver.
No. So Adrian, back in action, King 3 suited. Attila, is this your moment? With Attila, you never know. He's folded in this spot before, but this is the timing. Attila getting it in with the ace-10. Attila Shooks jamming it in, and Flaviano is asking for a count, and this ace-queen is too pretty to let go of, but it's
sure
a laddering spot. Well, the thing is, it's a ladder, right? So, like, Adrian is actually priced in to call, potentially, like, if he's not opening with a King 3 suited. So do you really want to risk your stack when you know Adrian is now going to be potentially priced in? You know, it isn't as simple as, well, he has to call. If it was a chip EV situation 100% of the time, but we have some big payout jumps coming. Flaviano deep in thought, and this is one of the few times I don't blame him. As I said, Jonathan, it's not as simple as I have ace queen, we have to call here in this kind of dynamic. And does get it in just like Jonathan hoped for and knew would happen because he can see the future. That's why he won the Hyper Turbo, not because he's good at poker, just because he could see the future.
I didn't actually see this hand, by the way, before I came.
No, I assume that you didn't. I'm joking about it in a different way, actually. So it's ace-10 against ace-queen. Whichever player doesn't win here is going to be in big trouble, but Attila is at pure risk. And Flaviano pulling way ahead, hitting that top pair in the 9, Queen, 7 rainbow flop. But Attila has some backdoors to still get into the action. Now with 10 of diamonds, it's now a 10 and only a 10 to save. I mean, he'd set the pair up, but it's the jack of diamonds, ace queen holds on a very scary board. But meanwhile, Attila is out in 6th place for 22,500, and it's happy days, Jonathan, for the remaining 5. Already 28,000 bad boys locked up.
Oof,
28 bags, you know, you just walk around 1,000 here, 1,000 there. You can do that 28 times.
It's like, you know, a year's wages after tax.
They're paying you too much.
I wish
don't know.
I wish I was
28,000
earning
is
that
not
much.
the same. Yeah, there we go. That's better.
I wish I was earning 28,000 after tax.
Well, these players are earning
Maybe
28,000
one
in
day.
5 days, so it's a nice weekly wage for them. I mean, some of them probably fired multiple bullets, played multiple days. I know you've been tracking this final 8 closely. I know up until yesterday, and deep actually yesterday, we had a potential back-to-back final tableist in Eftimov from Hungary, and we also nearly had Benoit Kuhn and Clement also as chip leader day 1A bonuses
And
to
also
make the final table.
Alessandro Siena, who had finished 4th in the same table that Eftimov was in October, and he finished 18th.
So it was really exciting at the end, and you're like, oh no, another one that Jason's going to run the final tables out.
But the thing with Alessandro is that after the main event finished, on day 3 when it finished early, he decided to jump into the high roller,
Which ended at what,
which
like
ended
11 in the
at
morning?
9:30 in the morning, and he finished 8th in that, having been chip leader with 12 left. He cashed for $6,500, but he didn't get to bed until like nearly 8 o'clock and had.
Did he go exhausted?
About 3 hours sleep, and he really like completely trashed the next day.
Did he have friends bringing him Red Bulls and coffees?
I mean, he needed to one way or another. I don't know. But I mean, he was just really annoyed that he didn't go on and win that one. I think he would have been happy to have had no sleep if he'd taken down the 45K for first in that one. But overall, it's got to be a pretty good week to be going home with more than 11K in cashes from the only 2 tournaments that you play. So
He's a competitor, but one of the nicest people that you'll meet. He speaks English quite well.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the Italians, you could tell they're nice, but it's very hard to communicate. I understand a little bit of
I seem to
Italian.
remember he's from Tuscany.
It's the ones from Sicily that really, sometimes it's they really don't know English, but I can understand them if they speak slowly.
Both Oscar and Giovanni here don't speak any English, so the interviews have been done by Valeria.
Ah, good. It'll be nice when Valeria she came as a tourist and a player this time, but I hear that maybe we'll get a little bit more of Valeria on camera. I mean, she's such fun. I know you guys have seen her during the last Battle of Malta and the one before and the one before that.
Meanwhile,
And a shout out to Patricia as well.
back to the action.
Giovanni. This is a standard button open. And Rob, what are we going to do here, Rob? I think it's a 3-bet, but you have played a lot more live poker than I have. I've probably played a lot more online poker than anyone at the final table, but that's a different story. And it's a shove by Rob. And I mean, I don't see Giovanni calling in this spot. This is the first time I've seen Rob. I mean, he has 3-bet shove before, but not over a button open from the big blind.
He's not risked enough of his stack, really, to be committed at this point.
They're like, what the fuck? I'm so strong right now. What is Rob doing here? He's going to use at least one card. The 20 seconds isn't going to be enough for him.
I think he might have folded quicker if they weren't suited.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong hand. And it's actually not faring that badly against Rob's perceived 3-bet shove range. But Rob is not, from what we've seen, he hasn't seen everything that we've seen. I don't see Rob doing it later than an ace. Maybe a king-queen suited is going to be part of it.
Second time back?
I don't blame him. This is actually a spot. I mean, online, I'd probably be in like the time bank range. I mean, we make decisions so fast online that. Did he get
He's
it
done
in?
it.
Oh my God!
He makes the call.
Wow, we could be losing Giovanni. I know who Corey's rooting for. We have the Go Rob already in the chat. Giovanni, though, our unknown player who has a massive rail.
He's certainly not unknown after this, whatever happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens, though. Giovanni standing up, waiting for something to happen. The 5 Jack Deuce flop is not one he wanted to see. No spades going on, so needs that 10. Maybe something that connects with that Jack for his 10. The 5 of spades, that spade's a
some
little
more
bit too
outs,
late.
no?
Yeah, the Jack or 2 for a chop. And it's a
And
Jack
there
of
it
clubs.
goes.
Oh my God. Giovanni with the fist pump, with the save. Of course, those rooting for Rob aren't going to be too thrilled with that river, but at least it was not a 10. And Giovanni showing some guts there with that call, but once again, it was kind of a hard spot. Then if he put his opponent's range a little bit wider from a chippy point of view, I think it is a good call. But from an ICM point of view, I would have to do the calculations to know per se, but it has to be close one way or the other.
I'm not even going to guess. But he has heart.
He has heart.
And if he's shown hearts, he can maybe go further.
We should pull up a seat at the table for Nino. Look at that space. He can just sit right at the table. Give that man a chip stack. It would be quietly unorthodox for the tournament director of the main event. We're the senior 4. I'm not sure how it's classified here, but certainly the man that's been in charge of the main event tonight, and Nino. And I don't believe that sort of shenanigans should be allowed, to be fair. We're just joking around. So Flaviano is opening for a min raise, and you do not know it. Oh, Adrian folding an offsuit hand of Flaviano's suited ace-5. Rob will let go of this, and Rasmus with the beautiful 7-deuce. I don't know how he didn't just shove there, but he opted to fold, so Flaviano taking down the pot.
No, if there were other Scandinavians maybe on the table, perhaps he might have considered it.
We're a 7-deuce game that he had a side prop bet on. If you win a hand with 7-deuce, I'll give you, on the stream, I'll give you a 1,000 or something.
So how do you think this carpet rates as far as casino carpets go? I mean, I know this is technically a conference centre, but we can judge it versus casino carpets, I think.
It reminds me of growing up in like the 80s, early 90s in the casinos in like places like Atlantic City, and whatnot. I love when I see like the retro look because I'm not sure. There's a place, let's say, in Slovenia where the whole casino is kind of like that, and I just love it, I'm not sure if other people can appreciate, like, the signs that they have up are all the retro signs, not because they're meant to be retro, but just because they're really that old. So I love all that stuff, and that's what this carpet reminds me of. I know it's not the main carpet. The carpet upstairs is a lot more basic, but this... I always love this stuff.
One of the things about casino carpet floors are that when you drop a chip on them, it's
But hold on here. We have Adrian opening for min raise, Rasmus 3-betting with the 10s. So now we see a spot where the 2 chip leaders are being almost forced to go at it. Adrian may feel like he's being bullied by the second place guy, but I don't think he thinks that Rasmus is light here. This could be a defining pot, though, depending on what happens.
Adrian is approaching half the chips in play now.
Yeah, he's been hovering around that for a bit. He slowly goes up and then just stays static. And a time bank card out from Adrian as well.
What do you think? Call, raise, or fold?
It really depends on what he thinks Rasmus is doing, but the safest thing is to call and play in position, I would say, but you could fold here. You shouldn't be raising here. I mean, you'd have to have a sick read on Rasmus, otherwise it's just too many chips going in. It's not that Rasmus has 3-bet light, but he's not doing it that often.
And he has raised to 4.3.
So this is quite interesting. This puts Rasmus actually in a tough spot with his 10s. Now, Adrian has not been behaving like a maniac as the chip leader. He's been quite disciplined, waiting for his spots and taking them.
And it's a pretty solid 4-bet. I mean, it's a strong 4-bet. The size is not huge.
But he's almost pricing Rasmus in to call for another 2.3 million.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a massively bloated 4-bet pot of 9.1 million, the biggest we've seen pre-flop when a flop has come. And the 10's looking good on the 4-deuce-deuce. Nobody with diamonds except for Rasmus with that 10 of diamonds. So Adrian needs an ace or a jack, but will try likely to represent something else. Rasmus will be checking, let's say, most of the time here just because of the way the action played out with the 4-bet.
He may well have been leading if there'd just been a call.
Yeah, then he's leading. But now it would be like a donk bet to do, which players have studied, and I don't fully understand when I should donk bet or not, so I'm always 100% checking there. But the donk bet is back quite a lot online lately. And Adrian doing as expected, trying to rep those kings that he doesn't have.
Is donking happening more on the turn these days, do you think?
No, on the flop, it's where it's unusual. You know, you'll see like a guy call from the big blind and then he's leading out on a 2, 5, 10 flop or something. They're putting themselves in weird spots. I mean, they are getting some takedowns on the cheapy pots, but they're building up pots that they have no business in doing. But I see like some of the really good players doing it quite a lot now, so I'm pretty sure the solvers have some spots where you're supposed to be doing it that I just, unless I understand something, I don't do it. I have started to do a little bit of limping. You know, I've figured that out a little bit, you know, in the later stages when you have this sub 10 big blind stack from like buttons and cutoffs. Because it makes you actually hard to play against and not the other way around.
Some table chat going here. I'm not sure what Rasmus is saying.
Is he raising or calling? Wow.
It's cold.
So Rasmus would take the lead if he can win this pot. We could have our first lead change. Of
He
course,
made
there's
it
2 cards to go.
A big gamble on the turn
Oh, wow.
last night, and now he's made a gamble on
Wow,
the
wow,
flop,
wow.
and it might just pay off.
But the diamond is the key part. So we also have Rasmus well alive with that 10 of diamonds. And the jack is scary, but he's, you know, is he really putting his opponent on an ace jack? If he called the flop, is he going to call the turn? Now, Adrian, who had his flop bet called, he had his 4-bet called, is he just going to check it back now that he has showdown value? But he's still behind hands like queens that may have just flatted a 4-bet. He's certainly behind jacks, which it would have been possible if you're not blocking it to some degree, but you can discount most of that.
Oh, he's going to bet.
What is it, 1.6? 3.2, so double that. But it was a small bet, like a little more than a quarter of the pot.
So Rasmus, does he have odds for this flush draw? I mean,
He may not even realize, he may think he's ahead here. That's the issue. You know, like he's ahead of that ace king that's going to be 4-betting. He's ahead of the potential ace queen suited.
he's calling that because he's got
Yeah,
two possible ways he's ahead.
It's just a hard spot
Or
for
can
him.
hit.
I think it's also, he
Have a lot
might
of
be
outs
ahead.
though,
Yeah.
but
No, I think in Rasmus's mind, he's also thinking I could be
it's
ahead
a
here.
blank.
So I won't be surprised if he calls a river bet, assuming it's not for all his stack. I mean, we have 19.1 million in the pot, so it's really like a defining pot. Rasmus doesn't want to turn his hand into a bluff because he might feel he's ahead. Otherwise, an open jam could work. You know, it wouldn't work in this spot because we see what Adrian has.
I
But
think there's some possibility he does try and jam bluff here.
but why? What are you folding out that's beating you? You're not folding out a jack.
Just based on the conversation I had with him last night.
It would be very strange for him to jam in that spot. He did check, so
He did indeed.
we don't have to question that anymore. And Adrian checks it back, which is the obvious play. It's fine. And Adrian now with monsters upon monsters of chips, 38.2 million. There's around, 62 million in play. So for the first time, we have a player with more than half the chips. And Adrian keeps on rolling. By far was the chip leader to
I mean,
start the day.
60% now of the chips.
Yeah, Rasmus closed the gap, then lost 2 all-ins against shorter stacks, and then came back. As you said, he's the roller coaster man. But now look at this. Like all 4 players, they're just competing for second place at the moment, you know, just hoping that they can ladder up a few spots.
And despite doing half his stack in his pot, he's still second in chips.
Yeah, he's been in second all day, and maybe we see him go back the other way, as roller coasters typically do. What must go down must come back up in a roller coaster, not the other way around. Eventually, the ride ends, though. It either ends with you on top, or it ends, you know, with you shaking your head a little bit.
I mean, every now and again, you read those headlines about roller coasters that actually break.
Yeah, we don't need to get into
Mid-journey,
those.
you get stuck hanging upside down for 4 hours before they can release you. We certainly don't want that to happen to any of these guys.
What happens if you need to use the toilet and you're upside down for 4.5 hours? That's an awkward
Am
spot.
I allowed to swear?
I've done it a couple times accidentally. It's a plus 18 audience, so.
I think you're pretty pooped if that happens.
But Rasmus now, nobody's going to believe he has the Cowboys here, so let's see what happens. He raises it up. I hope for his sake somebody wakes up with something. It's not going to be Flaviano in the small blind. He's back to his usual, let's use our time bank in case we want to think later. And Giovanni folding from the big blind. But I was noticing this before, and I commented on the stream, that I love the updated graphics that show a 3.875 million versus rounding it up to 4 million. You know, it's quite refreshing as someone that, you know, loves numbers and a little bit of a nerd at times. You know, I love just seeing the exact numbers when possible. Corey says that Rob needs a coffee, so maybe when Jonathan's out of the booth, he can lend the man from Texas a hand, or at least get somebody to bring him one over. Corey is Rob's older sister, we just learned as well.
So Corey says Rob needs a coffee.
Yes, I'm right here. Rob needs a coffee.
Where's Corey?
Corey is here.
Oh, she's not
chat.
here at the moment, right?
No,
okay.
no.
Oh, right.
She's here with us on Facebook, but not here physically with us in the comms booth as an invisible person.
But Rob does have a friend with him who's on the rail somewhere. Maybe he can get him a coffee.
Maybe. That's what friends are for. Maybe it's not a good friend, though. Maybe it's a friend that wants to see like him do bad versus do good, but hopefully we can get him a coffee, Corey. I know the waiters and waitresses have been passing through a little bit, too. But Rob, speaking of Rob, it's snowman time for Rob. It doesn't snow too much in Texas, but or in Malta for that matter. But snowmen are always pretty to see. And Rasmus with the ace-9, weird spot for him. I wouldn't want to see a call. A 3-bet or a fold are both the better options in my head. But Rasmus, he's a very studious poker player. Has studied a lot more than I possibly have time for. So if he just called, I would have said that's probably okay. But Adrian may opt to actually defend this Jack-3. It's more about the player than the cards sometimes, but also it's suited. I think this is more than fine as a chip leader because you can push people around. And even as a short stack, it would be fine for the opposite reasons. You just have a lot of ways to double
It's
up.
very fine now.
Oh, no, poor Rob. We may lose Corey if things get out of hand here. Adrian with the easy check.
Better
And
get
it
him
looks-
that coffee quickly.
Yeah, but it looks like Rob is keeping it small. Yeah, 350. I like this because I think Adrian is just going to call. There's no reason for him to raise, and then he's going to have to check then the turn then, and Rob can check it back for pot control. So obviously if an 8 comes on the turn, then Rob would be betting again, you know, but if he's called here, he'll slow it down. He may try to target a 6 on a river or even on the turn, but in general, he's trying to keep it small. And as expected, Adrian actually raised. By as expected, I meant the opposite. But he's making it now a little bit easier for Rob, but I don't think Rob is going to think, well, you might have a jack, but he might not. He's going to be raising me here a lot of the time as the new overwhelming chip leader as opposed to just the normal chip leader. Did Rob fold? Yeah, very disciplined there by Rob. I'm sure that's a hand he's going to want to see what his opponent had, whether he was being pushed around or not. He'll be happy when he looks back at the stream that
Got away from
indeed his
that.
8s were crushed on that ridiculous flop for Jack 3. And Corey is watching from Arizona. When was I in Arizona last? I think 1999 in Tucson. My friend got married. I went for like 2 weeks. Went down to Nogales before, while you still could, I suppose, because we won't get into politics, but I'm glad to be in Europe, folks.
I've never been to Arizona.
No, Arizona is lovely. It's like a dry heat, so if you can, it's much different than the Malta heat. I mean, in the summer, it's a little bit brutal there, to be fair, but you can go up to Flagstaff. I went there as a kid. I won some kind of like award as a kid, and we all went to Flagstaff, me and like the 3 people on our project as a 13-year-old. And I remember Arizona is not supposed to be cold, but it was freaking cold because you're up in the mountains.
I've been to Wyoming. That's got a lot of mountains in it.
That has a lot of mountains. It also has a lot of other things
There's
there.
Yellowstone National Park.
Yellowstone, it's gorgeous.
I've been there.
I'm glad I got all that out of the way. And while I live in Europe now for more than 20 years, it's maybe I move to South America next. I don't know. I'm sure Lorena would find a spot for me somewhere in Brazil. Fabiano reaching for those chips. Hello, Minrays. And around to Rasmus in the big blind with a dominating ace.
Both suited.
It's going to likely be a call by most players, but Rasmus may have something else in mind.
Big blind defense coming up, is it? Or just a call?
Yeah.
Just a call.
That's what I would do as well. It's an under the gun opening from not like a super active player. And now he can disguise the fact that he has an ace-10. What a beautiful flop for Rasmus, especially if he knew what Fabiano has, because he has to think he's good flopping that top pair.
Now it looks like they're chopping this one.
Maybe. There's still one more card to come, but that was a nice turn without Fabiano knowing it was a nice turn. And Fabiano now trying to sneak in some value. We know Rasmus isn't going anywhere, but is Rasmus now going to try to pressure his opponent? There's really, the problem is it's just not that big of a bet. He wants to get a little more money maybe in the pot. I really don't know. I'm just calling here. But Rasmus may have something else in mind. Or something like this I would do too. Like a small raise would be fine. But nothing fancy. So in raise is 700,000. Fabiano has to be thinking, can Rasmus have a 9? He's not worried about the better ace.
His 7's irrelevant now.
Yeah, the only better ace would be ace-queen, ace-king for the top 2 or better kicker. And does make the call.
Does Rasmus's small edge pay off? Let's see.
Yeah, Rasmus may just rip it here. Now it's going to be hard to do anything, actually. But look who wins the hand, though. Look who wins the hand. And that's a sneaky double-paired board with both players having an ace, and Fabiano having no idea that Rasmus has a better ace, but maybe worried about the 9 or the queen.
It's like counterfeit to re-counterfeit.
And Rasmus, he's actually sizing something up here. It is a scary board for even ace-10, but he has some kind of feeling here. It is a small bet, so it's maybe just trying to make sure he's not blasted off the pot. Now, does Flaviano have balls of steel to just fire away? Because it would work, but I think he just has to call. And he only has a couple time bank chips left, so one of them is not going in. Does make the call, will get the bad news, but still has 4.3 million in chips to play around with.
Probably feels quite relieved that he didn't rip it in.
Yeah, feels relieved about that, but I'm not sure Rasmus would even be calling, or, you know, at that stage.
No, maybe.
Because you're ripping that, you know, because the queen came, right? So, and it's not that Flaviano has shown anything that he's capable of doing that at the final table. In the earlier stages, I'm pretty sure. So Rasmus back up over 10 million. The roller coaster ride continues for the Finn, the WSOP circuit winner over in Estonia, wearing a Kings of Gambling shirt. Do like that hoodie. I like how Flaviano's dressed better, but I don't have the style for that, nor the hair, to be fair. Welcome, Paul Coleman. He knows Rob from the high school days in San Diego. I think Phil Lack went to high school in San Diego. I know I played in a private game with him and one of his high school buddies who invited me about 10 years ago. Trying to think what other poker players I know from San Diego. I've been so much out of American poker lately, but I keep up with it. But, you know, unless you're like living and breathing it, you don't feel it as much. So Giovanni now jamming his ace-10 suited. Different than Rasmus's ace-10 suited, as this one's in spades. Everybody folds, and happy days for Giovanni. That blind's gone up now. No, it's still 250 level. And Rasmus and Rob have been quite friendly with each other at this final table. It's quite nice to see. I'm pretty sure they'll walk away with digits or some other contact information to keep in touch. I don't know Rob super well, but I remember him being a nice guy. And Rasmus I know a little bit better, and I can tell you he's a very genuine person. Not that nice guys necessarily need to win, but we're looking at two nice guys over there.
Flaviano doesn't look too happy now. He looks a bit concerned.
It's very mentally exhausting at a final table, especially 5 days in, and now you have like the light shining down on you. You know, you're a little bit used to that, but still, you know, it can make you tired. We saw Rob with a yawn not so long ago, and we know how much
fair,
experience he has.
Yesterday was a very short day for them. I mean, they were out of here within 3 hours yesterday, 3.5 hours.
Rasmus may or may not have been playing cash games last night.
And the day before that was short also. They've had 2 very short days before this. They should be well rested.
Maybe. I mean, I know Oscary came in saying I just woke up like half an hour before he comes into the booth because he was up all night playing cash games, and him and Rasmus are very tight. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rasmus was also playing cash games last night.
He was, but he quit about 12, he said.
So he was a reasonable person.
Yeah.
He could have even gone to 1 or 2 and been safe. It's when like the sun is coming up and you're, you know, just winning too much to get up from the table, but you have a final table the next day and you should have gone to bed a few hours ago. That's the issue.
What would be, you know, totally gangster is if somebody played on a cash game right up until the point when their final table was about to start and they said, I don't want to have to leave, guys, but my final table is about to start. So
I've seen that happen
at this
before.
point, I will step up. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. And your money.
So Giovanni with the mystery cards from the small blind. It's a limp pot. We could see Adrian didn't flop too badly, didn't connect directly, but, you know, the 9, queen, jack completes a straight. Would have been nicer with some spades on that board, but it's not going to stop him from calling a min bet. And Giovanni's range is rather wide, and this is a turn card that shouldn't make Adrian too upset either, because now his 6 completes a straight. For all we know, Giovanni may be sitting back with the 8-7, 8-10, and it doesn't really matter.
Looks like he's leading out.
Wonder what he's doing this with. He could be doing it with a 10. If he had an 8, I don't know if he would have been betting actually the flop, being it was a limp pot pre, but it was a min bet, so you can't discount that. Could be doing it with a flush draw that includes a 9.
If he had the 8 then, he might not have been too happy to see the 7.
But we shall never know. That lemon tea was rather good. Now I may go for the other tea that was just brought up,
I've already started on that one.
the adult tea by Birra Moretti.
The Italian passion for brewing. Since 1859.
So about as old as I am, that's good. Maybe a few years older.
It's got 112 years on me. It's not as old as the oldest living land creature in the world, though. Jonathan the tortoise, who lives in St. Helens, who's now circa 191 years old.
That turtle's seen a lot. Although it's probably been in fucking, sorry for the language, it's probably been in captivity for a lot of that to live so long.
Well, the funny thing is that it's so old now that it's got cataracts and it's lost its sense of smell. But so they have to kind of show it where its food is and bring it to its food. It's still got very good hearing, and apparently it's.
You know a lot about this tortoise.
I was actually reading about it this morning. Funnily enough, what a surprise! And this tortoise has got a younger male friend that keeps him company, and they go shagging together.
With each other?
No, he's like his wingman, you know.
And
when
then,
they're
of
out- when
course,
they're
you're
out on the
watching
pool.
the videos of the turtles shagging.
191 years old and still at it.
Yeah, apparently I was right. Phil Lack did go to high school in San Diego. We have a comment back here. But Paul Coleman did not go to high school with him. My friend Marty, though, went to high school with him. So it was Marty, I'm trying to remember his last name. It was Marty, knowing I'm coming to Vegas, say I'll drive out from San Diego.
But Paul did make it to high school.
Yeah, it
It's
sounds
not
like...
that one.
No, it sounds like Paul did indeed go to... actually, he went to his dad's high school. So I assume Paul's not of the same age as Phil then. But we have a button versus big blind situation with Rasmus, a backdoor flush draw, gut shot. Adrian with not much, but his chip leader. We'll see if Rasmus sticks around with the bit of equity he has, even if he thinks his opponent could have a 10 in that bet. He may want to stick around. That wouldn't be always a 10. And he indeed does call.
I'd have been surprised if he didn't.
And now pulls ahead with the 6 of diamonds, but might be facing too much pressure depending on whether Adrian takes his foot off the gas and decides to go into cruise control the rest of the hand.
Has he done much of that yet?
It's not that he's been the table bully. It's he's definitely among the highest in aggression, but it's not that it's been out of hand at all.
And now he's hit a dangerous 2-pair.
Yeah, but he's not going to get any love from this. I mean, if it's a tiny bet, maybe Adrian will just want to see what he has. He also probably knows by now that Rasmus is one of the few players capable of just firing with air as well. And that's not what's happening here with this bet, but let's see how Adrian reacts. He can beat a bluff. Looks back down at the ace-8 and instantly into the muck. So Rasmus back on the upswing.
When people do that, when they go down and have that look before what you assume is going to be an obvious fold, they always fold?
No, I mean, often, like, especially if you've been playing for so long, you just want to double check that what you remember. I mean, I've seen two players now thinking they had something. I saw one player call, I think you told me that you called one with the king high, or somebody did. But apparently it was like a queen 10 7. No, it was something else, but it was like no, it was maybe Lisa. Her straight that she thought she hit, she didn't actually hit, but her king high was actually good when she called the jam. And she slams down the cards thinking that she had the straight, but her king high was good against their bluff. But perhaps if she looked down at her cards, she would have realized, oh crap, I didn't hit the straight, or at least makes you think about the board a little bit more. And we've even seen guys like Phil Ivey misread their cards before. It's not the worst thing to double check it. Then he was pretty quick about folding after.
I don't very often see people check their cards and then go for a big play. I'm just wondering if that's what that means when that happens. I mean, it obviously happens. I just haven't seen it myself very often.
I've done that both ways, when I've had it and when I haven't had it. It just gets in the mind of the other player a little bit. Ooh, no, Flaviano, bad timing, but maybe you get there. 3-bet jam, blind on blind.
Queens.
Yeah, I mean, what can he do, though, actually? It was a blind on blind situation. King Jack from the big blind on a small blind opening is more than fine to do what he did. It's just horrible timing. But look at this flop. 2 spades on the 7-5-2 flop, and it's a 10 of hearts on the turn. The cards are being dealt out very fast, but it's a 10 diamonds. But we should ask if the dealer's on the all-ins and calls, if anybody's listening, to do that a little bit slower.
Flaviano did have the flash draw there. But we didn't get the excitement. So Flaviano, after taking out Attila the Hungarian in 6th place, has now become the 5th place victim himself.
Yeah, and we'll walk away with 28,000 reasons to be satisfied, but now the final four have locked up 35,000, so another 7,000 in their pockets. And
I guess he can afford himself a couple of new suits and maybe crash a wedding or two.
yeah, why not? But meanwhile, Rob is probably the most happiest that blind versus blind bloodshed happened with his 12 big blind stack. He can now, get rid of ICM a little bit in his mind and just try to chip up at this stage.
There was a big experience, gap between 4 of the players who started this tournament and the other 4, and it looked like we were going to get the 4 most experienced players as the last 4, but Giovanni has crashed that party. Giovanni, the player with either the least or no Hendon Mob record to speak of, he may have one under a misspelt name perhaps, but if he does, it still isn't a very significant one, is now crashing up the Sicilian money charts.
But it's the final 4, as we like to say when I used to live in the States for the NCAA tournament.
These are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, obviously.
No, of course. Why I should leave the puns to you. That one was good. How long can you stay, Jonathan? Can you stay a little longer?
I don't know. I mean, as long as Alec can handle the exits, then I'm good.
All right, why don't you stay for another 10 minutes or so? Let's see if we can, because with you in the booth, it seems like everybody wants to get their chips in the middle. As soon as you leave, it's going to be like folding buttons and walks to the big blind.
I'm like that guy from that movie, The Cooler.
So we have Rob and Oscar on one side of the table. And we have Giovanni and Adrian on the other side. But look at this. We have Rasmus opening. Adrian will be 3-betting 100% of the time. I shouldn't say that. He could be calling. He could misread his hand and just fold, but I would bet big amounts of money that he's going to 3-bet.
Certainly looks like a raise.
To 1.8 million. And Rasmus is not folding as quickly as I thought he would be. Perhaps thinking, is Andrian making a play at me now that we're 4-handed? I'm in second. And interesting, Rasmus is calling the hand. He is in position. He is suited. If it's a king high flop, he's going to be in a little bit of hot water. But instead, it's an ace high flop, so a little bit easier to get away from it. He might call one bet despite Adrian flopping the top pair. He does have a backdoor flush draw, gut shot to Broadway. So it really depends on the sizing and then what Rasmus thinks of what his opponent has.
But right
Because if
here,
he can
right now,
discount
he
the
wants to
ace,
see the
it's
jack.
okay. So Adrian continuing with his top pair. He'd be continuing likely even if he didn't have top pair on this board. I think his C-bet ratio is close to 100% at this stage. And Rasmus making the call with his back doors. Now I think he'll be able to get away. I mean, he has a jack still live. And Adrian shouldn't be concerned about the 5 pairing the board. I think this is going to go another bet by Adrian, and we'll see what Rasmus does if it's checked over to him. But I think if it's bet, he's going to fold this time around. Looks like a decent sizing, 4 million into a pot of 6.5 million. Rasmus is going to Hollywood a little bit. No really point in blowing up your stack. And yeah, that wasn't the turn card you were looking for. You needed a lot of help anyway. It's fine to call the flop. And now Adrian near 40 million. Every time we look, it's a new bigger number, a new record high for the tournament.
Now over 2/3 of the chips in play.
Yeah, now we can say that as well. But I want to thank you and Chris and Alex, especially today with Alec, but throughout the week with all 3 of you handling the written portion of everything that's happening. Jonathan was providing a lot of color and insights. He prepared very detailed bios about all of the 8 final table lists, which you can check out at the battleofmalta.com blog. Alec is busy downstairs, probably listening to us now. He's maybe got me on double, triple, quadruple speed, but he's busy looking for those big hands and those big eliminations, and he's getting them into the reporting as well. So great job, team, on everything this week.
It's been a very enjoyable team to work with. A great bunch of guys. I hadn't met Alec or Chris before, or Lorena for that matter. Had met Glenn. But they've all been very good. It's been a very good atmosphere. Andre and everybody from Casino Malta all been fantastic as well.
Yeah, it's been great. And shout out once again to Glenn, Lorena, Andre on the social media side, the visual side, Glenn being the host, Lorena handling a lot of the recording, but also a lot of the editing, once in a while being in the front of the camera, but 99% of the time behind it. And Andre being the conductor of sorts, also doing a little bit of everything, filling in those gaps, coming up with ideas. A true asset to Casino Malta and as Telly's right-hand man at the Battle of Malta.
Meanwhile, they both hit the 9.
Yeah, but Rob hit also an 8. It's happy days for Rob. There's not much that can happen that can go wrong anymore. I mean, if it goes spade, spade, he can get bet off it, but, you know. Rob might be actually raising here. You know, it is a draw-heavy board, too. I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, it's his chance to get back in the game a bit.
Some players would get a little bit anxious and actually shove here, not wanting to see what would come if a scary turn card comes, what to do.
He's getting close to 10 big blinds at the moment, so...
And he raises it up to 900,000. And Adrian's got to be thinking that...
He's basically saying, I'm not
what's
getting away
happening?
from this hand.
He may be thinking, is he really doing this with a draw, though? You know, like Rob would be doing this with a draw at different stages of the tournament, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not every time. Yeah, he has to call to at least see what happens on the turn here. If it's another spade, he'll be up to get out of the way. Or even a 6 or a 7, he will. But it's the ace of clubs. That might be also a card that will help him, but let's see. Rob is likely to fire again with this 2 pair. I would just shove. You have less than one SPR in your stack. Unless you want to check to see if your opponent shoves on a blank river, but I don't know. There's enough in the pot where you should, I think, just shove. And Rob
It doesn't do
agrees.
check it, yeah.
And is Adrian going to call is the question.
yep.
It's very close. We'll find the exact amount of the shove shortly. But we believe it's a 2.125. And looking at the stacks, it's actually 2.125. So well done by the tech crew and being precise to that third digit there. And Adrian, he's getting decent odds to actually call, but on the other hand, that's only if Rob has a few bluffs in his range, and it's not that Rob should at this stage. Okay, I like the fact that he's using a time bank. This is a player that's used his time bank cards wisely, and I've seen a few players waste them, and if they get to the final three, I don't think they get a refresh on them.
I think this is it, isn't it? It's 5, isn't it? You had 5 extra. They've had 5 at the beginning of the
Yeah, explain how that works.
and then another 5 they got at the beginning of the final table. Yeah, so they had 10 in total across the last 2 days.
And maybe they'll get a few more heads up. And he does make the call. So Rob finding the double. It was hard for Adrian to get away from that, just the way it plays out. But there's no card that
An
can
ace
help
for
him.
a split.
An ace for the split, you're right. But it's instead of 3 of hearts, you did not jinx Rob. And it looks like the Rob Perelman fans in the chat have a reason to celebrate. He's off life support and now has 6.8 million in chips and right in the middle of the things, at least
And
among the
apparently-
short stacks.
Battle of Malta is now trending in Austin, Texas.
Well, they do like their battles in Texas. What is it? Battle of the Alamo.
Are they even awake there at this point in time now, actually? What time is it in Arizona?
Well, Corey's awake.
6, 7 in the morning, maybe? Approaching 7 a.m.?
They might still be awake from the night before. You don't know how people from Texas roll. Some of them roll rather hard. Some of
So
them
maybe
are up
they're-
rather early.
Maybe 8 a.m. there by now. I'm not sure if it's 8 or 9 hours ahead behind us.
So it looks like Corey and
Breakfast
Paul
viewing
have some
in
kind of
Austin,
connection
Texas.
going in this chat now. So members of the chat meeting each other and finding out where they know each other from, potentially. And Nino is up to something.
Battle of Malta does Friends Reunited.
But I don't think we're supposed to go on a break, but maybe time flies. I guess
This
we
is
are.
a break, yes.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jonathan. We'll probably see if we can have you back. It depends on how much longer the event takes. We have a few more guests we want to get in. Certainly, we need to get Mr. Alec Gillies up here. I know he was excited about joining. We only had Glenn Brown for like 2 minutes before he had to run. And I'm trying to get the legend into this booth, and I think you'll know who I'm going to say, even if you can't think of it right now. But the man that created all the excitement in the high roller, the man that was basically all in blind during the main event, the first few hands, and Mr. Phil Pearson. So we'll
PP.
see. But we'll see you later.
Thank you very
Back
much.
in 15. What's up?
Does that mute it automatically?
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Battle of Malta Spring Edition 2025. We have our first exit on the final table today. Luca Tonarelli, commiserations, 8th place. Unlucky, sir.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you.
Lovely to see you. Talk me through your last hand.
About the last hand, I got 2 queens and I play around 30 bigs. And the player Rasmus on the seat 6, he opens, I 3-bet, he 4-bet, and I 5-bet jam. He calls and he got the queen, the kings. Sorry, so a bit cooler for me.
You seem very respectful at your ending there, shaking all the players and exciting. Have you enjoyed the Battle of Malta this spring?
I love this tournament. I love this place. I love all the organization. So thank you to all, to the dealer, to the staff, and thanks to all the players, because a lot of people. The field is amazing. A lot of people comes from all around Europe and all around the world. So it's a pretty nice tournament.
8th place from 1,542 players is a very good run, very deep run. 12,700 euros for yourself for your week's work. It's not bad, is it? You can go home, chill, relax. Are you coming back in October?
Yes, I will come back for sure. Now I'm going to have some rest with my girlfriend. I say to thank her because she's my first supporter in my poker journey. So thank you, Victoria. And so
Thank you to Victoria. There we go. Luca, commiserations. Well played, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you very much, guys.
thank you. See you next time.
Battle of Malta 2025. Siamo qui con il settimo classificato, Oscar. Congratulazioni Oscar, che cosa è successo al tavolo?
Grazie intanto per le congratulazioni. Niente, al tavolo ero rimasto abbastanza corto, purtroppo non ho visto carta durante il torneo e ho
Ce la siamo giocata.
Sì, asso jack, mando i resti e becco asso K e mi domina.
Che cosa ne pensi di questi nostri italiani al tavolo? Perché eravate tantissimi, cavoli. 4 player al tavolo finale, tutti italiani. Cosa ne pensi di questa cosa?
No, ma gli italiani bene o male a Malta, ecco, la fanno sempre da padrone. Ecco, io non è la prima volta che faccio il Battle of Malta, difatti a ottobre ritornerò, abitando in Sicilia, a Pozzallo, quindi è un attimo. E gli italiani si sanno muovere, danno filo d'orcio agli stranieri, ecco.
Diciamo che questo è un torneo internazionale, ma noi siamo veramente tanti. Teniamo alta la nostra bandiera. Io ti ringrazio tantissimo Oscar, ci vediamo prestissimo, ci vediamo ad ottobre. See you soon guys, see you!
Grazie,
Grazie
ciao.
mille, ciao.
Right, welcome back, Battle of Malta. Here we go again. They are dropping like flies on the final table. We have Attila, who has come 6th. Well played, sir. Or commiserations, either way. But you've still made it this far through such a massive field at the Battle of Malta. First, tell me how it happened for the viewers that haven't seen it yet.
So UTG, the big stack, the chip leader, opens 2 BBs. I'm under the gun +2, and I have around 9 BBs, and I shove ace-10 offsuit. And the bottom wakes up with ace queen suited, and he squeezes, and the run out was unfortunately clean.
Oh, ouch. But you've picked up a nice payday for your time here for this week. I mean, tell the viewers how much you've just pitched up.
For this place,
So how much
it's 22k.
£22,000. It's not bad for a week's work, is it really? Let's be honest. Have you been to the Battle of Malta before?
No, actually, this was my first time in Malta, first time main event, first bullet, first final table. But I promise you I will come back in October and I will take.
First time to Malta, first bullet, first final table. That's amazing. Yeah. That's absolutely incredible. And I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to come back in October. So after watching the play at the table, if you were say a betting man, you're a poker player, if you were to have a tip, who would you think is your tip that you think is going to take this down?
I mean, I'm not sure about his name, but the pretty one, the handsome Italian guy with the long hair. Seat number 9 or 8?
Seat number 9. Yes, okay, seat 9 with a jacket on. Yeah. Flavino, okay, he's a good player. It'll be interesting. That's a good tip. Well, what can I say? Please, thank you for coming for the Battle of Malta for your first trip. I look forward to seeing you in October. I will be here, and I'll look forward to following your story. Have a safe flight back to Hungary. Thank you very much for doing the Battle of Malta.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Jason Glatzer, and we are down to just the final 4 players in the main event. And here with me is, you saw him before. You've been seeing him all week long on the screen, but he popped in for a couple minutes earlier as one and only Battle of Malta host, Glenn Brown. So welcome,
Thank
Glenn.
you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me back. I know I'm popping in and out briefly today. It's all go, go, go at the Battle of Malta, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. I'm listening to your stream downstairs as well. Sounds like it's going amazing.
Yeah, I still have my voice, or at least whatever I had to start the day. So I've been very cautious and screaming like I normally do. So
Sure.
we're keeping it a little bit more, less screaming and more analysis, more banter. You know, the usual stuff. It's been a good time and a nice crowd here in the Facebook chat as well.
You've had some good guests as well, I've noted.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to have Jonathan just now, and you know, it was really, you know, I met Frankie a few times. It was nice having him in the booth and seeing things from his perspective as the Malta 52 winner, coming to Malta, being introduced to the Battle of Malta through that path before actually winning the Malta 52 in October. And of course, Oscary, and with him, I was basically going a lot into like a little bit of strategy because him and Rasmus, I'm pretty sure, study a bit together. And it was nice to have his insight in here as well. And it was also his first time in the commentating booth as well. So trying to get a few newbies up here. We'll get Alec up here as well.
Why not? Why not? Let's get Alec up here. He's done a good job all week on the reporting as well, which has been great. But the poker's been really good.
Yeah, it's been a fun final table. A lot of real poker. There's no weak spot on this final table, even when it was 8 left. And Rasmus, doing Rasmus things and flopping 2 pair here. And it's going to be... Adrian going to be continuing on this kind of board more often than not. And he bets 400,000, which is slightly more than a min bet. Blinds have gone up to 150,000, 300,000. We are on a 45-minute clock now, though, so things are going to move a little bit quicker. And Rasmus, is he thinking about a check raise here? He was probably thinking about it, but opting to call, which I think is the right move here. Five of Hearts is a safe card for Rasmus. He doesn't want to see any cards over a 7.
He's got to feel in a strong position here. He's got to think he's winning.
But he should be checking again, despite how dirty this board is. It's more dirty towards the big blinds range than the buttons range. But Oscary, who looks and studies, he found the bet. I would say there's a reason for it, but he does check. And I expect very often Adrian just to check this back. He could opt that this is a spot for pressure. Oh, no. Erasmus with the top 2 pair, but look what Adrian has.
Oh, no, he's at the ace. This could go messy.
I don't think it's going to get that messy, especially, I mean, Rasmus could have bet there, right? It went check on the turn. If he bets there, he can dictate how much the sizing is.
Yep.
Now, if Adrian bets, we expect Rasmus to raise it, although a flush would have completed.
How much is he going to put out?
He's keeping it small. It looks like 900. No, 1.4 million, sorry. That's a 1 million chip. So not that small after all. And yeah, it went check. So Rasmus not getting that little bit of value at the end with the bet. Adrian sniffing and saying, you know what, he might have a 3 there in the big blind. He might have that sneaky 4-6, or maybe he was calling with the flush draw for whatever reason. It was a check back, and that saved the chip leader some chips.
It did. I was having a chat with Erasmus while the guys were on break. And he was quite pleased at how he's played the game. You know, you were saying he's like a roller coaster. He exactly said the same thing, how his game's been up and down. It's been a roller coaster, exactly as you were saying in the stream earlier. And he said he's made some good moves, and he said I don't think he's made too many bad moves, apart from, was it the 10s against the ace-jack?
Yeah, that was maybe one, but I don't. It's a weird spot, you know.
Yeah. I think we were talking about it downstairs on the break. He's pretty confident in how he's playing. He seems to be quite on it. He's working out the strategies in his hand. Even on the break, he's talking about his hands. So he's obviously still got it in there.
And meanwhile, Adrian, as the chip leader, will be opening with his ace. Looks like a min raise to 6. Rob full of smiles, folding his 10-4 suited. Rasmus doing the same with the 9-8 off. And let's see if Giovanni has anything he wants to defend with. Jack deuce, not good enough for him.
That's right. While the dealer's just doing this, guys, I'm going to mention the giveaway.
Oh yeah, let's go.
If that's okay. We've got our social media giveaway. If you guys want to come back into the October event, the 28th of October to the 5th of November, we are giving away a €600 ticket entry into the main event tonight, 9 p.m. Malta time. So it's now currently 7 p.m. here. We're going to give away a ticket at the BM. All you have to do is follow us on Instagram.
That's easy.
Easy. Share the post.
Easy.
And just tag in two of your friends.
Also easy, unless you don't have any friends,
you
and
don't
that
have
can be freaking difficult. But I assume everybody has 2 friends.
Everyone must have 2 friends. But the post has been running all week, and we did say we'd announce it tonight, as we have done on the battle booth, which I've enjoyed all week.
Do you get disqualified if you tag 2 people that aren't your friends?
Yeah, you probably would.
Okay.
Like you just find 2 friends. Get over. Husbands with the 7s here.
Yeah, look at this. 2 black 7s for our young Finn, our circuit champion. And looking to add a Battle of Malta title to his resume. He's only been playing live poker for a couple years now.
Right, okay.
But has a lot of amazing results already.
Oh.
And Rasmus with the 7s. It looks like he will get a defend by Adrian, and who can blame him with the Jack 8 suited.
He's got the chips as well. Let's have a look.
Chips, suited cards, double gapper, and flopping top pair. Happy days for Adrian and Rasmus. 2 overcards. You might still bet this when it's checked over to him. I think this is a spot you can actually check back, but you can also bet it.
Yep.
It does check it back. And now let's see if Adrian opts to bet here. You should look for a little bit of value. Nope.
This might go check, I think you see.
Yeah, it should do it. Rasmus has no reason to bet this.
None at all.
That being said, he's thinking about it. Perhaps that check on the turn leads him to believe his 7s are good and wanted to protect it, but he does check it back, and the 3 of diamonds doesn't change anything. Adrian has to realize that the best way for him to get any potential value now is to bet, being, it's rare for someone to check the flop in the turn and then all of a sudden fire out in the river with a blank 3.
He's not going to. I think he's got a bet here, surely. Small bet.
And we have Alec rooting for Rasmus and Rob, so he hasn't made up his mind. He's covering his
Okay.
bets. Not our Alec, a different Alec.
Different Alec.
Yeah. I think our Alec will be happy with whoever wins. He seems to enjoy everybody's company.
Yeah, I think our Alec enjoys everyone. I think you might be lucky. Might even join you in the stream shortly as well.
Yeah, and that would be nice.
I might get him up here when I've got a few things to do. So.
Then we're just missing Andy and Telly, who we need to get in as well.
Yeah, I will speak to the guys and see if they can make 5 minutes to come and see you.
So Rasmus facing a bet of 2.4 million. He looks like he maybe made the call. Nope, he did fold, it looks like. No, he must have called. There were more chips that came out. He did indeed call with those 7s. So look at this. Adrian back near 40 million. Rasmus at 11 million.
I'm amazed he called that.
I don't blame him. The turn was checked. Right? So, it's sort of like, yeah, you can look for thin value from a 10, but how many times does he have a jack that he's not betting the turn? It was a little bit of sneaky, that check.
True, because it was defend as well. He defended his big blind, didn't he? So it's interesting final table. I love the setup, by the way, of the Battle of Malta final table. It looks amazing.
I was asked about the carpets, and I said it reminds me of Atlantic City when I was growing up in the late 80s, early 90s when I was
really?
Late 80s, I was sneaking into casinos. Back when you could still do that kind of thing, because now it's awfully difficult. I never looked my age, so I was always looking younger than I was as a little kid coming in, sneaking in.
Yeah, the carpets are a little bit, different. It is like an old casino, isn't it?
I love it. It is the It is from the conference center, so it's not, the final table was actually moved downstairs so it could be in this little private cozy room, and it's not so little, but the setup is amazing.
The setup guys have done very well.
And Adrian with the 3x from the small blind, and Rob not wanting to,
Don't want to play there, did he?
doesn't look like he wanted to play with a weak ace, so.
So in October, we're back up onto the into the main arena with the final table, I believe. It was in the middle of
nice.
the arena again. It's going to go back up there.
Yeah, because they're probably going to still have side events down here, because
Yep.
the final day on this one doesn't have any other events. It's just
Just
the
the
final
final.
table, but it'll be like High Roller or something else also running the final day.
I spoke to Telly, and he says, yeah, they're looking to make a final table again upstairs for October. Increase the tables, the amount of tables that are coming in for October as well, because last October was obviously so busy. They're going to increase the number of tables they're bringing in for the October event. So they're expecting a big one.
I would love to see tables on the beach.
Wow. Could you imagine?
You just put like a tent over it, you know.
A final table on the beach.
Oh, the final table on the beach would be fantastic, but these guys, even suggesting they're like cringing in their feet, like, what if it rains, you know, what do I do?
Could you
Is
imagine?
everything going to get shorted out?
Could you imagine the panic? Sound guys would go mad. 9 to Rob.
This time we know he's going to be opening. Is he reaching for raise? Yes. Looks like a nice raise too, to about 1 million, maybe a little less. I think it's 1 million though. No, it's 700,000, 800,000. And Rasmus with a decent enough hand to call that. It's another 500,000 for him to call. That being said, Rob has not opened like this from positions without having something. And
Right, okay.
but still, I think it's a call, even if you're saying Rob is strong. You call, you play in position.
Yeah, it's cool. It looks like he's called.
You can 3-bet as well if you really feel like it, but a call is the natural play. Three fives on the flop, so
Triple 5.
easy full house there for Rob. It would be the awfulest of awful bad beats if Rasmus had that 5.
Could you imagine?
But Rob should be continuing here, protecting his hands. There's a lot of cards that still aren't good in the deck for him. He just doesn't realize it's only the king at the moment, but potentially it could be a 10, jack, queen, king, or ace.
Yep.
And Rasmus may be saying, you know what, king high, 3 5s, let's go. I'll call another 500,000 and take it from there.
Might be here. He probably, you know, he could do actually, because he thinks his king's probably quite good if he hits it. But he doesn't.
But even if he doesn't hit it, he may feel he's ahead right now.
He could do.
You know, the queen jacks, jack 10s, that may be doing the same thing. Even if you put Rob's ranges tight, it's not tight that it's just 9s and better. And the 3 of diamonds doesn't change anything for Rob other than he's hoping that Rasmus has a 3 now. There are many 3s that he could have called with that would be suited and some offsuit ones. Like ace 3, king 3.
It's checked. Rob's checked. Slowed it down.
Interesting he checked there. What's he afraid of there? Or maybe he's trying to induce a bet from Rasmus, or maybe feels the pot is big enough and just wants to see the river and go to showdown. Yep, he's induced a bet by Rasmus.
How much did Rasmus bet?
It was small too, yeah. I'm not sure the purpose of this bet sizing. It's to set up something on the river, perhaps.
I think Rob could re-raise him here. It might be a check raise.
It could be. A check. It could be even a check jam.
Yeah.
There's a, you know, he has about 1.3, 1.4 times the pot.
I think he's working out. He's cool for time.
Was that his last card?
I didn't. Yes, I don't see any more in his deck.
It may be blocked. No, there's a lot. You can see them blocked by the graphic.
Okay, yeah. He's just a cool.
I don't mind that. If you're going to check it, you're kind of wanting
Yeah.
to do some pot control or maybe setting something up. That's a very safe 8 for Rob. Is Rob going to check it again, and then is Rasmus just going to go for max pressure? That
Could you imagine? He's checked, Rob.
it is a little more than one size
Check,
in the
check.
pot, and Rasmus will be not disappointed. He probably knew at that stage that if Rob is calling there, I probably shouldn't be betting the river because I'm beat about 95% of the time.
Rob hasn't been opening much, has he? Without actually having some cards.
No, but he's not like being a complete nit either. It's something in the middle, more of like a tight aggressive style
Right,
of play.
okay.
Sometimes tight passive, like in terms of what we saw here, on the turn and river.
I've been chatting to the guys. We've done the interviews with the guys that have busted out earlier on, and they're all very, very, they're all very excited to have all the final tables gone. And the guys are really enjoying it in the interviews, and there's no one who hasn't actually enjoyed the final table. They've said the play's been very good. They've enjoyed how the structure's been, the whole concept of the whole everything in the final table. They've just thought some really good players. Interesting to see. I've been trying to get their tips to see who they think they're going to win as well. And they're all different. They are all different. Well, I'm going to love you and leave you, Jason, because I believe Alec is going to come up and join you.
Ah, cool. Okay.
And I will pop back in and see you later on. If it's not, it's for the stream draw. But if not, I will love you and leave you, sir, after this hand finishes.
Well, I appreciate you joining us. I know a lot of people are happy that you are here. I'm not sure if they're still tuned in, but at least Jamie was asking about you.
Yeah, hi, guys. Let's go suited.
Interesting. It's just a min raise from the big blind. Or is something wrong here? Something doesn't make sense. No, it was a little more than a min raise, yeah. It was to 800, not to 600.
Ah, okay.
And a 9 out of the window, but there goes the ace. So both players with a piece.
Both got a little bit of the pie there.
And Giovanni checking it back. Trying to disguise his ace, perhaps, or worried about some kicker issues, worried about getting raised off the hand with a flush or straight draw. Rasmus checking his third pair. And Giovanni now is reaching for chips. Maybe 800,000 again. 700,000. And I'm not sure if Rasmus is going to fold here.
Next 10, he's got 2 overs. No, he's not got the flush.
It went check on the flop.
Hmm.
So why all of a sudden bet on the turn when it's a 3 of hearts? And does call. Thinking maybe the same thing, maybe calling for different reasons. And the 7 of clubs on the river, the check mark over to Giovanni, but it's not that he has such a strong hand that if Rasmus just ripped it in, which we don't think he's going to do, Giovanni may actually have to fold his ace.
Maybe with the stack. It's only
But it does
4.3.
go check, and Giovanni will be happy to see that his top pair with a deuce to go along with it got the job done. And he's now evened up and pulled ahead of Rasmus. So for the first time, Rasmus has lost his status as being in second place on the leaderboard.
He's been really steady all day, hasn't he, in second place? Jason, I'm going to love you and leave. I will pop back and see you guys later on the stream, and keep up the good work. And I'll love you and leave. And I'll send a young boy to come and see you, or a young man to come and see you. An excellent guest for you coming up.
Looking forward. Okay, thanks for joining, Glenn.
My pleasure. I'll see you shortly.
And be sure to look out for that giveaway contest. If you have not entered yet, head on over to the Battle of Malta Instagram page. The instructions are there. You need to like the page, follow the page. You need to like the post, and you also need to tag 2 friends. But all the instructions are over there. There'll be a free seat to the 2025 Battle of Malta Autumn Edition, when the guarantee is not just $500,000, which is a huge number, but $1.5 million. Guaranteed main event, $2 million guaranteed throughout the festival. Plenty of other events with no guarantees. Good times to be had by all. still on a 45-minute clock. We started the day at 90. And I believe once we lose one more player, it'll be a 30-minute clock. Meanwhile, Rasmus with the king 9. This time it's not suited. Does Min raise it? Giovanni folded his rags, Adrian folding his queen 7, and will Rob defend his king 5? He would have some kicker issues if he chose to do so, but gives up on the hand and everything over to Rasmus. So every time you do that, you can add another 750,000 chips in your stack, and next blind level it'll be a cool million to your stack. Fold around to Rob with the pretty king-queen suited. Let's see if he raises from the small blind. Opts to just keep it small. It looks like a raise is incoming. To 800,000, and Rasmus with a king-queen jack, not suited. Certainly good enough to defend with, but in this particular spot, he's pretty dominated by Rob's king-queen suited. And Rasmus does make the call. And this could be a little bit of a problem for Rasmus, but the ace may save the day. Neither player with top pair, but both players with middle pair. Rob with the better kicker with the king. Does go check, check. And now that paired board would mean a chop most of the time, with the kickers not mattering with the ace on the board. Rob checking it over again. Is Rasmus going to think, you know what, my queen might be okay, or is he going to check it back? Probably thinks he's ahead right now. It doesn't necessarily mean he will bet, because what is calling him? And then the 10 of clubs on the river changes nothing. So it's going to be a chop pot unless something really fancy happens. Obviously a pretty big bet might get one of the players to fold. And it looks like Rob is going to try to get some thin value, but he's going to see that this is just going to be a chop pot. So Rasmus fortunate about that 5 pairing the board. But it wasn't that big of a pot to begin with. Andrean taking his time with this 8-3 offsuit. Not sure he knows it's his turn. That's exactly it. I didn't know it was his turn. And Rob with the 10-9 from the button. Could opt to open here. And it looks like he will. Okay, let's see what Rasmus does. He only has 6 deuce suited, so that goes away, and Giovanni will likely be folding as well. No reason for him to defend the 7-3 here. And as I say that, chips are being counted out. Perhaps thinking he can outplay Rob. It's a 3-bet. Wow, Giovanni showing some stuff there. Wow, wow, wow. Didn't see that one coming at all. Perfect timing for that, too. So for those of you just tuning in, this is the 2025 Battle of Malta Spring Edition final table. We are down to 4 hopefuls, each locking up 35,000 euros. We have 120,000 though on the line for tonight's winner. 1,542 entries, just 4 remaining. I'm your host for the day, Jason Glatzer. You've probably recognized my voice, even though I've partially lost it, from many other Battle of Maltas throughout the year. I have to say that we had a very special time during the 9th version here at Casino Malta, but we're really looking forward to that 10th version on October 28th to November 5th. There'll be more information throughout the coming weeks on Instagram, on the Battle of Malta Facebook channel, also on the Battle of Malta website, but I also recommend that you like and follow the Battle of Malta YouTube channel, where there's a lot of good videos throughout the week. There'll be some content in between festivals as well, with Glenn, Lorena, and Andre all doing a fantastic job in keeping all that up to date. And a special shout out to Nucci and Marco for assisting as well at times with a lot of their camera work, especially during our Battle Booth show. They were quite helpful for that. And of course, the party video, which you can check out on the Battle of Malta YouTube channel. But meanwhile, we have some action. Rasmus min-raising from the button with ace-9, getting a call from Giovanni with king-7 suited and Adrian with an offsuit ace-9. Now, Rasmus flops the best of it. He has top pair. He also has a flush draw with that 9 of diamonds, the only one with a diamond. I would expect him to be betting this flop. And indeed, he does bet 425,000. Giovanni will likely get out of the way, although we did see him just do a 3-bet earlier in the big blind with 7-3. So perhaps he's getting a little bit restless if we see something other than a fold here, and he did indeed fold, so that was a one-off. And Adrian making the easy call despite the monotone diamond board. And Rasmus now with the check mark with that 9 of diamonds. But this might slow down the action. Rasmus shouldn't be expecting too many aces from Adrian, but he could be expecting diamonds. That might be better than a 9. And the 6 of hearts on the river changes nothing. Is Adrian going to try to steal it? I don't think it would work. And it just goes check, check, and Rasmus's bluff gets the job done. Adrian shrugs his shoulders. Okay, that's fine. Can't win them all. And Christopher Carlin's in the chat. Thank you for the compliment about the great coverage, but we've already complimented about your great coverage throughout the week alongside Jonathan Rabb and also Alec Gillies doing a fantastic job keeping the blog up to date with a lot of juicy information along with tons of hands throughout the event. So thank you very much, Christopher. Hope you got to Dublin okay. Say my name 3 times. We have a special guest about to join us. But meanwhile, let's take a look here because we have Giovanni with the ace-9 opening to 600,000, and I think this is going to be folds around. So let's introduce our next guest and Mr. Alec Gillies. We mentioned him. Chris is in the chat, and here comes Alec. So welcome to the jungle. How are you today?
Good. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited, a little nervous.
And now you could tell that I'm not the only one that lost our voice. Something went around, and both Alec and I, and also even Glenn, the host, we all woke up Monday morning with different stages of being able to talk. I'm mostly healed. Glenn is mostly healed, but my friend Alec maybe had it a little bit rougher. It sounds like you're still going through a little bit of recovery here.
It was a mixture of a lot of fun and a lot of interviews, and for professional reasons, and some karaoke for unprofessional reasons. So
You're blaming the karaoke.
yes, not.
I hope my wife isn't listening, because she tells me when she's around, never do karaoke, and when she's not around, I'm of course doing whatever I want in terms of karaoke.
Yeah, I mean, I used to host karaoke, so we did it with as a booth at the players' party.
But hold on a second, Rasmus just did what we saw him do in the earlier days, but it's the first time he's had a walk today. So whenever he gets a walk, he does a lap around the table, and with a smile on his face, and he gave a nice fist bump to Rob before getting back down in his seat. The two of them have been getting on fantastically, I have to say.
For sure, I know. I told him to let me know before he does it, just so that I could record it, because it is such a unique way to celebrate a walk in poker.
It'd be difficult for him to do that today, considering they're not allowed phones on the table, but I assume you mean yesterday when he was doing the same thing on day 4.
I mean, for me as media, to record it so that we can have that with the articles that I'm writing.
Good, good. And Rob back in action with the Queen 10 suited from the bottom, but Rasmus with a pretty pair of 7s there. We know he's not folding them. He's probably 3-betting them. We've seen Rob fold to 3-bets before, so that's all part of the mental calculations I'm pretty sure that Rasmus is doing. He's been on these types of spots before. And he just jams it in with this. Oh my God, what's going on? He jams it in with the 7s, and he's going to regret that instantly with Giovanni coming in with the aces. But it's going to be Giovanni at risk. But if Giovanni's hand holds, we're going to have Rasmus super short. And he's been in second place most of the day. Dropped down to third at one point, but got back into second. And let's see if Giovanni's aces can hold. The one player we don't know too much about, results not on Hendemob, Giovanni Caggia. We know that he has a big rail, so must play a lot of poker. And let's see. We have the aces against the 7s. Omar, bring out the flop. Nino watching intently. But more often than not, these aces are going to be good. And we have a safe 10-9-4 flop, 2 clubs, even better. Really just the 2 7s left. I mean, an 8 will make things interesting, as would a 6 or a jack. But it is a jack, so now it's also some more outs. We can see one of those 8s are blocked, but technically he has now 6 outs. Will the aces hold? And indeed they do. And a celebration by Giovanni. You can take a look at some of his rail now. Actually, on his rail was also Flaviano, who just busted. So the best dressed man is back, but Giovanni doubling up to that 17 million. I mean, Giovanni has had quite the run today, and now is the closest opponent to our all-day chip leader in Adrian. So quite now some trouble for Rasmus, and you could see the frustration there. Perhaps a 3-bet would have been better. You can get out of the way to a 4-bet shove. Yeah, you're going to lose some chips, but you're not going to be 4-bet shoved on lightly. Yeah, you're losing some equity against those ace-kings, ace-queens that might be doing the same. But other than that, it's I'm not saying it was a mistake, because it was still like a 25 big blind shove, but, maybe you could have done just the standard 3-bet, knowing that Rob has been able to open full before, the 3-bets.
Yeah, and I mean, pocket 7s versus aces. Nice to see the aces hold, because sometimes the equities feel like they're reversed in those situations if 7 comes on the flop. But Rasmus, obviously, still a chip in a chair. 6.4 big blinds right now, and about 2 million in his chip count.
And we saw Attila ladder up 2 spots, just sitting back on a sub-10 big blind stack forever. It was down to 4 big blinds at one point.
One of the nicer things with these longer structures and longer blind levels is you can bide your time. and make your move and see a lot more hands for cheap as possible to try and maximize ICM positioning and making ladder jumps that are ever so important in these late stages.
Makes sense. And Rasmus, don't do it here. He's going to have to do it soon. Nope, not this time. He hopes that it's going to be like cooler for Giovanni against the chip leader just to get that ladder from 35K up to 50K. That's the pay jump we're looking at the moment. And a limp by Giovanni. Sneaky, sneaky, knowing that his opponent does raise sometimes from the big blind. Adrian is thinking about what to do, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Raising to 1.05 million. Giovanni now, is he thinking of 4-betting? He does just call. Didn't figure he would be going too far with ace-jack. And not the flop that really hits either player with the 2 clubs on there. Giovanni, though, has a king to a Broadway. The ace and jack are still good cards and is ahead. Does check it, hoping that he will get a check back, I assume. But Andrian will likely be trying to rep this flop is good for him, considering he isolated. Looks like a small bet. No, it was a little bit bigger than I thought, to 1.2 million. And Giovanni calling with really just those draws, even though we see is ahead. But now both players, a king could spell a lot of trouble for Adrian, actually. An 8 is a chop, and a 6 is a win for Adrian, but maybe it won't get that far. I think we're going to see a check back, though, Alec.
It's about 90 to
Nope.
10 for Adrian, for Giovanni in his favor.
Yeah, but he has no idea where he stands at the moment.
Right, with ranges and...
I mean, his opponent raised him from the big blind pre-flop and then fired out the flop on the turn. So by now he probably thinks this must have hit my opponent. But he's not going anywhere facing a bet of 2.7 million. And now we have a massive pop brewing of more than 10 million. And it's the ace of hearts on the river. So Giovanni is basically going to be over 20 million in chips. So I don't see him going anywhere. Obviously a jack king. You know, there's a lot of hands that still beat him by far that would be betting.
Probably one of the best rivers for Giovanni in this situation, just making top pair, good kicker.
The king would have been the best. He would have had a pure double at that point.
For sure. And checking again to try to draw action from Adrian, let him bluff headed. What do you think about this move in this spot?
No, he has to check it because Adrian bet he was the aggressor, bet the flop and turn. You just have to hope. But now it's a jam. Wow.
Oh.
Max pressure. This is sick. I mean, Giovanni, can he really be playing this? I mean, we'll see if he calls, he doubles, but you have Rasmus Lundstrom sitting on crumbs, and it's a 15,000 euro pay jump.
Adrian applying max pressure. Obviously, King Jack with the open-ended on the flop got there on the turn and river for an improved Broadway straight.
I don't think that's going to be the only time bank card that we see use this hand by Giovanni. Adrian's move will have him thinking, I'm probably ahead, but can I call? Would he be doing this with a queen 10? Then he maybe was betting the flop and turn. He would be doing it with an ace queen, you know, the same way. So the jack king is a possibility on this kind of flop as well, especially a jack king suited. To go ahead, there's a lot of hands that Giovanni should be nervous about. And another time bank card coming right in.
I'm right there sweating with him because I just in this spot I don't know what I would do, and especially with the ICM implications, folding just seems like such a safe play to try and ensure another ladder jump.
Giovanni looks like he's going to fold it. He does fold. So what a move there by Adrian, our chip leader. Is he going to show the bluff? Oh, that would have been fantastic if he showed the bluff, but Giovanni will find out about that bluff 30 minutes later when his friends are watching the stream. So over 41 million now for Andrian, stealing that one away with a lot of style and finesse, betting pre-flop with just Jack 6 from the big blind, barreling the flop, barreling the turn, and then just jamming that river. Giovanni was in a world of hurt with that top pair, decent kicker. And you can't blame him at all for folding for reasons we mentioned. If it was three-handed and Rasmus is out, or let's say Rasmus doubles up a few times, and it becomes a different story. But when you look at his stack, it becomes so difficult to make that call in real time.
For sure. It's obviously putting max ICM with the big stack is a good play, and we saw it applied in theory there. And I was actually wondering, in that spot, after the hand is over and you have the bluff that got through, do you like to show your cards, or do you like to keep them hidden to not reveal any free information for?
I mean, online I'm never showing. I just have the settings set up so I don't show, and I'm 6-tabling, so it's a bit of a different scenario live. It depends on, the banter at the table. I'm not typically giving away free information, even though people can get it on the stream when you're this deep in any situation now. In a cash game, I'm definitely showing it, but that's just to get different action later, or to just have a laugh.
In the business, we call that tilt equity, is the action that you get from someone calling you later because you showed a bluff.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of previous commentators and friends of the show, I heard that I heard through listening that Jonathan Rabb was on, and obviously me and him have some storied history outside of this tournament, as he busted me 3 hands in Ace Queen versus Ace King in the 150 Hyper Turbo.
Well, he went on to win that, so maybe your chips were lucky.
I think he played it better, played the tournament late stage better than I would have anyways, and haven't been running hot here.
But hold on here, Rob with a jam over Rasmus. Rasmus is going to have to get shorter. I mean, 3 deuce. I know he'd want to call just a wide part of what he'd be getting, but not 3 high. And Rob showing some gumption there. I really like how Rob has been approaching this. He's been very cautious at times, and then opening it up when people least expect it.
If it was a low game, Rasmus would have had his chips in before anyone could say anything. But in just standard Hold'em, 3 high is not a very good calling hand.
No, not unless you're playing some low ball Hold'em game. I played that in Omaha. We call it Bad Maha, where it's such a crazy thing to the mind because you have to form. It's the worst hand possible using your best cards wins the hand. And in Omaha, it's like a river changes everything, and the pots are already bloated. It really gets crazy in a cash game. Rasmus, what are you going to do here? It's not suited. You jam it in. Is Giovanni going to find the call? I think he's priced in. He has some chips. It's pretty close, actually. You call another million here. I would have to run this, actually, to know if 8-10 is a good call. It's certainly very borderline in this spot.
I think with their history and Rasmus's aggressive play style, Giovanni might flick in the call, especially to get the chips with the odds he's getting and the payout jump.
Yeah, it's more about what your odds are against, not any 2, but like 75% of Rasmus's range, maybe 80%. He does make the call for an extra million, so Rasmus needs some love. He was on a roller coaster most of the day, but in second place going up and down, and then lost that big hand against 7s against Giovanni's aces. And now it might be Giovanni that sends him packing. But it's a 6 out of the window, so happy days so far for Rasmus. He does not want to see a 9 or a 10, but other than that, he gets a little bit of breathing room. And it's another 7 on the turn. Is it going to be a safe river? Oh no, the 10 of hearts on the river. Wow, and a fist pump by Giovanni to his crowd, but then comes back showing some composure, showing some sportsmanship. But unfortunately, it's our Finnish gentleman and Rasmus Lundstrom who's played fantastic not only here during this event, but also during other events at the Battle of Malta and elsewhere throughout the last year or two. He'll walk home with 35,000 reasons not to be that upset, but now the final three players have locked up 50,000 euros apiece, and it only goes up from there. I mean, we're looking at 120,000 euro top prize. There's no sign that these players are even thinking about potentially making a deal, at least as of yet. And I will not be surprised if none is ever even discussed. If one is discussed, it may be heads up because the next pay jump is from 50 to 70, but then it goes from 70 to 120 for the winner. And you can easily just make it so that, you grab 85 each and then you play for the rest, round off a little bit. That's going to be up to the players, though. They would need to leave something to play for. But never mind that. We have Rob from the button. Now that we're three-handed under the gun is the button opening up for a min-raise. And Giovanni getting rid of his ace from the small blind. And let's see what Andrian actually tossed away. 9-3, easy fold. So happy days again for Rob, but those chips are going to go right back in for the big blind right now and then the small blind later. It's going to move around fast, and when this blind level is over, they're going to be moving to 30-minute levels. But there's still some play left. The players are fairly deep still at this stage.
And it seems like a lot of the players still have most of their time banks, making sure only using them in tough spots where their tournament life is on the line. Do you think that you would have as many time chips, or would you kind of use some in some hard spots just to get the extra time with the shot clock?
There would be no reason for me to use a time bank chip in any situation, actually. I may use them just for composure. I pretty much decide pretty quickly what I'm going to do, and I go with it. If I start second-guessing myself, I talk myself out of something that was usually the first thought is the correct one.
Yeah, poker is such a deep...
I play 6 tables online at the same time, which is a lot for me. Not a lot for me, but it's small for a lot of people, but big for another. But if you're playing that when you're getting 1,000 or 2 in tournaments, a night of hands, multiply that by about 20 years of online poker, a little bit longer, and you don't need to really think about the spots the same way I see these players doing it. Maybe you're doing it for acting purposes. There have been a few spots that, I was saying I would need to maybe think about that now that I do have the time. But, if I didn't have the time, I'm just making the move that I think is best.
And a quick fold there from Rob. Obviously, Adrian just adding chips and chips, just taking down pot after pot as a chip leader, three-handed. And if you had to pick the most likely to win, would you just hedge your money on Adrian even with the odds stacked against him?
I mean, it's anybody's game three-handed. I mean, it's Rob can easily double up, once and right be in the thick of things. It's he's the odds-on favorite. He has been the whole day, but it's anybody's game. I've seen nice play from all three of these players. They all have slightly different styles that work for them, but they all seem to have a good understanding of where they're at in the tournament stage, how they should play. Rob, I won't be surprised to see a shove here. So Rob getting it in. Good spot for him. Giovanni with the 8-5, and Adrian is going to have to fold.
Yeah, and I have a little context. I went and met all these players before today and yesterday. Took some photos of them. And they all very friendly, all very nice. We've seen a lot of great sportsmanship, hugging and congratulating each other as they hit the rail, which in poker industry and with high level play like this, you'll see a lot, but sometimes you'll see the opposite depending which casino you're at.
But Alec, you're being paged actually now, so I appreciate you coming in. It's we'll try to get you in next time. Maybe you can come back for the Battle of Malta, but I'm glad that you were able to join us for this short time. And if you want to see what Alec is up to today, go to the battleofmalta.com. He's been live reporting hands all day. Jonathan has been adding a little bit of flavor as well. The two of them have been busy. We got both of them in the booth somehow, even though they're so busy. But let's do this final hand together, and then we can. I'll let you take over. So why don't you commentate the action here, Alec?
Oh, I'm excited in the driver's seat. So Adrian, 74% favorite right now, as both players check the flop. The 8, Adrian's a lot more likely to bet now that he has 2 pair with less additions of 8s overall. And a big thing I've noticed with these players is calling, especially small bets, because of how much aggression they've seen throughout the day. The check mark goes for Adrian, and it just does get the showdown, the hand being mucked right now. Heads up now.
No.
Oh.
Well, we're looking like it's going to be a battle for who gets heads up between Giovanni and Rob, unless Adrian actually blows up his stack, but he's shown no sign of doing this. So far, he's gone coast to coast with the chip lead, with a big chip lead. Rasmus at one point narrowed it down, and unfortunately for him, things then went on a downturn before he exited most recently in 4th place. But I want to thank Alec for not only joining us in the booth, but his hard work all week, and also to Chris and Jonathan, fantastic job. And, you know, it's been a great team. You know, Lorena helping out with the social media, doing a fantastic job. Andre running the audio, the audio-visual needs alongside the crew, and Glenn being the host of the Battle of Malta. It's been a fantastic team, and you've been a big part of that. So thank you very much, Alec, and best of luck the rest of the way in getting through what is an exciting final table and should be an exciting final 3.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you for having me. Bye.
That was Alec Gillies. I took off the headset for a second just to personally thank him as well, because he's done a fantastic job. It's a new addition to my team at Poker.pro. He's been with us for a few months, normally out covering Canadian events with Lyle Bateman, who's another great member of our team. And this week, we've all been part of the fantastic family at the Battle of Malta. I invited the crew to join the family. I would like to say with our father, Telly Bartolo, but that's not meant because he's old. I'm probably older than him, but our leader, Telly Bartolo, doing a fantastic job. And Kevin from the casino, been around every day. Diane showing her support as well. Really just support all around. I mean, this MST production crew that's running the stream, they're so easy to work with. But never mind, we have a spot for Adrian. I mean, it's a open by Adrian and a shove by Rob. And Adrian is trying to look for something. He is using a time bank card. It is a little bit of an awkward spot for him. And what a disciplined fold there. So Rob chipping up to 8 million. He was on not life support, but, you know, a little bit low, and watching Rasmus go out, securing at least 50,000 euros to go back to Texas with, regardless how this ends up. But I'm pretty sure at this stage, all 3 players just want to get that massive trophy, their face on the wall, and of course the 120,000 euro top prize. Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. Three-handed could be tough, and not everybody's used to playing three-handed because, you know, if you're playing a lot of tournaments versus sit and goes, you're not getting really in those spots, especially in big field events that often, to know how to adjust your range, to know how to adjust your play to the different players at your table. We have a limp pot with Giovanni with King Queen from the small blind, Jack 8 for Adrian in the big blind. Adrian betting after it was checked over by Giovanni for 620,000 with his gut shot 1 over card. And Giovanni with the best hand at the moment finds a call. 2 of spades doesn't help Adrian, so Giovanni's still ahead with his King Queen. A 4-1 favorite to win the hand. In theory, a little bit less. It's because this Jack of Diamonds was somewhere dead. Oh boy, 8 of Hearts on the river, so check mark over to Adrian. Very often this will go check, check, but maybe Giovanni will take a stab trying to get, let's say, a 7 or something to fold, but not this time. And Adrian maybe will try for thin value, but it would be pretty thin on this kind of board. What are you going to do here? It looks like it is going for thin value. And Giovanni calling with this king high. I didn't even think about it. Interesting, interesting. I didn't think Adrian would go for thin value, and then I thought, no way is Giovanni calling on this kind of board with king high. But I stand corrected. And just because I say it one way doesn't mean that's the correct way to play. I'm not on this final table. Quack, quack here for Giovanni with the ducks. Looks like it will be a button open. Min raised to 800,000 and Adrian folding his 7-6 suited. But meanwhile, Rob here with that ace-9 suited, is he going to jam it? We saw him jamming on a 20 big blind stack in similar spots with these kind of hands. He has a sub-20 big blind stack at the moment. And then Giovanni would be hard for him to call with the ducks, even though we see it's like 50-50 a pure coin flip. It looks like Rob asking, how much do you have, Giovanni? Maybe he is thinking of doing something, and he is jamming the lot. Now, what is Giovanni going to do? He's not beating anything, but he's flipping against a lot and is forced to fold. So Rob picking up some more free chips there. Rob, who started the day in third place, has been keeping in the middle most of the day and now finds himself in an enviable spot with Giovanni and Adrian. Giovanni starting the day as a short stack. And it's Adrian been raising the button this time with the Jack-6. What is Giovanni going to do? Is he going to defend? Finds a defend, and his 10 and 7 are both live. Close to a coin flip in this spot. And it's the 7 that connects on the 7 ace 8 flop. Giovanni checking his bottom pairs. Adrian going to try to rep that ace. We've seen him do it nearly 100% of the time when an ace comes out when he opens, and doesn't look like that's going to change during three-handed play. bet of 750. So Giovanni will likely come along for the ride, although he doesn't want to invest too much of his stack here. Giovanni making the call. Oh my, Jack of Diamonds. So Adrian actually hitting his Jack. Let's see if he bets again, or now that he has potential showdown value, maybe not wanting to blow the pot in case his opponent has a better hand. And the 5 of diamonds on the river adds another diamond to the board. And let's see if Giovanni does anything. He checks. I expect Adrian to check as well. And indeed that happens. And the rich get richer once again. And Giovanni now down to just 15 big blinds. I expect Rob to open the button with the Jack-10 off. We are three-handed. Fairly standard open. Does min-raise to 800,000. Giovanni with the quick fold, but meanwhile Adrian with a dominating ace-jack suited. Perhaps we'll 3-bet. We know he's not folding. He might call as well. The 3-bet is the most likely scenario here. And it's not just a 3-bet, it's a 3-bet shove. That'll end things quickly. Rob quickly giving up on the hand. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic with the second and third so close and such a big chip leader at the moment. Adrian can actually put pressure on both players. We saw that he put pressure there with ace-jack suited, but he could do it a lot lighter if he wants to. Adrian thinking about what to do. He's just going to complete with the 10-7. And Rob with the king-8. Likely we'll check it back, but let's see. Might raise it. An easy game there for Rob, picking up a big blind. Giovanni asking for some change from his 1 million chip. Now has all 3 colors in his stack and is able to post the big blind ante at 400,000 and his big blind of 400,000. Adrian will definitely be opening his suited ace. Just opens jams, why not? Have a good time. Rob is going to fold his king-7. What is Giovanni left with? Giovanni quickly folding his jack-9. It's down to 5.1 million, so under 13 big blinds now. Both Giovanni and Robert looking to get something going, or at least hoping that the other goes out so they get that pay jump up to 70,000, and then anything can happen during heads-up play. Giovanni jamming his ace-4. And gets a quick fold from Adrian with a very playable hand if it wasn't a jam, with a 9-8 suited from the big blind. By the way, the giveaway over on Instagram will be over in about 50 minutes, but you still have time to get in. Head to the Battle of Malta Instagram page. Check out the giveaway. You have a chance, as does everybody else that enters, to win a ticket to the next Battle of Malta main event, with the Battle of Malta Autumn Edition taking place October 28th to November 5th. So you can get a free €600 ticket. That will have a 1.5 million guarantee, so 3 times as much as this event. So if you thought this was exciting, it'll be even more exciting in October for the 10th anniversary of the Battle of Malta being hosted at Casino Malta. We still hope to get event manager Telly Bartolo in the booth, as well as tournament director Andy Tillman. They're both busy men, so we will see if we can squeeze them in during the final stages of the event. Glenn Brown may mysteriously appear as well once again. And we may see another visit from Jonathan or Alec as well, depending on how late this goes. For now, it is just me, Jason Glatzer, the Battle of Malta commentator the last, I don't know how many years, at least since 2018. So I guess this is I think I've been the commentator 8 out of 9 times now. I did miss one due to personal reasons, not because I didn't want to be here. And at the time, I had a boss that walked back on many promises, including that one. Giovanni looks like he's getting a little bit restless. He was nice, calm, cool, and collected. I know he's had some energy and support from his rail. Definitely shows a lot of character. I'd love to see him manage a way to come back. I like all 3 of these players. Rob is the only one out of the 3 that I've had any sorts of conversations with out of the 3 that are left. And I've had a few comments about Andrian being a very strong player throughout the event, and about Giovanni with his lively rail must be also popular in the poker community. And meanwhile, we have Rob versus Andrian. We have Andrian. This is going to be over faster than we can imagine, but all I had to do is mention Telly Bartolo, and I think he's here unless I'm seeing things. I may be imagining things after such a long week, but I think this is the second time I mentioned someone's name, and then a minute later they're in the booth. So Telly's getting his headset on, and he promises to join us for at least 3 minutes, but maybe we can get him for 5 if we're well behaved. But welcome, Telly. It's been a fantastic Battle of Malta. It's a pleasure to have you here as always during the final table stream. You should be very proud of yourself for this event.
Exactly. Always happy to see a result. Always happy to reach to this point with minimal issues and a beautiful experience for every player. Of course, I always like to mention that I am the person that people see because I am around, but behind there are a lot of people that are working as hard as I do.
And meanwhile, we may have a hand developing here because Adrian, no, nothing to do here, just a normal open. Adrian been getting some cards, and he's also been playing super solid, the chip leader throughout the day, Telly. So we have a dominating factor if he's able to pull this off. But as we've seen like 8-hour 3-handed plays. And I remember when Steven Van Zadelhoff was facing off against Sergei Lisi, a 6-hour heads-up affair. So you never know at the Battle of Malta. You know, a chip lead is only as good as it is at the end.
It's a fight. Everyone wants the trophy. This is a nice addition for the poker around Europe and around the world. Everyone would like to have the title. I think the fight is nowadays at the Battle of Malta is not only about the money, but also at the value of the event itself.
Yeah, and every player, when they're walking by that wall of fame, this time it was a digital wall of fame, but that was fantastic as well. I'm assuming the physical wall of fame is coming back for October. It has to for the 10th version over here at Casino Malta, which is going to be absolutely fantastic with a 1.5 million guaranteed main event, with many other events also having guarantees, bringing it up to at least 2 million in guarantees, Telly. So you've really rolled out the red carpet for what's coming up next.
Next event is the 10th edition that Battle of Malta is the Casino Malta is hosting this event, and definitely there will be always surprises. Always Battle of Malta brings up something new to the actual event, something exciting, and players like to be surprised as well coming to the event today. This week. Let's see this hand.
Yeah, we have a min bet by Adrian with the top pair, and we had Giovanni with the crap end of the open ender. But now, yeah, this could be trouble for Giovanni. He's gotten himself a little bit short. And we see that, yeah, you know, he has some outs, but he may be forced to overplay his hand. We'll see. He checked it. Adrian is going to continue the pressure. And will Giovanni get away from it? It is 1 million. That's a lot of his stack. Makes the quick call. It's actually raising it to 2 million. Wow. Is Adrian just going to ship it in at this point? He has 2 pair and a draw heavy board. I don't see really too many other options here. Could just call and see what happens on the river, but I think you just get it in right now. And then unless a miracle happens on the river, it's going to be heads up pretty soon, Telly. He's going to use a time bank card. Nope, he's just going to call. A chip is cheaper than a time bank card, perhaps. And the 4 of spades on the river. And Giovanni just snap blasting it, and he's going to get some bad news here.
Yeah.
Does call it, doesn't seem happy about it, but we'll be happy in a second. And Giovanni Kaguya, out in 3rd place for 50,000 euros. He was the one player that we didn't have that much information about because a lot of his stuff is hidden, but what we do know is he had a fantastic reel throughout the final table, played fantastically all day long, and, you know, finishing 3rd on the podium in the Battle of Malta is quite a feat and has 50,000 reasons to be happy, Telly.
Definitely. Everyone fights for the number one. As we said, the prestige of winning the event is also very important for the poker players. But heads up now, I don't think this might not be a very long heads up. Looks like the Polish guy is quite stronger.
Yeah, he has probably close to a 10-1 chip advantage over Robert Perelman. Rob came all the way from Texas, so we could have our first non-European champion of the Battle of Malta if he's able to mount a comeback. If not, I think we'll have our first Polish champion, and I don't think we've had one before.
Both champions are unique now. We have never had a Polish champion, so Poland is also lots of Polish players are coming to the Battle of Malta, so it's something also interesting. Him being representative for all the Polish players and being the first to win the Battle of Malta would be great for him. When on the other hand, having a Battle of Malta winner which is coming from outside Europe, it's also something nice for the player and for the event itself.
So, Telly, I'm not sure if you have time to come back when the action resumes, but I'm being told that they're going to take a break during heads-up play. But we already have the chip counts. It was close to 10-1. It's more like 9-1. Rob, though, can get things done. We've seen stranger things happen. We saw Steven Van Zadelhoff in 2019 have hit Sergei Lisi down to 2 big blinds. Sergei came back, had Steven down to like 2 or 3 big blinds. He came back. They were even in chips. They made a little bit of a side deal, you know, to even out the payouts, which is allowed unofficially at the Battle of Malta. And maybe they're doing that now. We don't need to know if they're agreeing to anything.
Correct.
That's up to them. But we wish both Rob and also Adrian the best of luck. They both would be valid and amazing champions here at the Battle of Malta.
And they both deserve to win the Battle of Malta. It's between them now. Quite a big number of entries were in the event. We're down to 2, so let the battle begin.
Okay, see you when we're back from break. Thank you for joining, Telly.
Thank you.
I also need the toilet badly. Thank you. It's like, should I send Brent up to relieve you? I'm like, I think it's going to be heads up soon enough that I escape. Yes. No, I'm only missing Andy. We need to get Andy up before this ends. Andy's the only one on my list. Well, if you were just listening, you heard Andy Tillman, the tournament director at the 2025 Battle of Malta Spring Edition, ask both Adrian and Rob to return the table for what might be a quick heads-up affair unless Rob can get something going. We could see how dominated he is by Adrian. I doubt that the duo discussed any unofficial deal, being that Rob is really on the ropes right now, but both players have locked up a cool 70 grand, and they're looking to win that top prize of 120,000 euros, a fantastic trophy that goes to the winner, and perhaps most importantly to some players, to get their face added to that Battle of Malta Wall of Fame, where they'll be immortalized in poker history. But the players are getting back in their seats. Rob has put on a jacket. We got to see a little bit of Adrian's shorts that Jonathan was referring to. They do match a little bit with Rob's shirts, so we have the shirts and the shorts. Let's see who wins. Will it be the shorts or the shirts? But this is Jason Glatzer. I'm here for the tail end. We may have one or two more guests depending on how long the heads-up affair lasts. It may just be me the rest of the way. But it's been my absolute pleasure to watch this final table and commentate and bring the action to those of you that are following along at home or elsewhere. The Americans that have been tuning in for Rob, I know some of you are getting off to work at this moment, but hopefully you have time to watch what might be an exciting end for Rob. It's been a fantastic run for him, but it's been the Adrian show all day. Came in with a chip lead, never lost it, and now has a massive chip lead during heads-up play. Really putting on a master course here at the Battle of Malta against a very talented final table. So we'll see how both these players approach heads-up action with this dynamic. It's a limp from Adrian from the button with a dominating queen, but it's Rob that gets the best of this flop with the deuce 10 ace. Adrian has a backdoor flush draw. His 5 is still alive, some other possibilities, but Rob's deuce is in the lead. And let's see what Rob Perelman, who traveled from as far as Texas, will do here, and quickly folds his bottom pair. And now is down to just 14 big blinds. Some of the rail has already left. There was a large Italian contingency with half the final table being from Italy. But after Giovanni Caggia went out in third place for 50,000 euros, we're left without an Italian winner. And it will either be a first-time winner from Poland, and Adrian, or if Robert is able to mount a comeback, it'll be the first time a player from North America has won the Battle of Malta here at Casino Malta. Meanwhile, Rob has a pretty king-jack from the button. We'll see if he's going to be in full limping mode. This will probably tell us what's going on, but he's just going to jam the lot in and hope for the best. Adrian, nothing doing with the 9 deuce. So back to where we started, 55.4 versus 6.3. Adrian has been very cautiously careful with not getting into big pot spots without having a decent enough chance to win the hand. He was not coming out as a table bully, but really just whittling away slowly but surely at everybody's chip stacks. Ooh, pretty hand here for Adrian. The fish hooks. Is he going to still limp? Yep, it looks like a full limping strategy here for Adrian. And Rob with the queen 7. If it was a queen king, maybe we'd see some fireworks. With the queen 7, he might be just checking back. Both players with a massive pile of time bank cards that they've been saving. These have been two of the more efficient players in terms of playing. Rob really making most of his decisions in under 3 seconds, and Adrian slightly longer in some cases, but this could be a trouble flop for Rob, flopping the middle pair, but Adrian with the bottom set on a draw-heavy board with 2 diamonds, Broadway outs as well. And let's see, I expect Adrian to continue, even though it was just a limp and it's just a min bet. Slowly whittling away, and I don't see how Rob can get away. We could see that the chances of winning a hand are very small. He needs a pair of runners of some sort that either connect with the board, and the king queen or queen 7 would do the job, or running 7s would not actually do it. But this might slow down the action. That was a card that Adrian does not want to see unless the board pairs. He's behind now a 9 and an ace. But perhaps we'll be betting again. Let's see. I think this will be a check back, and he comes to the same conclusion. And the 2 of diamonds doesn't change anything. Rob really has no reason to bet. If it's checked over to him, maybe Adrian tries for some thin value, targeting a king or a queen. And Rob does indeed check. He has some showdown value here. It's not like a tremendous amount with this kind of ugly board for both players. But that's not stopping Adrian. He's looking for max value from, let's say, a thin call. Hoping that maybe there's a king-queen that might call. You can tell now that his opponent doesn't have an ace, because that would have been snapped off. And gets a quick fold. So Rob now down to 5.1 million. Needs to get things going his way. He can't take too many more of those hits. Although we have seen some major comebacks at the final tables at the Battle of Malta before, which stacks much lower than what Rob Perelman has now. So it could be a 2-minute heads up, or it could be a 6-hour heads up like we had with Sergei Lisi versus Steven Benzedelhoff back in 2019. And Rob with the 9-6 suited from the button. This opposite not complete, folded over, and Adrian had an 8-7. So Rob playing it very tight during heads up thus far. Perhaps realizing that if he does get a hand, he has a good chance to get some max value from it with his stack depth. And just being as patient as possible. But I think when you're such a big underdog, you have to figure out a way to get things moving as well. But Rob looking a little tired. Ooh, I have another glass of tea here. Perhaps my voice needs a little fixing up, so thank you for that, Jonathan. Looks like Adrian is limping his entire NE2 range from the button. We saw him limping with jacks, and now we see him limping with 9-5 on the button. And Rob may be thinking about jamming the lot with him down to 10 big blinds. Does indeed, and steals it away. Was ahead in that spot, but still nice to see Rob making a move there up to 5.4, around where he started the heads-up battle. It must be quite the feeling to reach the spot with heads up, knowing that you're one player away from that trophy in the middle, knowing that you've already locked up 70,000, so no matter what happens, you could still go home happy. Although one of these two players will be slightly disappointed that they didn't get their face on the wall and that extra 50 grand that's going to the winner. Rob jamming it in again, this time with a weak king, but looks like he has a jam fold strategy versus a limp fold strategy like or a full limp strategy like Adrian has. So both players approaching heads up differently, but both in different spots. And it looks like blinds have already gone up. So we have a 500K blind, it looks like, based on what I see coming into the ante. It is full antes during heads up play. We are on a 30-minute clock as well. But now all of a sudden Rob's stack is even shorter than before. Still all smiles by Rob Perelman. knowing it's not every day you get heads up in such a massive field event as prestigious as the Battle of Malta. Let's see if Rob jams. We saw him either jamming or folding before. He's on an 11 big blind stack, facing a limp from Adrian with just nothing, and this will work again. Up to 6.9 million, so now Rob has more chips than he started heads up play. Still is far behind, but it's good to have that momentum go that way and not the other way. And even though he only has 6 million in change, it's 1.2 million going into the pot every hand now before the flop, before cards are even dealt, for that matter, with it being 200,000, 500,000, with a 500,000 big blind ante. For those of you tuning in for the final moments, this is the 2025 Battle of Malta main event. Heads up action. It was 1,542 entries and now down to the final two. Both players locking up 70,000 euros, with Rob Perelman facing off against Andrian Zmielczak for the title and the 120,000 euro top prize. That gorgeous trophy you see on the middle of the table, and of course your photo on the Battle of Malta Wall of Fame. But this final table has been all for Poland, all for Adrian. Rob putting on a good showing as well, but found himself not necessarily in the spot he would prefer to be in during heads up, but it's better to be in that spot than to be not heads up at all. And Adrian back to getting some cards. Is this where he starts raising? Or maybe he'll start thinking, I'll just keep limping. Maybe, get trapped when I have a hand like Ace-King, and that's what he does. And Rob with the Jack-4 will probably check this one behind. It is suited. Does just check it back. Not the worst flop for Ace-King, but certainly not the best. And then all Rob has is that backdoor flush draw. I mean, his Jack and 4 are technically still live, so it has a little bit more than that. But it's a check by Rob, and Adrian betting 500,000. The continuation bet works with Rob not having enough to call even a single blind bet. And Adrian seems to be always aware of where he's at, how to play the hands. Very few things I would say that should have been done differently. Six-five offsuit for Rob. And a quick fold. And Adrian would have had the dominating 9-5, but of course wouldn't be calling a shove with that. You can see some of the rails sticking around for the heads up. There's some rails also watching on the screens in the corners and on the left and right of the table as well. A few faithfuls up at the ropes. And Adrian with the 8-deuce offsuit. And this time he says, well, I'm not 100% completing. I can fold my 8-deuce. And Rob with the Queen-9, which is very pretty during heads up, even out of position. Gives a nice smile. I imagine this won't be the last that we see of either of these players at the Battle of Malta. And although we've mentioned it a few times, I'm very much looking forward to the next Battle of Malta, as it is the 10th version held here at Casino Malta. And they're really going to roll out the red carpet for that. They're going to add more tables than you've seen before. They're going to have a 1.5 million guaranteed main event, 2 million in guarantees overall at a minimum. lots of fun surprises and activities I'm sure will be planned. I mean, it is the 10th version, and we have Telly Bartolo, who always likes to switch it up, doing things a little bit differently, trying new things. And they almost always seem to work and are amazing. So I'm very curious myself what Telly and Diane and Kevin and the crew over at Casino Malta have in mind for this 10th version, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be one you want to miss. October 28th to November 5th here at Casino Malta. So Andre, I'm back to limping. This time with 7-4 suited. Is Rob just going to jam in his king? Or is he going to check it back? He does jam it in, finding those spots where Adrian is super weak and getting quick folds. So far, so good. Rob is able to hang around a little bit. Does need at least a double sometime in the near future, but as long as it keeps going back and forth like this, he can stick around for a bit with the 6 million, give or take, chip stack as well. It's just not going to win you the tournament if you're sticking around that level and not really increasing to 8-figure stacks. So Rob with the 9-6, based on what we've seen from before, it's likely a fold, and it is. You can complete there as well on even a stack depth like his, and he would have been a little bit ahead of that 9-4. Not sure the kickers would have come into play. Maybe the kickers would have been what determined the hand, either by connecting directly or just being in play. But as I like to say earlier, we shall never know. Okay, Adrian with the Jack-9. He's certainly going to complete if he was completing many other hands, and we haven't seen him raise a single hand despite being as good as Jacks. During heads-up play, I'm referring to, he raised plenty of times, not during heads-up play. And Rob with some suited connectors are just not very good ones. Just calling behind, checking back his option from the big blind. And neither player really connecting with anything on this 6-queen deuce rainbow flop. No backdoor flush draw for Rob. Adrian is still ahead. Rob with a gut shot. If the 5 hits for a straight, the 4 and 3 are still live for him. So equity-wise, it's not too far apart. And Adrian just bets, and Rob folds. So happy days for Adrian, and Rob now back in danger zone again, under 10 bigs. Rob with 7-3 offsuit, likely to be open folded. So down to 4.6 million with another million going in this hand. Not so much time left. It needs to get something going, Rob. I know the cards need to be a little bit better for you. Adrian looking calm, cool, and collected all day long. And who wouldn't be? He's been the clear chip leader throughout the final table. Perhaps the most dominating display at a final table at the Battle of Malta. This will be certainly completed. Very pretty hand from the button with the 9-8 suited. And I only say that because we haven't seen Adrian raise at all. So, you know, it's either going to be a complete or a fold. But of course, he could start raising in a given moment, especially now that Rob is short. Maybe that could have been a jam even. But Rob going to get a free look with his 8-3. And it's a 9 out of the window, followed by a queen and a 10. So bottom pair for Adrian, along with both players having the same gut shot straight draw. Although it shows Rob at 10%, it's got to be single-digit equity. Five of diamonds changes nothing other than increasing the chances that Andrian will win this hand outright. Both players checking, and the queen pairing the board on the river. And Rob giving up on the hand, not connecting in any way, shape, or form, and Andrian will likely check it back. There's not really hands he can really be getting value from here. Maybe a 5. That being said, incoming bet, it looks like. Not a big one. Maybe he just didn't want to show what he had. And Rob now down to 3.6 million. Rob likely to fold his 6 deuce. And Andrian with 9-6 suited. So nearing that 60 million chip count mark. There's only 62 million chips in play. Only, like that's a small amount, but compared to the 60 million, it is only. A few new faces on the rail now. Perhaps moving from a different part of the rail to be front and center as we get closer and closer to crowning a champion here at the 2025 Battle of Malta main event spring edition. This time Rob getting a walk, and it was 3 deuce, and Rob maybe giving a smile because he had a hand that he would have definitely called a jam with king, queen offsuit. With just 4 or 5 big blinds now left, maybe a little bit more after getting that walk. Rob always smiling, having a good time. Even though he has more time bank cards, it looks like, than chips at the moment. And Andrian has been friendly but reserved, I would say. Focusing on his game. And an open fold here as well. So Rob back up to 3.8 million. That's not enough to really, for Andrian to be concerned at this stage. He just wants the first all-in to be an all-in that goes his way, because once momentum starts for Rob, you never know where it might end. Where Rob would like to start that momentum, and it all is going to start with that first double up if he's able to get it. One Broadway card and one lowest card in the deck for Rob. And just folds it, the queen deuce, and Adrian with the 9-3. I'm not sure if I would have shoved there. It's quite borderline. I don't think I'm just completing, but being so short, you have one Broadway card. I will have to look that up later from heads-up perspective. Let's see if we just have some jamming going on now that Rob is so short. Maybe Andrian just jams. And indeed he does. He jams that queen 9, and Rob with the jack 9 suited, not that much left. He might say, I have to give it a shot here. Otherwise, he's down to 5 big blinds. And he does make the call, folks, so it could be all over here if Adrian's Queen 9 is able to hold. Meanwhile, Jack 9 suited has different possibilities as well. We're not just looking at a Jack coming. Of course, a flush can come, a straight can come. But let's see how this plays out. Even if Rob doubles up here, he has some work to do. He'd be at 6.3 million, but we could be crowning a champion right here, right now. The first ever Polish champion, if this hand can hold. But it's a Jack out of the window, but a Queen to follow. Oh my, what a drama flop. Rob now drawing super thin. Despite the Jack out of the window, he needs another one. The Ace of Clubs is not the card that he is looking for, so now it's a Jack, or only a Jack, or we have our 2025 Battle of Malta main event champion, and it's a 3 of spades. So Rob Perelman out in second place, very valiant effort for 70,000, and Adrian Smichov putting on a display, coming in as the chip leader, commanding throughout the final table, and closes it out in style with the victory, with the best hand, winning 120,000 euro top prize. His picture on the Battle of Malta Wall of Fame, and that amazing trophy. Congratulations to Adrian on bringing the first trophy of the Battle of Malta over to Poland. Meanwhile, I would like to thank all of you for tuning in, but there's plenty of more people I want to thank, and I'm going to start with the folks at Casino Malta. We had Telly in the booth quickly, but he's not the only one, as he pointed it out. There's countless people working, not just as assistant to Andre, but also Kevin, Diane, the whole crew going down and up from those guys, but fantastic job, everything well done, well perceived, a lot of new changes this time that all worked out. So massive props to all of you. I want to thank, of course, the amazing dealers, the floor, the tournament director, Andy Tillman, for a nearly flawless event. If there were any issues, they were tiny, 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 normal stuff that you would happen. It's been day and night. I've never seen such a well-run event before in the island of Malta, and I've been to quite a few. So massive props to Andy and the entire team that supported Andy throughout this event. They had a blasting party last night to celebrate with most of the staff off today. So they're onward to their next event, but great job by you all. And of course, I want to thank the media team. I'm not going to thank myself, but I'll thank the rest of the team. Jonathan Rabb has been busy writing up the reports throughout the event. You could actually see him in the background along with Lorena, who's been helping out on social media. Today, Alec Gillies, who has joined us also in the booth, has been manning it down with the hands. Fantastic job to him. And to Chris Carlin, who was doing it throughout the festival. So thank you very much to those guys. And, of course, to Mr. Glenn Brown, who you see in front of you. But it looks like we're going into interviews. For those of you I didn't thank, including MST Productions, who once again produced a flawless stream, thank you very much for that. And this is Jason Glatzer at the 2025 Battle of Malta Spring Edition main event. Massive congratulations to Andrian, and off to Glenn.
Right, good evening. Welcome back to the Battle of Malta Spring Edition 2025 here by Casino Malta. I'm with our 4th place winner, Rasmus. I mean, wow, congratulations firstly for getting this far. I know commiserations as well. But how are you feeling right now?
Well, it's in tournaments, if you don't win, it's hard not to feel like you were last. But in this case, I played the cards when they got to me, and I'm very satisfied. Furthermore, I've been running really good, not just today, but all 5 days. So I feel like complaining is completely out of the question. It's been an amazing week.
So you say you've run well all week. We'll just mention it. So tonight, for coming fourth place, you've picked up €35,000. It's not a bad week's work, but that's not all you've done this week. I was there filming it, and I think I pulled your ticket as well, or unraveled your mystery ticket. Tell us how you did in the mystery bounty in the Siege of Malta.
Oh yeah, so the mystery bounty was a 300, and I had 3 bounties. One of them was 200, which was above the minimum. Okay. Another one we split with a friend of mine, and one of the 2 bounties we drew was a 5K.
Okay, 5K is good.
Yeah, so that was 2.5 each, and more importantly, I gave one to you, and you drew me 7,500.
I did 7,500. I was golden that night. I was absolutely golden, Rasmus. But so you've had an absolute cracking week here in the Battle of Malta. I mean, you've had some really good runs as well this year. Obviously, you have a ring, a WSOPC ring as well. So you're just you're moving onwards and upwards. It's just you must be feeling really good about your poker at the moment.
Yeah, it's. I'm feeling really good about my play. I think the only thing that I try to do is really not become overconfident. So I go back and make sure that the fact that I'm running really well doesn't blind me to the bad decisions that I'm occasionally making.
Okay.
Over these 5 days, I made mistakes. Generally speaking, I'm very happy with how I played. But I think that's something that I'm really happy with, that I'm still able to see that I'm not perfect.
So will you go back and watch the stream, I presume, and have a look to see if you think you made any mistakes, or you just remember where your mistakes, or if you actually could have just changed things how you did it? Would you go back and do that? Would you go back and watch the stream again or not?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to watch it back several times. First time maybe to think about how I would do things different, but the rest is just whenever I need to pick me up. I've been on 1 or 2 streams before, and it always puts me in a good mood when I watch some of my better hands back in a slower morning.
Well, the good news is when you do actually watch the stream back, you're actually going to see the amount of comments from back home of all your friends and family that have been supporting you. You might want to say a few words for them, because I've been watching the stream all afternoon.
Oh, yeah. It was. I woke up this morning. Obviously, I had to let everyone know that I've been doing really well, and I'm really happy with where I am. But so many people have messaged me, and the support has been overwhelming. It's almost like I feel I want to earn it when I'm out there, and it's so heartwarming. Every break I go on, I'm eking to not tell everyone and be so excited and share it with everyone. Yep. The second I busted, the first thing I did was pull out my phone and put an alarm for half an hour, so that the second they see I'm out, I can share all the delight, because I don't want to give anyone any spoilers. But no, I'm so grateful with all the support.
Well, the support's been amazing. Erasmus, you've been amazing. You've had an amazing week at the back of Malta. Just please tell me you're coming back in October.
Of course. I think anyone would come back after this. But even if I didn't do this well, it's been a lovely week. I love it.
Thank you very much for joining in as our experience, which was the Battle of Malta. Erasmus, you've been an absolute pleasure to see all week. Congratulations. There we go. 4th place, Battle of Malta, main event winner. Guys, we'll catch you later. We have 3 left. It's going to be a long night. I'm sure Erasmus is going to go and celebrate. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Battle of Malta 2025, siamo qui con il terzo classificato di questo torneo, Giovanni Caggia dalla Sicilia.
Dalla Sicilia, Vittoria.
Quindi abbiamo fatto poca strada in realtà.
Poca, solo il catamarano e siamo arrivati subito.
E abbiamo fatto prima il satellite, poi un bullet al turbo e ci siamo trovati al tavolo finale.
Tavolo finale e siamo arrivati terzi, siamo arrivati più avanti di tutti gli italiani.
È vero, è stato il nostro ultimo italiano al tavolo, ha portato alta la nostra bandiera, è stato bravissimo, noi ti abbiamo commentato dall'alto.
Non lo so.
Sì, assolutamente, e ti devo fare i complimenti perché veramente hai giocato delle mani benissimo, assolutamente.
Grazie. Potevo fare anche meglio, però dedico questa vittoria alla mia famiglia.
Oh, bellissimo, bellissimo, una dedica del genere.
Sì.
Abbiamo dei bambini?
Certo, sì. Le dico a loro e a mia moglie.
Assolutamente. Beh, Giovanni, ci vedremo la prossima volta.
Sì, ovvio, che non si molla più.
Assolutamente. Allora noi ci vediamo al prossimo Battle of Malta a ottobre. See you guys, bye!